Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to election night in America. I know, I'm early, but I just thought let's just get into it. Some of the states have already started being called. What you're looking at now, what is that? That's MSNBC. They're getting their election stuff ready. I don't know why they just have poor Steve Kornacki just like sitting there looking at with his back turned to the thing, but that's it. Now, I know this is a surprise to most people because I don't usually do live streams. So today we're going to do something very, very good. We're going to go around to different live streamers, mess with them, go on their channels and stuff. Oh, what's going on? What's going on? Because tomorrow is what we're going to do. We got Trump 2024. I got Go Blue. This is what I'm talking about. Somebody's going to win and somebody's going to be very, very, very upset. What's up, guys? MAGA. Let me see. Hold on. Someone just said, Nate, is it too late to write in your name? Yes, it is way too late. Please, I do not want to be president. I got too many skeletons in the closet. Hey, what's up, Vanessa? What's going on, guys? Hey, everyone. Yeah, I'm surprised so many people. I'm surprised you guys are watching with other people. I was watching it with Joe. I'm going to watch it with Issue. So you guys just start sitting here watching it with me. First, let's make a stop. We're going to make a stop to America's Untold Stories. So let me turn off Kornacki because he's not getting ready. Oh, before I turn off Kornacki, let me give you a quick update, real quick though, of where we're at on the election. So right now, we're using 538's map because it is like the best, most interactive map you'll ever see on the election. And you have 3 states coming in right now. So first it is New Hampshire, where seems like it's only 3 and 3 votes because they had the first votes in the nation. So that's the first votes that we got. So we have a theoretical tie. 2 states that have already come in is Indiana. They got some polls. So you see the red starting to populate. Trump is up 58 to 41% in Indiana. He's gonna definitely win that, like easy, no doubt about it. The next one is Kentucky, which is going to be another Trump state. Again, this is the reason why I like this map, because you can really dive into the details and see where it is. So Trump is already winning these first 2 states, but it's too close to call right now. So you gotta wait till all the votes are counted in. So things are looking good. So now I'm going to join our friends at where are they at? Where are they at? So let me join them on the what's it called? Oops. Now, because I got so many things going on, I'm about to jump into this. This is America's Untold Story with
which is what
Eric.
the wrap-up smear.
And we are about to jump
you
on
write
that
an article.
Now we're going to be jumping on
plant
a whole bunch
story
of different live streams
in a publication
so we're going to be
that
jumping
is
on, and I'll be there.
much
And you
less
guys
well
are
known.
coming along
Like,
with me.
okay.
We're going to be going around YouTube.
But you know that all the reporters at the New York Times,
here we go.
Scott
First
Daly,
stop is
and so then they pick up that story. And then because a senior reporter picks it up, then all these other publications, they pick up that exact story. And then now, when you want to report on the story, you say, the New York Times wrote on this story. But they're not the original sourcing of this. And this, a good demonstration of that is the Covington kids. I don't know if you guys remember what went down there with Nick Sandman and the Native American and the Covington kids. And, remember the smirk that everybody wanted to kill him? And it wasn't really a smirk. It was a kid in high school who was like, it was kind of an awkward situation. And he didn't know, what to do. Oh, we got Nate the lawyer.
Oh, you got I feel so big.
Hey, Nate, what's up? Nate is an admin on here. Let me get some sound.
What's going on?
All right. Hopefully we do not have
in Texas, Nate?
Yes, I am in Texas. I am in Texas right now. So, but Texas is going really red. Hold on my stream. So now they should be able to hear me. Aren't going crazy because
here's people in this chat. We're getting Inception streams here. By the way, chat, is there an echo? I'm hoping there's no echo. I'm doing the best I can.
Nate. So Oh, because I'm muted on my stream, so now they should be able to hear me.
Awesome.
But they should be able to hear me. They should be able to hear me on your chat. They're not going to hear me on this chat. All right. Cool.
Okay. No echo. Oh, finally.
All right. So I got to ask.
Praise be the streaming
Can
judge.
you hear me? Can you hear me?
What's the mood on the street there, Nate? What are you hearing among the blue people over there in your neighborhood?
I'm in Texas, so there's not really too many blue people over here.
Where are you? Outside of Dallas? Where are you exactly in Texas, by the way, roughly?
Houston.
Oh, Houston. Okay, all right.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm like hearing you twice now because I got you on this other thing. So go ahead. What you were saying?
No, I was just wondering. I mean, is it culture shock to not live in the Bronx and to live in Houston now, or is there similarities?
No. It's this is actually it's funny. The part of Texas we live in is extremely diverse. It's like
okay,
so it's essentially like living in not the Bronx because the Bronx isn't really that diverse. The Bronx is all
right.
But it's more like living in Manhattan, like right in one of the borders. But it's really diverse. Right. It's really they call like Indian and all that stuff. So it's not that bad. Hold on, let me turn my mic up because people are saying I'm very low. So.
Yeah, you were. I tried to turn you up in the back.
Can you guys hear me all right?
I hear you fine. That's the chat that's wanting. So we'll see in the chat what they're saying. But you guys can hear him here, right?
Yeah.
All right, we got a good speaker. So you were here with us, Nate, brother. All right, so now Nate, you had a weird electoral map earlier. Nate released a video. He's given his prediction on who's going to win and how. And Nate is not always a reliable right-wing guy, folks. You got to watch out for Nate.
Let me do this. I'm gonna re-change my setup real quick so my crowd can hear us better. So just give me a second.
Okay.
Right back.
Okay.
Oh, he's gonna come out and come back. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
All right. Let's talk about him.
Son
of a bitch, Nate. I've had it up to here with this guy. Fuck this guy. Oh, sorry, Nate. He's back. Sorry. Just kidding.
No, he's not Nate Silver. Oh. We only have the good Nates. Nate the lawyer, and then young Nate Hockman.
We got young Nate Hockman coming up, and I'll tell you something else. Nate Hockman, the senior,
that's Nathan.
He's going to win. It's Nathan Hockman. He's going to win by a landslide over George Gascon in Los Angeles County, and he will be the district attorney of the largest county in America, I believe, by tomorrow morning, because his lead is kind of insurmountable. And Soros is not really campaigned that much. But Soros all of a sudden wakes up one day and says, I got to free the Menendez brothers. His check came in the mail from Netflix. And he said, all of a sudden, he dedicates his life to freeing the Menendez brothers in the past 2 weeks. And took a recommendation to a judge on Monday to let them out, that they've been in long enough. And he said that they should be released because they were orphans. I mean, that's a weird defense that they're orphans. I mean, they've been in there for 30 plus years, but the real defense was that they committed the crimes under the age of 26 and that their brains were not fully formed. And in California, they have a law now for parole and probation that if you committed your crime under the age of 26, you're now considered a minor, as bizarre as that sounds.
I think that's using the brain development thing. That's
so they can hear me, because the issue is that it was this double sound thing that we were going through. So I'm trying to fix that up. But I'm about to go back on. I just want to make sure I get it settled. So I'm gonna actually have to join on another device. So when I join them, we don't have the double thing going on here. But let's see what the results look like while I'm waiting here. Let me put on the results. Let's see what's going on. Share screen. All right, so let's look what the results are looking like already. All right, so Kentucky's come filling in. So we're only gonna have 3 results right now. So what I'm going to do, so this can all work. So I have to now go onto StreamYard for them on my phone, so we don't have all that negative feedback What up? What's up, people? What's up? What's up? Sorry about all this madness, but so I'm gonna go on here. You guys are going. I'm gonna share the screen for them so you guys can see us. They couldn't just make this so much easier where I can just send my stream to them. I got to do all this craziness to get so we can do the stream inception. All right, here we go. So I am live here, going here. All right, so everything should be good now. Sorry about all of this madness. Right, where is all right, so here we go.
I mean, I thought
And
about it a
I
lot,
am
believe
going
me,
to
but
be
I
on
never
here
did
in
it.
5 seconds. So here we go.
I never took the action. I could admit that I had thoughts, but they carried it out to get the money. I mean, they said they were sexually abused by the father, and that was part of the defense. The jury didn't buy it, and they were sentenced, and they've been in jail for about 35 years now. So when Nate comes back, we'll talk about Son of Sam Laws and his take on it.
Yeah, I see him backstage. He might not be ready yet, though. So we'll
Okay,
he's on his phone.
Nate's preparing his defense.
All right.
Here he is.
Now you got to defend Son of Sam Laws there, Nate.
I got to defend Son of Sam Laws. What do you guys do? What?
No, we're talking about the Menendez brothers, Nate.
Yeah, you're personally responsible for Son of Sam Laws.
Yeah, but I thought it's interesting because I thought with the Son of Sam Laws, they're not going to be able to make any money. But you guys were saying.
My personal feeling is you can't make money based off the crime, Nate. You broke up a little bit.
Oh, he's drinking early, this guy. Jesus Christ.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Texas now.
So they can't make money just based. No, they can't make money based on the crime. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And you guys were saying about selling their story and stuff like that. That would be making money off their crimes.
No, but they don't have to sell their story. They can sell their story now.
Yeah,
like
they can tell their story of being in prison, Nate. I mean,
right. Oh, I'm out now. I'm trying to rebuild my life. These two brothers. That's current day, right? Yeah. That's nothing to do with the crime.
Can they make money off their time in prison, Nate? Selling that story as an addition to the Netflix special?
I'm assuming they could, but I don't assume they could, as long because the families are going to sue. Whatever it is, the family, I would sue.
Well, the families are the ones that are trying to get them out.
No, I'm talking about forget
it's family.
Yeah.
What family is going to sue? The sister's trying to get them out. The brother's trying to get them out.
But do you think they're going to be let out?
Yeah, they're being let out. Yeah,
prosecutor said he wants them out, but the original prosecutor in the case testified that they're lying. That's all BS.
It is BS, but George Gascon has gone to court with a recommendation that they be paroled because they were under 26, Nate, that their brains weren't fully formed. Yeah, not fully formed brains. They killed their parents without fully formed brains.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That's ridiculous.
You know what I mean? If they had the fully formed brains when they killed the parents, they would have gone to the gas chamber. But because they had the miniature under 26-year-old brains, they should be let out. According to George Gascon.
People, it's funny. You guys can hear me okay, right? People keep saying they can't hear me.
They're complaining. I keep bumping. Streamer's not letting me manually adjust the microphone for some reason. I don't know why. Let me see if that.
It says.
It keeps going to automatic. Every time I try to bump you, Nate, it goes to automatic.
You ever see Get Smart, Nate? You ever see the show Get Smart? When they bring down the cone of silence, and Max would tell the chief, "You know, it doesn't work, chief."
I gotta
this is the cone of silence, Nate.
I gotta figure a way to do this because right now it's going horrible with this mic. This mic is going horrible. It's like this inception. I've tried it a couple of times.
I can't tell you, dude. I don't know.
Well, give me a second. I'm a switch.
All right, come back when you're ready to talk turkey. Yeah.
I got to come back when I fix all this up. So
all right, fix it all up. You come back. The door's always open,
right,
Nate.
People. Unfortunately.
All right.
All right. Who's the next guest? That didn't really work out. Who else you got?
Welcome to live feeds in a live environment with everything else.
Together, so.
I just read books. I don't know what's going on over here.
People couldn't hear me.
Apparently not.
I'm so sorry.
But I don't even know what we were talking about. But let's see what next story is.
This is why we were not in the UK.
Leader.
That's the lawyer.
Yeah, there's a good one.
The lawyer.
Yeah,
you may have.
There's a leader of BLM.
Maybe.
One of the co-founders. I think it's Rhode Island BLM. And Rhode Island BLM was the most vicious.
You can come definitely.
I don't know what's going on in Rhode Island.
On Twitter.
But this guy here is endorsing and voting for Donald Trump.
Let me close this. So yeah, so that didn't go too well. I'll figure out how to join the other things because it was before we could just join, but the audio is all the audio is all messed up, so it's just not letting us do it the way we want to do it. Was it Drunk Nate stream? Not yet. Let me get back to the map because that's what you guys are here for. You guys aren't here to watch me just flail around like this. You guys are here to watch the map. Let's see if anything else has been called yet, but no, nothing else has been called. The Indiana's being filled in a lot with a lot of red. So Trump is he's dominating that, and Kentucky's the same thing. Trump is dominating. So we really don't got anything to worry about with that. So just for those of you who don't know, my prediction for this was Trump was going to win 271 to 267. So I think Trump is going to win. The biggest Pennsylvania. Whoever wins Pennsylvania is winning an election, people. Whoever wins in Pennsylvania winning an election. So this is where the money is. This is where it's all at. PA is all that matters. PA is the big money. PA is the big money. What do you put? Donald Trump, baby. Donald Trump. Yeah. But this is where it's going to be at. This is where it's going to be at. So we'll see. But Pennsylvania is the money. It used to be Ohio for all those years. Now it's Pennsylvania. I'm going to put the UK is critical of how fast we get our election results. UK is critical of how fast we get election results. Get your loser prince out of here. Big Nate keeping it real. I'm trying. You know, it's funny because I like to hear all the election prognosticators them talk about it. Let's see. Oh yeah, our boy Cenk recently came out and let us know how he feels, who he thinks is going to win. So while we got some time, let me go to the Young Turks and let's watch Cenk's little parlay into this madness. So hold on, I'm pulling up the Young Turks, and we're going to look at Cenk Uygur, QIT, because he just said he is. Let's look at their coverage.
.com. Now let me thank YouTube members: Andrew K, Robbie Gregory, Chris White, Hannah Kasuda, Swanky Angelo, Michael McGuire, John Gray, Martin Locke.
Oh, he's reading out things. So let's go to their recent videos because he made his election prediction. So all right, so who do you think Cenk is going to they say is going to win? I believe he's going to say Harris. I'd be shocked if he didn't say Harris is going to win, but let's check it out. Let's see what he says.
My official prediction for this race is I don't know. And I'm going to stick with I don't know. It's something that I never, ever say because I just think that we don't have enough information. It's going to come down to unlikely voters. Trump has had an incredible surge in unlikely voters in 2016 and 2020. A, can he replicate it? B, are they still unlikely? Probably not, because they go into the polling at that point, right? But still, he surprised us way too many times to count them out and to count those voters out. And
well, hold on. I think the problem with Cenk right now, we just started the video. The problem I think Cenk has is that Trump is winning the election now. In the past, he wasn't winning, so it's a little different. It's a little different thing on the ground here. Trump is winning the election now. As a matter of fact, it would be the upset if Kamala won. It would be an upset at this moment. Back in 2016, nobody thought he was going to win, except for Trump and his team. If the election isn't called tonight, we may be at war in this country tomorrow. We are on the verge of being a third world country with our elections. I think you guys are such doom and gloom if the other guy wins the election. Listen, I'm going to say it. Your life is not going to change based on who wins this election in these 4 years. It's just not. Now, there may be some things that change at that level, right? Like Roe v. Wade and all that stuff. But your life is probably not going to be that much affected by it. It could be affected by it in the long run. But I would say this, like personally, I think Ben Shapiro said it best. He said, in this election, this is one of the few elections, I can make a good argument for Trump, and I can make a great argument against Trump, but I can't make a good argument for Kamala. My only argument for Kamala is that she's running against Trump. So I think that's the dynamic we're really looking at here. We're looking at, is there enough Trump hate out there to get Kamala over the top? Or is Trump and his support enough to overcome that anti-Trump vote? Because Trump is one of those candidates who he brings out both sides. He brings out the people who hate him and the people who love him. And I think that's where that's why the race is so tight. Because if Trump was a traditional candidate, this wouldn't even be close. But it's close because it's Trump. Let's see what Shakes has to say.
They're very animated. They get out to vote and they do it religiously.
But they're now likely voters. That's
I get it.
That's what changes them.
At the same time, last time around in 2020, Biden had an 8-point lead in Michigan and Wisconsin. He won by 0.6 in those states. So did they get it? By the way, did they adjust too much? And if they did, is she going to landslide them? Anything is possible because now unlikely voters are going towards Democrats in 2022 and 2023. So with this giant question mark hanging out there, he's the more populist candidate. The populist candidate usually wins, but she's the change candidate according to the polling by a little bit. It fluctuates, but
how is she the change candidate when she's the one in power? Like that's maybe. And hey, I love the polls, but it just doesn't make any sense. If you are already in the White House doing the work, why are you the change candidate? I don't get it. But he says that's what
she won the change candidate. On the other hand, only 28% of the country thinks we're going in the right direction, which is almost a death knell for the incumbent party. So it's just too unclear. I'm saying I do not know. And it's among the reasons why I'm so intensely curious about what's going to happen today. Yeah. And we're going to cover it all for you guys here. But since I have to enter into the sweepstakes on tyt.com to try to become the election champion of the world.
Can you first say, I don't know again, so I can hear you say it again?
You can rewind the tape all you want, Michael, at home. So, all right, let's start out with the ones that, first of all, I'm confident about none of these. I'll make that clear. But I'll start with the ones that I think are more likely to be true, okay? Arizona, I've got as red, so keep it red, okay? So that one I think.
Now, do we all agree with that? Arizona, he's keeping red. I agree Arizona's going to stay red. I think I agree with them. Arizona's going to stay red.
Of all the ones, that's probably the most certain I am, but I'm not certain about that one either. Okay, so then I go to Michigan and Wisconsin, and I say she holds that part of the blue wall.
Now, I've seen a lot of pollsters say Wisconsin may flip because it's tighter than people realize in Wisconsin. But that Iowa poll, for those of you who don't know, that Iowa poll, something happened there where it wasn't where it said Harris is winning in the last poll, but people think it's just an outlier. So I'm not too sure. Oops. What it says, with the advances in technology has made everything easier with the exception of going to the moon election. Oh yeah, that's definitely what it is.
So the numbers lately from there look pretty good. If she's got that surge of female.
So Wisconsin one, I'll give it to Harris because I think that Wisconsin poll I think makes people more confident to give Wisconsin to Harris. Let me see. I will be fine economically with either Trump or Harris because of wealth. Philosophically, I worry if Harris is elected. I do too. You know what? And I'm going to say it. So everyone understands. My worry is if both of them are elected. I'm not even going to pretend like I'm not worried if Trump is getting elected, because Trump is on his revenge tour stuff, and his first term, it was all right. All right, so let me just be honest. The first half of Trump's term before COVID was fucking great. It's the post-COVID stuff that kind of went all the crap. So it was like, now the Biden administration, Biden's just kind of just like surfing, holding water, but Trump actually did a lot of stuff. So I'm worried about Kamala because Kamala isn't a candidate who I'm like, this is the person I want to vote for because of their great policies, because of their great speeches. This is essentially, they're saying Kamala is the person we got to vote for because it's the only person you got. So it was kind of like she was forced in, and it was like, well, and don't forget, Kamala was so unlikable. Kamala would not have been able to be the Democratic nominee unless she was vice president now. If she had to run against other competition, she wouldn't be this candidate. So it's kind of that stuff, but it's hard to make a case for Kamala without saying how bad Trump is. It just is. I just don't know how people do it. Maybe somebody in the chat can tell me. Maybe somebody can tell in the chat can tell me.
Male voters that everybody's talking about, states that were already leaning blue and Biden had already won and that historically are blue, she will then keep, right? Now, I'm on Georgia. I'm not seeing her winning any of the polls.
Yeah, Georgia, she should be gone. She's losing Georgia. Georgia's going back red.
So I'm going to keep Georgia red.
Yeah,
I understand Michael's logic on it. That's the one that's flipped blue recently.
You know, before he gets to, he has 3 states left. What's it? North Carolina, Nevada, and Pennsylvania. So are you guys okay with like what he's put up there now? He's got Trump at 230 and Kamala at 267. But the issue that I think he's going to run into is that I have Trump winning Pennsylvania, Nevada. I have him and Georgia. So I have Trump winning the election with Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Georgia. So let's see what he does. Let's see what he's on.
That's not what the numbers seem to indicate right now, and they do an excellent job of purging Democratic vote.
Now the only way he can do this, because right now the way the numbers are, Kamala has to win 2 out of this last 3 states to be president. Either she can win Pennsylvania outright and she'll be president based on his model, or she has to win both North Carolina and Nevada. So she has to win 2 out of either Pennsylvania outright or the other 2. So it's a weird little interesting.
Voters in Georgia, unfortunately. So that's Kemp's specialty, and he's been at it again. So I'm going to keep that one red. Now I'm left with the 3 that I went from uncertain to I have no freaking idea. But I'm going to go with what my gut says. I'm going to say Pennsylvania. No, I'm going to leave it. Hold on.
All right. So let me know, people in the chat, because this is your turn. If you think Trump is going to win Pennsylvania, give me a 1. If you think Trump is going to lose Pennsylvania, give me a 2. Because Cenk is confused. He doesn't think so. I think Trump is going to win Pennsylvania. And I think that's the election. But let's see what he says.
Nevada. I'm going to go Nevada red. It's tied, but he's been winning it throughout. His pickup of extra Latino voters could prove critical in Nevada. That little gimmick he had that.
So right now, Trump 252, Harris 251. That's where he's got it. Let's see what Larry says. Larry, Nate, can we get your take as a lawyer on New York State's proposition on the ballot? I don't even know what the New York State. I'm in Texas, so I don't know what the proposition is. I have to look it up. But thanks, I'll check it out. Let's see what Cenk says. So now, if you look at this map, something interesting has developed in Cenk's own map. Now check this out. It's a very interesting thing. So North Carolina in his map doesn't actually even matter. If Trump wins North Carolina, he loses the election. He still loses. So it's really Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania with his 19 electoral votes. If Trump wins it, he's over 270. And if Harris gets it, she's exactly at 270. So it's Pennsylvania. So North Carolina doesn't matter. So let's see who gives North Carolina and Pennsylvania to.
He doesn't intend to do at all of not taxing tips. Could help him in Nevada. It was very popular there. I think he squeaks out the victory in Nevada. So far, it's not looking good, right? So it comes down to Pennsylvania and North Carolina. And on Pennsylvania, the one I'm most unsure about, I went blue. And this is based on the latest polling, the latest information. Right now. If you'd asked me 5 days ago, I almost certainly would have said red, but I'm saying blue today. So
that means North Carolina essentially doesn't matter. So he's saying Kamala's going to win with 270. So let's see who he gives North Carolina.
Let's hope that latest information is correct. And based on the same recent information, I've got North Carolina going blue.
Wow.
So if she picks up those unlikely women voters, she'll win North Carolina and Pennsylvania, I think. Now,
so do you agree with Chank's map? Chank's map is kind of insane stuff. He's got Harris winning what 286 electoral votes. The 252 is a close race, but let me see. Wholly in the New York ballot proposition, positive discrimination into New York Constitution. I gotta check out this ballot proposition then. But I'm not in New York, so let them vote how they will vote. So that's how Cenk thinks this is going to work out. Wow. Let's see what's going on with Steve Kornacki. Let's see what's going on at MSNBC. Oops, we're live. Let me show you this. This is crazy. They just literally. So they're running their YouTube live. Here it is. So they have some. Indiana, they've projected. So we have some breaking news right now. We have some races to be called. They've called Vermont for Kentucky. Donald Trump, 8 electoral votes. So 9% in, they're confident enough they called Kentucky for Trump. So he gets their 8 electoral votes. He's good to go. Oof. And she's getting blown out. Look at that. 71.8 to 26%. Kentucky went hard red. Craig's check is alone. Absolutely biased. We got Vermont. Harris is winning Vermont, but that's only 3 electoral votes. So things are looking like we expected them to look going into this. Kamala has it. And let's look at our map. Our map shows exactly that. 2 races have been called. So the vote tally is right now 19 to 3. So you Trump people out there, you should be happy because it's looking good. Let's see how the Senate's looking. Indiana has been called. Polls are closed. Has been called red. So Indiana has picked up. Republicans have picked up that Senate seat. He's projected winner. It's gone red. And the House. Republicans picked up 31 House seats. Democrats have 41. So it's looking like the Republicans are up right now and going to the governor's races. Everything is still too close to call. So back to the presidential races, 19 to 3, and we have Virginia and Florida closed, and New Hampshire is still too close to call. All right, so results are coming in. Let's see what else is going on. Let's see what they're talking about. Now I want to see how everybody else is taking this now. So let's go to where you guys want to go. You want to go? Let's check out the Young Turks. Let's check them out. Let's see what they're talking about.
I was telling Anna about this. I was on a Twitter Spaces panel, and Elon Musk came in. And well, that was a reaction for almost everyone on that panel, and so he was saying, "Oh, we're going to win easily because there's so many less mail-in votes and early voting from Democrats in Pennsylvania. But that's because of COVID. And COVID drove. So my point is, John's right. Don't buy into the hype from either side. Republicans say, oh, there's less mail-in voting, so we're gonna win. No, there was COVID last time. That excuse everything. And you guys are also right. This time around, the Republicans started saying, yeah, go early voting, mail-in. Because Republicans used to have a huge advantage until Trump the moron came in and was like, oh, I got a great idea. I'll punch my face 7 times by myself. And he even does it mail-in voting for Florida. And he brags about it.
Exactly.
He's so dumb. He's so dumb.
He did. Look, Anna is right that occasionally he did tell people to do it. And I think people like Laura Trump were pretty consistent in being like, you should do this stuff. But even he occasionally would be doing the weave and he would transition to that you can't trust it. It's like, oh my God, you can't even stay on your own message.
He's his own worst enemy, man. Like he really is. It's 100%. Almost like sometimes his behavior really does lead one to think like, is he trying to lose? Like what's going on here? And honestly, today in particular.
That was Cenk's TDR prediction.
A lot of his comments and a lot of his behavior today is just like,
unhinged.
Yeah, I was about to say unhinged.
Yeah, I want to address that. I just want to quickly show what we do have.
Show what?
So for Florida, we're now at 42% of the vote in. Trump has a 5-point advantage. Again, we're not in the territory of really being able to interpret that much. But we can start to focus on counties at some point, but
I just want to be clear. The polls close in Florida at 8 o'clock.
I will say this though. It would be so glorious if Trump won and watching these guys, because they're going to go crazy. They're going to go insane. I don't know if you guys saw the one in 2020, but that was just so glorious. That was so glorious. Oh, let me see. Let me see who else. Let me see who else is doing something. Well, let me continue to play them.
So they haven't closed yet. So I'm not exactly sure what they're reporting. Like the numbers we talked about this morning when we first got started was in North Carolina, 50% of the vote is already in. That's why the early voting is so important to both sides, because you lock in those votes.
Yeah.
The main thing you're worried about is that your side doesn't go out to vote, right? So over 50% of the voters in North Carolina have already voted, but we're guessing that she has an 8-point lead based on where the votes came from and party affiliation, but they become official after the poll.
All right, so now I fixed my back end so I can now go into their stream without the microphone. So I'm gonna go back to ASU, to AUS, and see if we can make all this happen. So here we go, one more try. All right, I think I'm good now. Hold on, I gotta do one last thing.
Nate, you gotta put your pants on. The camera's all the way down below, bro. I mean, come on. A lot of families here tonight.
Why would you put your camera down there?
I don't know. It's all the way below the desk. What's going on?
I mean, wow.
Gonna be here all night, Nate. Don't worry about it.
Is it good for the room? All right, your audio's good in the room, Nate.
All right, good. I'm hoping everybody can hear me. So that's good.
Okay. So while we have you, the limited time before you come up with another excuse.
Okay.
I would like you to break down how you determined this election or the results of this election. Your prediction. I watched your video earlier.
My prediction is that I think Trump is going to win by two electoral votes. Yeah, I'm thinking Trump is going to win.
Oh, that's it. So it's got something to do with New Hampshire or Nebraska or something. You're going in there?
No, it's a peculiar one because he's between Harris, Nevada, and North Carolina.
All right.
Let me pull up. Well, if you could,
go
map,
ahead and share it.
Let me see if I can pull up a map. No, I can't pull up a map because I'm actually got you guys shared. So, but in my map, The two states that I have Harris winning. The states that I have Trump winning is Pennsylvania. I got Trump winning Pennsylvania, and I think because I think Pennsylvania is just all the polls and everything is showing that he's going to a Pennsylvania. So I think Pennsylvania. But I think Harris is going to win North Carolina, and the reason why I think Harris is going to win North Carolina is because the governor's race in North Carolina, Democrats up by like 20 points. So unless
the problem, Nate, is Nate, they've been up
massively.
Well, hold on. Mm-hmm. On the North Carolina thing, because I heard you say it before, I was like, oh, okay, and I thought about it more though. He used to be up 25 points.
Ooh,
so the point is that the guy has always been up on the governor because the governor, Mark Robinson, I think, has been blowing up. They sound like all kinds of sketchy things on him. The Republican Party kind of leaked it over to Stein, his opponent. And I think Bear's point of it's a good point. If that was the case, that he was dragging him down, he should have dragged him down a month ago, 2 months ago. But Trump has been maintaining that number and that lead in North Carolina this whole time, while the governor's been 20 points or more down this whole time. So if you're going to have a drag on it, wouldn't you have seen the drag already?
Well, it all depends on how much you trust the polls, right? Because I think the polls are okay, but it's just, it's just there's something about gubernatorial.
So then he's not 17 points up?
The governor now is 17 points up. The Democratic governor.
But that's based on polls, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if you can actually trust them in a way where if they're telling me that the Democratic governor is 17 points up and then they're telling me Trump, it essentially means that they have to split, that those people are splitting their ticket, right? The people are saying,
yes, apparently they are.
Yes, but in a massive way, something that we've probably almost never seen before. I don't remember ever seeing a place where the governor's is up by 20 points on the other. That just doesn't happen. So that's why I'm thinking either.
Well, hold on, the governor
or something else. Go ahead.
Remember, the governor is being accused of very severe corruption, from what I understand.
Yeah, the state governor, or
the Mark Robinson. It's like I don't know all the details, but it's like really, really kinky, weird stuff has come up in his past, and I think that skews things quite a bit because it's a personal thing, and the chat can jump in and fill that in, but there was a lot of really nasty dirt on the lieutenant governor who was running.
Do tell.
And as Barris puts it, the dirt was leaked by the North Carolina Republican Party because they didn't want this individual to be a governor. And sadly, some are saying because he's black.
Were you being accused of being black?
No, that the Republicans in North Carolina aren't necessarily in love with the guy.
Oh my God, this is a new low.
So now that we have Nate on here, he can speak for everybody on that.
All black people. No, I think right now, to be fair with the numbers, anyone can win this race right now because it's extremely definitely early right now. And I think this is one of those few races where if Kamala gets 300 electoral votes, it's like it's possible she can get that. Or if Trump gets 300, it's like, it's possible for him to get that. But I think in the real weeds of it, if you think about the economy, if you think about just how people, because it's not about what's the truth of the matter, it's about the perception of the matter. And it's in all these elections, it always comes down to that one simple question. It's the economy, stupid. It's how people vote with their pocketbooks. When you go to this grocery store and milk is $10 a jug, and you're like, what the hell happened? And people vote their pocketbooks. And I think that's been underestimated, but I also think you can't underestimate what happened 2 years ago in the midterms when we're supposed to have that red wave. The people.
Here it is. Apparently, he liked frequenting a porn store next to his job or something.
Oh, who doesn't? Come on.
Well, that might be a requirement for politics.
Come on.
I don't know.
So, but
what state is this? North Carolina.
North Carolina.
North Carolina. But
they're sensitive.
But right now, what do you guys? I'm assuming you guys both think Trump is going to win. How do you think it's going to be a landslide, or do you think it's going to be close?
I think that whoever wins is going to be a strong win. I've felt that for a bit. Either everybody's wrong, and I bet with you, Nate, on that. I bet for the popular and the electoral vote that Trump is going to take both. But I think that if he doesn't, he's going to lose both. So I just think.
So
I think it's going to come down to
if he loses, but the popular.
I think that honestly, if Trump pulls it, he's going to pull it strong. Like he'll get 3-4 points in the whole blue wall. He'll sweep the blue wall. He'll sweep Nevada. He'll sweep Arizona and Georgia, and that the polls will show that 5-point discrepancy or whatever that they typically show from 2020, 2016. They've been wrong. But then there is the problem that they could be wrong the other way. We just don't know. I mean, have they been trying to overly correct to narrow things down? I don't know. But the momentum and the enthusiasm seems to be more towards Trump, anecdotally. And you even have people like Van Jones piping up saying, I don't think she's really closing the gap. I don't see it. You have David Axelrod coming out and saying, she's not connecting with people. She's just not doing it. And David Axelrod, he's a complete team player. And I think that he wants to distance himself from her because he's got to work next round. If he's like, oh, yeah, she's going to get it. She's going to get it, blah, 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 blah. Well, he looks like an idiot. He can't get a job later. But they can hold on to Alan Lichtman. Tell us about Alan Lichtman and his prognostications, or how do you say that?
Prognostication?
Prognostications, right?
Prognostication, right?
Prognostication.
Let's all say it together as a group. Prognostication. Thank you, Nate.
Well, they're in Boca Raton, Florida, in a room full of people, right? So I'm in my my
well, they're all these people are naked, so we can't turn the camera around. It's kind of a nudist colony in Boca. It's called Boca Nude. Started in 1978. A lot of these people are past their prime, Nate, so I'm afraid to look out at them. But yeah, they like being naked. I can't stop them. They're a lot of them are really diehard Trump people.
One thing I do love, though, is you really get to see the people's political biases and how much of a political bias they have from one side or the other based on this election. Because everyone who I know who's a loving Democrat, Kamala's going to win, predicting Kamala wins. Everybody who I know is a loving Republican, predicting Trump win. So it's one of those.
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't have anybody really on the line, because it could go. This is one of those few elections where it could go either way. But I would honestly be surprised if Trump lost. I would be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm half Irish and half Jewish. The storytelling Irish part wants Trump to win, but the Jewish part has to buy drinks for every battleground state that he wins. So I'm really torn.
Well, do you think we'll have a repeat now? Eric, you were saying about 2020 and 20. So 2020, well, 2016, the polls were horribly wrong. 2020, the polls were wrong again, but and it was wrong leaning toward Trump. But in 2022, you had
no. It's wrong. No. It's wrong leaning towards Biden. But the difference is that in 2016, Hillary was shown as like 2 or 3 points ahead. Trump won. Biden was shown as 7 points ahead, and it was down to 2. So they were wrong about the same amount in both elections. It's just that Biden had a much bigger number, and Trump didn't pick it up.
I suggest, you can't blame the polls. You got to blame the Ukrainians for the mess that we're in. It's not the polls.
The Ukrainians. No, well, but what I said was, in the mistakes, in both elections, the mistakes were toward Trump. In other words,
we're against them. Yeah.
They underestimated Trump's vote. But I think in 2022, they tried to adjust for the Trump vote,
but Trump wasn't on the ballot.
But I'm saying they were trying to adjust for that vote to say, okay, well, since we underreport, those conservative Trump voters, we're going to try to overestimate, and then they went the opposite way. So I'm thinking right now, you could have a situation where they're so scared that they haven't captured that Trump vote, they could be overestimating it. But I think
it could be. That's the fear
right now. I think what you're saying is correct, because for Biden to win Michigan and those other states, they were saying he's up by 8-10 points or whatever, and he barely by. So all these, so when Eric says he thinks Trump is going to win all the swing states, I think that's legitimate. I think you can technically, that's logical to understand based on previous history. But what do you guys think about the young women vote, though? Because the young and women vote have really, really come out for Harris.
Or which education group, though, Nate?
You're talking about college. You're talking about young college-educated people, young women. They're getting a lot in.
Yeah, they already are.
Too. They're all, because don't forget, with them is turnout. Young people, there's actually more young people, but turnout is where. That's why all political ads are placed during Wheel of Fortune and what's it called? Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy have the most political ads.
Truth and Consequences.
That's where most older people watch. So that's where all the political ads are.
I mean, well, Nate. Yeah. So Democrat anyway. And now it's a question again of turnout. So depends on how motivated they are. They may be up high or lower, but when they're already going that direction, I mean, it's not as impactful as, say, the black vote or Latino vote, which Trump has been making very serious inroads. I don't know if that'll hold up. Quite often it'll show, hey, the Republicans are doing better, and then it drops. But again, I'm going to quote Barris on that. According to Barris, those gains disappear by Labor Day without fail, except they're not disappearing. They've been getting, still there all the way through late October into early November. So it could still disappear at the polls. I don't know. Or there's the alternative, Nate. I mean, are they going out and vote? Because from my understanding, the turnout is soft right now in the black vote, Latino vote, and people like that.
Yeah, I think early vote. See, early vote is.
But the early vote is a Democrat stronghold. Is they run up the early vote, and then the Republicans will try to catch up on election day.
But see, I think that was a one-time thing, because I think the early vote thing.
The guy's here himself to tell us.
Who?
Uh-oh.
Rich, is that Rich?
We love you over here. Come on back, all right? Talk to you soon.
All right.
Jason Corley from Quantus Insights, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, I'm going to pull him out for a second. I think he's on the phone. So when he comes on camera, I'll
jacket.
So yeah,
people want to get on this show all of a sudden. What's going on?
I know. Hey, I want to get on this show.
Now it's back up in Georgia.
What is it about 1%?
What's it?
58.
58. It's a,
oh.
Yeah.
Oh, 8%. Okay. So it's going to do that all night as they dump in the different areas, I'm sure.
Yeah, right now Trump is up 53 to 46 in Florida. Woof. Nice.
Yeah, he's killing it in Florida. Oh, by the way, he won Guam, it appears, Nate. So it's all over.
Oh, Guam. Too bad there.
But he's also up in Virginia, last I checked. Nope, Virginia's blue again.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Right now, he's killing it in Georgia. Trump is up 58 to 41% in Georgia. But it's still early. It's only 8% of the precincts reporting. So only 8% in Georgia. But he's up in Georgia. And Virginia, yeah, Virginia's blue now. But it's still tight, though. Virginia's super tight. And none of the blue counties have come in, so it's going to be interesting.
All right. It says he's ready.
There he is.
Rich,
what's up, guys?
Rich.
Hey.
How's it going?
Rich Barris, ladies and gentlemen.
We're in your old stomping grounds, Rich, Florida.
Yeah, you see Florida?
Yeah, we're in Boca. We're here.
So you're looking at the map in Florida right now, no doubt. And what's up, Nate? Long time no see, bro. What's going on?
Nothing much, Rich. Just so everybody knows, because you're on my channel too. Me and Eric had to check Rich out because we were like, is Rich an accurate pollster? And come to find out, Rich is like one of the most accurate pollsters out there.
I try to tell you.
So
listen,
we
two very big developments happened that I just want to tell you guys about. It's really
important. Please, go
ahead. Who's listening to. Donald Trump has flipped Duval County in northeastern Florida. Okay, Joe Biden won this county by a little bit over 4 points. He won it 51.3 to 47.4. All right, so about 4 points, let's call it. And why I'm watching this is for a few reasons. There are a lot of educated white voters in Duval. He won it in 16, but he lost it in 20 to Biden. And even though he won Florida by a larger margin, but if he wanted to win Georgia, right, and he wants to make sure there's no problems in North Carolina, okay, that's why this got so tight with Biden in 2020. He cannot lose with college-educated whites as badly as he did in 2020, okay, and that's actually what cost him independence in places like Georgia. We know he's going to do better with Hispanics in South Florida. He's carrying Miami-Dade 4 points by a margin 4 points larger than my poll suggested. But Duvall matters because Duvall has a very, very predictive value relationship, just to put it simply, with Georgia.
Yeah.
It moves with Georgia, and Georgia votes about 2 points, 3 points to the right of Duval County. And it has been like this for a while. It's really cool.
You're saying, Rich, you're saying that what happens in Duval County happens in Georgia.
Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying. And right now, CNN, you guys, if you've been following me for a while, you all know I absolutely hate exit polls. I think particular state. I think that's third world stuff. You don't do that. Mexican cartels use exit polls to influence elections. We're supposed to be the United States of America. But if this exit poll is correct in Georgia, Donald Trump is at 20-something%. What was it? 24% among black men. And which is unbelievable.
Crazy.
And he also has 11 points among independents. Right now, by the way, I'm giving this all to you. Trump is about a 61% chance of winning this election when all said and done. Where he's at right now in the DD model. So, we'll see how this goes. But again, these are pretty big developments. The Harris campaign was arguing it doesn't matter if the electorate is too Republican. We're going to win independents by such a big margin. We're going to overcome that. And Biden was able to do that in 2020 in some of these states. But she's losing independents by 11 points in a state that is R+5. I mean, it's not good.
But Duval County.
Rich, what's the deal with Iowa and that poll by that Des Moines Register woman?
Ooh, you're asking me about the Seltzer poll, are you? Let's just get in.
Yeah, I'm going
in Iowa really soon, and we're going to find out whether Seltzer just had a bad miss or what happened here. Because listen, I've been polling Iowa parallel to Ann Seltzer for years. I used to have a great amount of respect for her. I got to tell you, though, there's some things that she's done, boys, that you really should know. If you're going to talk about Seltzer's poll, we have to talk about some things about Ann Seltzer. One is in 2020, Mike Cernovich and he got it from a totally different source, apparently. Both were able to obtain the results of the CNN Des Moines Register poll before the Democratic caucus. We were given it by people who were, at least in my case, by somebody who was pissed that Ann Seltzer didn't push back and on basically CNN pushing her to dump the poll because Biden was in fourth place. They used this excuse about Pete Buttigieg not being on the ballot in one of the interviews. That was a foil. Pete was happy to be the foil because he actually thought he was going to win Iowa. He didn't want one of the most famed pollsters showing the night before that he was down a little bit to Bernie Sanders. So he was happy to play the foil. And
because he was gay, Rich, or what?
What? The real story,
because
though, Biden did not want that poll out because he was in fourth place. And as a pollster,
you said gay, and he said about pulling out. Okay, this is getting out of hand.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right.
And as a pollster, you do not cave. All right. So fast forward 6 months, Barnes and I are live polling on what are the odds together. We're doing Iowa, and it's very clear it's a Trump +8. We're on the show, and Ann Seltzer puts out a poll showing a tie with Biden. It was just absolutely ridiculous. I mean, there was never a tie. She heard it at the end, so she didn't have to be wrong. Public opinion doesn't move like that, folks. It's all about who's going to vote, and maybe it moves a little bit, but it does not swing 7 points. This year, it's 24 points she swung that poll. That's insane.
Right.
It doesn't
was she doing it for the betting market, Rich? I mean, why was she doing it?
Honestly, from what I am told, something happened to Ann Seltzer after the January 6th event. And like so many other people that are very much in the professional class, it broke her brain. And I'm not saying she did it on purpose. I'm saying that very clearly from these other results, she's going to be wrong. All right. If we were going to see anything indicating that Ann was right, we would have saw it in Pike and Vigo counties in Indiana, and it didn't happen. Trump is going to outrun his 2020 margin in Indiana by about 0.8.
This woman is willing to blow up her reputation for January 6th.
I think what happens to any pollster, like it could happen to so many other people, is you start to see things you want to see, boys. You know, like it's a confirmation bias or an affirmation bias, right? You want to believe something and you see it in the numbers even when it's not real. And I think that's what happened here with Ann. Look, Republican registration has skyrocketed. To come out with a D+ electorate in the state of Iowa is completely unjustifiable. And I don't weight by party, but I don't think in recent years, I have ever pulled a raw sample that was D+3. I don't think it's ever happened. Even with the most extreme response biases, the closest we ever got was R+3, R+4. You know, that's it.
How about 2022, Barris? 2022, because she came out with the argument that supposedly it was the radical response to abortion. So in 2022, that would imply that they went out like crazy and voted. What happened in 2022 in Iowa?
All right. The problem with that, and by the way, Trump just ticked up to 64.5% chance. The problem with her explanation, which makes me even more suspicious of her now, even more than I have been, because I have private information I just haven't shared with the world about Ann because I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. But that explanation made me even more suspicious because the abortion vote wasn't even the reason for that margin. The number one issue in her poll was protecting democracy. Abortion was way behind that. Boys, immigration was only cited by like 4% of the poll as their number one issue. It's Iowa. Inflation was only 7%. Come on, give me a break. You know, she saw what she wanted to see and she ran with it. You guys got 2 minutes.
Okay. I have a question too, Barris. Earlier, you were tweeting, and it was making a lot of people nervous that it sounded like you were saying that Kamala brought in seasoned professionals at the last minute. Where were you going with that? Because people are freaking out, including me, going, I don't want to hear about her seasoned professionals.
Well, she did, but it wasn't even intentional. What it was going on behind the scenes is that you have Democratic strategists are freaking smart. Okay. The Jim Messinas of the world, the David Pluffs, the David Axelrods, you may not agree with them out there in, homeland, but these are smart men. All right. And they know how to win elections and they know how to motivate people. Biden has also some pretty smart people around him on how to win elections. He is a bad candidate, or he is now because of his senility. But once upon a time, he was very jovial. If you're a guy anyway, he was cool to be around. If you're a woman, you were going to get sniffed. But if you were a guy, he was cool to be around. And, he was easy to sell to the electorate. What had happened is there was some friction between the Harris teams and the Biden teams and the Obama teams. You remember Obama, his team leaked to the New York Post. He said, I don't think she can beat Trump. That's because she outmaneuvered Obama with the switcheroo. Obama didn't want her. Obama wanted somebody else, but because she was in DC and she made what I understand to be about 45 phone calls, she outmaneuvered him. And they kind of ran apart for a bit until it became clear about 10 days ago that she may have a turnout problem. There may be an issue, getting people to the polls for her, getting the early vote in. And they were, calling, hey, you need a hand. Hey, this isn't working. Hey, we got to do something different. She never really did return either calls from the Biden team or the Obama team. And eventually they just said, you're not picking up. Okay, we're coming. And they started coming to Philadelphia. They went to Milwaukee. They went to these other places last minute to try to get the vote out. We even polled, he was a 36-year-old black man in Philly. We even polled, he was only a 2020 voter. He did not vote, really much at all before that. But he was.
You're talking about Nate Brody, right?
Basically, this guy told us that he's not voting because they told him Trump was Hitler and Biden wasn't senile, and they lied to him about everything. So while he's not down to vote for Trump, he just wasn't going to vote. And they had knocked on his door in the last couple of days multiple times, like, hey, you still haven't handed in your ballot. And he told them, stuff it. I'm not voting for it. And he didn't. So, I mean, this is
but they do stuff ballots, I thought.
Save this.
People are persistent, huh, Rich? They knock on your door every single day.
Oh my God! Especially those unions, they'll absolutely.
What's that called? Nate, is that a no-knock warrant? I mean, how do these people get in?
Well, then they're not the government.
Like
The
I got a
government
boogie
can't.
here, boys, but I'll come back.
Okay.
All right.
So you come back tonight. Are you going to come back tonight, or?
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to squeeze in. Yeah, we'll pop in and out.
Yeah, go do something with your kids and come back later.
All right, guys, all the best.
Before you go, just the FYI, they just called West Virginia for Trump.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's Eric Hunley.
Shocking. All right, thank you, Rich.
So
all right.
Trump is one.
West Virginia? Yeah. Thank God, not a swing state. Thank you.
23. He's got 23 electoral votes now to Kamala's 3. So
I don't know.
What'd you say, Nate?
He's got 23 electoral votes to Kamala's 3. So we're seeing what happens with this.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's so early. So much time to go.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Is right.
Oh, Kentucky looks good.
Yeah, we won Kentucky already, essentially.
Yeah, he's going to win Kentucky pretty easily.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to.
Oh man.
It's so crazy to see how everything is going though. Oh.
Are they all 4
o'clock? We'll go to. Let's see. We go to. You want to bring in?
If they're here.
I don't.
Yeah.
Well,
we'll just send a link to the next person.
With that being said, let me get out of.
I see. I don't see it.
Okay.
I will see. Let me go back to my stream so I don't lose you guys. Let me make sure I can go back to my stream. But
what do you see? You back over there? What are you looking at up in the sky? What is that?
I think they're called ceiling cats.
He's got ceiling. He's got TVs on the ceiling.
I
love that.
Up on the walls. That's why I'm like looking.
Oh, I got you. Okay. Thought you were doing a Stevie Wonder thing.
They told me my mic is too hot, so let me turn my mic down a little bit. All right. Well, let me go back to my stream and see what the hell.
Yeah, go back to yours, or you will come back later.
I will definitely be back here a little later, guys. So you guys take care. All right.
All right, Nathan.
All right. All right. So, oof. Oh, look, ceiling cats. Yes. He said I had ceiling cats, which is crazy. Let me pull up the election map so we can see what's going on, and then I'm gonna go stop and see what uncivil law is talking about. So, election map is starting to get filled in. We got West Virginia for Trump. Let me put this up here because I am always looking up. Here we go. So we are right now filling in. Florida is looking good. I'll show you guys what Rich was talking about. Rich was talking about this county up here. He said this county votes with Georgia. This is Duval County. And Duval County, Trump, it's essentially a dead heat, 49%, 49%. So it's pretty tight in Duval. But he says if Trump wins Duval, he's probably going to win Georgia. Another shocker that I think a lot of people aren't, Miami-Dade, which was reliably blue, but now is shockingly a 11-point spread for Trump. So Trump is up in Miami-Dade by 11 points, over 500,000 votes. Broward County is Harris and Palm Beach is Harris. But the big county, Miami-Dade, that is Trump. So Trump is looking good. Duval, has Duval in fact gone red? No, Duval it's red, but it hasn't been expected. We had 78% of the vote, and you only have like maybe 1,000 vote difference in Duval County. So it looks like, you can pull it up, but we still got a lot of vote to go, and it's really close. So we'll see if she can catch him. Let's see what Georgia's doing. Let's go back to Georgia. Let's see how things are going in the great state of Georgia. So this is Georgia now. Georgia overall, but the problem is that, see, this Douglas County, DeKalb, all this is all the Democratic vote. None of that's come in yet. None of that Democratic vote. Fulton County, Fannie Willis, nothing. DeKalb, nothing. Clayton, nothing. All these are these are the Democratic stronghold counties. So nothing's coming for that yet. But right now, Trump is up 62 to 38%, but this is so super early because all these other counties, like this county, 4,000, 5,000 people, these aren't really big counties. You're really talking about Fulton County where it's at. So that's what it's looking like in Georgia. South Carolina it's gonna go for Trump. He's up 62. I'm surprised I haven't called this one yet. South Carolina is probably automatically gonna go for Trump. That seems like a safe bet. North Carolina we were talking about earlier. Right now, nothing looks like it's certain. Harris is up in North Carolina with 2% of the vote in, 67, 32%. So that's really not really. And Virginia, Harris is up monstrously big with 18% of the vote, but it's still early. They haven't called Virginia for either candidate yet. That's still going to be a tight race. So as of right now, Trump is 23 electoral votes. Ohio should go to Trump comfortably. He's up in Ohio, so that should go to Trump. They haven't called it yet, but I'm assuming Ohio is going to go for Trump. And the one that I'm pretty shocked that they haven't called yet, which is kind of shocking, is New Hampshire. New Hampshire generally is supposed to go for Harris, but right now it's not looking too good. You got Harris she's got a nice little lead here, but they haven't called it yet. Only 8% of the vote in. So let's see how that goes. Now, the polls in New Hampshire are saying that New Hampshire may flip. So New Hampshire, and we're also going to be looking at Iowa, because Iowa was another flipper. They say we're going to flip, but there's nothing in there yet. So, all right. So now we've taken a look at our map and see how our map is doing. Let's see what they're talking about on TYT. Let's see.
Who they're willing to see vote in any given moment. I don't know if you guys talked about it on the show. Stephen Miller had a tweet out that just said, if you know any man who hasn't voted, take him to the polls. Like, that is, my God. He's pragmatic. He understands that they're not likely to do well if women win. But like, imagine saying, I want one side. Like, I'm excited to see women flooding the polls, but I want men to vote too. I'm one of them. But they're very clear that they want only the specific voters that they like to vote and cut out as much of the rest as possible.
So I want to go to some of the people who are expressing opinions about Michigan, the Arab vote, the Muslim vote, etc. And by the way, the voter purges that they do and voter suppression they do, I should say, is not just the long lines in the Democratic areas. They also clean out the voter rolls, which you do have to do every once in a while, but they will then emphasize cleaning out Democratic areas more, where they don't actually clean out just the dead people or the people that moved. They clean out actual voters. So then when they go in to vote, they have trouble voting or can't vote. And we've talked about before, they will target Latino names, other names that they think are more likely to be Democratic. Kemp is there.
So let's look at, I'm just switching it to NBC.
Also remember that historically, women have turned out more than men in every election dating back to 1980. And so that is going to
until after midnight Central Time. We now believe that timeline has shifted 2 to 3 hours later into the night. There's more than 100,000 ballots that those clerks are going to have to work through. So the vote is still ongoing right now, but be prepared to wait as those results come in later tonight, guys.
All right, Shaq Brewster in Milwaukee. We're used to waiting for Milwaukee until the wee hours of the night. I want to go back to the table here. Hallie, you've been looking at some of the exit polls. I think you've got some North Carolina information and some interesting results.
So there's some conventional wisdom here, and then there's some data that flips the conventional wisdom on its head. So let's talk about that specifically as it relates to these age groups. We know, right, the Biden coalition in 2020 that propelled him to the White House involved young voters, right? And for our purposes, young is 18 to 29. In North Carolina, and I want to show you here, you can see that for older voters, and I'm talking senior vote here, former President Trump won those older voters. That is not unexpected. His campaign has long thought that he would do well with seniors. But here's what's interesting. Look at Vice President Harris. She's got 47% of the senior vote. She's doing better than President Biden did with seniors in 2020 in North Carolina. So she is outperforming where he was 4 years ago. Then you look at that youth vote, right? Again, not unexpected that Vice President Harris would have a slight lead. And I would say this is very close. We are waiting for more numbers to come in, more of these waves as they're called from the exit polls, but still interesting. But again, look at 48% for former President Trump. He is outperforming among young voters in North Carolina. So you have that kind of conventional wisdom. They're overall sort of winning the groups, at least to a degree that we thought they'd win. But each of them are overperforming on the sort of flip end of that.
All right. Well, Savannah Sellers is here to talk about a huge role that the youth vote could play in the outcome of this election. What have you been seeing? You've been tracking a lot of the polls leading up to tonight.
Yeah, I absolutely have. And first, I want to dig in a little further on North Carolina and what Hallie just said, because if we dig even deeper in and we talk about gender in that under 30, it's similar to the trends that we've been discussing. Trump has improved what he did with young men. Tonight, 60% in our NBC News exit poll there say they support him. That is up from 42% that voted for him in 2020. Whereas with Harris, she's performing even better than Biden did with women. 65% saying that they support Harris in this exit poll, when 58% actually supported Biden.
Is that just North Carolina, or is that a national
That's just
poll?
North Carolina. That's our North Carolina exit polling tonight. North Carolina is really interesting to me because I've been talking with college Democrat and Republican presidents on campuses there, but the college Democrats were so organized in this state. Like, what they did on these campuses was really amazing. They lobbied the state to have more polling places on campuses. They even had it be made that the student ID could be an acceptable form of ID on several campuses, which was not the case prior. We're also seeing this kind of play out to be right what we're seeing with that young men appeal for Trump seems to be working in some places. I'm interested to see if that continues throughout the night. We heard Gotti mention like those podcast appearances earlier in the night, Joe Rogan, Logan Paul, things like that. This seems to be where he is gaining that ground. I'm interested to see if it continues in other battlegrounds.
And just underscoring how important the young vote is, the Harris campaign tonight touting the fact that they have Paul Rudd, for example, out trying to energize college voters in Pennsylvania. Jennifer Garner as well.
Keep them in line.
Stay in line.
Mark Cuban is FaceTiming voters in a 4-hour line at UNC Chapel Hill right now.
It speaks to how close this race continues to be as these results come in. On the other hand, you have the Trump campaign saying, hey, we're seeing good turnout in Philadelphia, yes, in the Trump areas. We'll have to see how that actually bears out when we start to get results in Philadelphia. But it does speak to the fact that there's a real focus on this epicenter and on young voters.
And when we talk about young men in particular, and to the point that you're making here at the table, that the Trump campaign has really looked to turn those young men out, they're not typically the people who show up to the ballot box every 4 years. They're what's called those low propensity voters we've been talking about. I will tell you that the Trump campaign feels like they've been doing a pretty good job trying to turn those, not always voters into voters, at least this cycle, because for them.
Yeah, I think Trump does a very good job at turning out his base. Let's look at Patrick Bet David. He's on tonight. Let's watch him. Here we go. Come on, Patrick.
Did Bud Light lose when they made him the?
Take you back, Adam. I said, what is the most single important event? You're telling me about Dylan Mulvaney.
He's thinking about Dylan Mulvaney. I think that concept made every like-minded, sane person be like, what the hell's going on here? They're trying to pass this dude as a woman. I'd rather have an asshole named Donald Trump that gets GSD, get stuff done, versus some fluffy little lady boy and make everybody feel good.
Okay.
So I think that resonated a lot.
All right. I still didn't get my question answered. So, Rob, can you play a clip of yesterday's podcast? Elon Musk and Rogan. Who watched the entire podcast? Musk and Rogan.
Anybody watch?
Play this one clip from last night's podcast. Go ahead, Rob.
Well, I'll say it again, man. I think this was the last election. If Trump doesn't win, this is the last election.
I think you're
Rob,
right.
Can you raise the audio, please, so they can hear
I think
it?
you're right.
Okay,
I think people, and a lot of people are waking up and realize that have been lifelong Democrats. Guys like Bill Ackman.
Rob,
guys like
can you raise the audio,
Exactly.
please?
I can't hear you.
Well, I'll say
There
it
we
again, man. I think this is the last election. If Trump doesn't win, this is the last election.
I think you're right.
I think that's bullshit.
I think you're right.
That's
I think
bullshit.
people, and a lot of people are waking up and realize that
That's
they've been lifelong
Democrats
Democrats.
said.
Guys like Bill Ackman, guys like
The reason why I say that, I'm calling bullshit on that, because that's what the Democrats said with Trump. If Trump wins, it's going to destroy the nation. They're sounding like Democrats in 2016. And the reason why I know, because I was one of those crazy Democrats. If Trump wins, he's going to destroy the country. He didn't destroy the country. He did what he did and called it a day and lost the next election. Same thing if Harris wins. I think it's not going to be good. I don't think it's going to be a great thing, but I think America can survive Kamala Harris. If we can't survive President Harris, then we weren't a strong enough country to begin with. So, but again, this is how you motivate your people to come out. So,
Moth,
exactly.
Tulsi Gabbard switched over to the Republicans. Like, there's a lot of people who their whole life they've been left wing and they realize, like, I can't do this anymore.
You and I used to be Democrats.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
It's nuts, man. And if the Dems win this election, they will legalize enough illegals to turn the swing states, and everywhere will be like California. There will be no escape.
That is so insane.
This is the final.
Now that's the replacement theory. Now it's funny because Reagan he gave amnesty to a whole bunch of illegals back when he was president. And I think if Republicans kept on with that trend, they would have, the votes would be, because the people in South America, they're Catholics, Bible loving, all the social issues. The Catholics in South America lean heavily toward Republican. They're conservative Republicans, essentially, but they'll vote Democrat because of the big R words. The same thing with black people in New York. They are not for the trans issue. You talk about a lot of stuff. They are Bible thumping Christians, but it just is what it is. So much that South Carolina has just been called. So let's look. Let me look to see if.
Well, I remember when he called me about having him on a long time ago.
Yes.
And I think what he was worried about was that,
But they're looking at these numbers tonight and they're telling themselves this is the kind of rhythm they want for the rest of Georgia throughout the night. Only 25% of the vote is in. Trump is way on top. But again, 25% of the vote is in. Remember, we can show you guys where the vote is out. These giant bubbles, the bigger the bubble, that's how many votes still have to be counted. So you can see a lot of the rural counties, a lot of them are coming in. There's still some in the rural county that are out, but the big area, remember, 50% of the vote is going to come around the Atlanta metro region. Let's also talk about Pennsylvania, guys, because we're getting close to getting some information in Pennsylvania. And remember, this 2020, Joe Biden wins the state. It is going to be the keystone state and the key to the election tonight. Trump won it in 2016. The difference, about 40,000 votes. In 2020, he wins by about 80,000 votes. Biden does. The interesting that has happened, and we've learned a lot about Philadelphia, the counties around Philadelphia, places like Chester, places like Montgomery County. Those people in the know call it Munco. We'll talk to Hallie about that, as well as Kristen Welker as well. Delaware County, Delco, and.
But let's keep it real. The majority of black people in the Bronx and New York, they're voting for Harris. Let's just that. You may or the 10 people whoever voted for Trump, but New York and the Bronx is going heavily for Trump. Those black people in the Bronx, that's just the way it is.
Philadelphia County. This area right here, this makes up about 30% of the vote for Pennsylvania. We're going to be watching what happens here. What's interesting that happened here in 2020, so Biden actually underperformed Clinton, but he overperformed in those suburbs. So we'll be watching what happens there. You also have these swing counties here, the Lehigh Valley, Monroe County, part of the Poconos, Northampton, and Lehigh. Lots of Hispanics there. We're going to see what happens. And we are so honored to have both Kristen and Hallie, people who know about Wawa. They know about Eagles fans. They know about steaks. Come on. How good is Wawa?
Phillies.
Always,
the best.
Always.
But Tommy, you forgot to ask them cheesesteaks, wit or wit out?
Wit.
Okay,
whiz wit out, Bill.
Okay.
Whiz wit out.
All right. Well, we have a lot of time just to do Philly talk. We won't leave Pittsburgh out, but we got coming up on a poll close
Yeah,
here.
21 seconds until the top of the hour. Another poll close. We're going to hear from about 17 states here coming up at the top of the hour. And there's our election alert as we stand by, and the drama building now, because as we've been talking about, we're going to see Pennsylvania. Those are the other states that the poll closings are about to occur in fact about 1 second, and we'll be able to get some characterizations for you
Watch three
in
times.
just a moment. Look at those 8 o'clock poll closings. Here's an NBC News projection. State of Florida, NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win Florida and take its 30 electoral votes. The state of Massachusetts, Kamala Harris, the projected winner tonight with 11 electoral votes.
You came in right
Donald Trump, the projected winner in Tennessee tonight.
The map is filling
11
out.
electoral votes there. In the state of Maryland, NBC News projects that will go in the Kamala Harris column.
Obvious. That's the number.
We move on to the state of Missouri. NBC News projects that Donald Trump is the victor in Missouri when all the votes are counted. Here's what Alabama looks like. That will also go to Donald Trump. State of Oklahoma, this will be projected to go to Donald Trump.
Yep.
And in D.C., District of Columbia, 3 electoral votes at stake. NBC News projects that Kamala Harris will win there. So where does that leave us now on the road to 270? There it is, 90 for Trump right now, 27 for Harris, 270, of course, the magic number and the keys to the White House.
but we await calls in those all-important battlegrounds. And there are still outstanding states just as polls closed at 8 o'clock. We will wait for New Jersey, Illinois, Connecticut, and of course, Pennsylvania as well. Let's show you what we can right now in Pennsylvania. No surprise here. It is too early to call. North Carolina, same story. They do count fast there, but not fast enough to call it. It's still too early to call. Just 5% of the vote.
She's up in North
And
Carolina.
in Georgia, we're seeing a lot
I
more
called
of the
North
vote,
Carolina.
but still
If she
too
wins, I called
early
North
to make
Carolina.
a projection. Let's go to Tom, who's starting to look at some of the numbers here. And I see you've got Virginia up there, which is a potential bellwether, something that might give us some indication about how this night might go.
Yeah, and it's a state that we can look at to see how the suburbs are going to perform across the country. I know a lot of you guys know the D.C. area very well. 30% of the vote is going to come from these northern suburbs. It's a good barometer to know also how Harris is doing with suburban women. So let's go to 2020 to compare here. So Prince William County, it looks like Harris is slightly down with 75% of the vote in. This one stood out to me. 95% of the vote is in Loudoun County right now. Biden was at 61%. Harris is now at 56%. Again, there's a difference of about 35,000 votes. 95% is in, and we can actually see how much of the vote is left. Only about 3,600 votes remain in Loudoun County. So she's underperforming a little bit there. As we keep going here, Fairfax County, 45% in. She's at 68%. Let's see how Biden was doing there. 69, about the same. Something else that's interesting that's happening in Virginia Beach. This is a swing county. Trump won it in 2016. Biden was able to flip it. Tonight, Trump is on top, but only about 20% of the vote is in. A lot of the western part of the state, as we know, is going to be more rural. Some of that coal mining country, it's going to resemble West Virginia. We have some of the vote in a county like over here, Wise County. This is a good Trump barometer. He's at 78%. He was at 80% in 2020, but 41% of the vote is out. He's underperforming slightly. I guess the thing that sticks out to me, which it's too early to know if it's a red flag, but Loudoun County, again, this is a place where Democrats want to run up those votes in Virginia. Not that Virginia is in danger for Democrats because they were able to run up the score in 2020, but Trump in 2016 got close. He got within 5 points. A number like this, it's going to worry them a little bit, but I know you guys know much more about that area than I do.
Well, actually, we're honored to have a resident of the Commonwealth of Virginia with us, Chuck Todd. So, I mean, you look at that, those suburban collar counties around.
Now I'm going to pause this real quick because I want to see my boy Uncivil. What's going on, brother? I can't hear you because you're muted or your mic is broken. Oh, there you go. What's going on, bro?
Yeah, not much, man. Just having a great day. Just watching these results come in. So far, we have Harris with 35 electoral votes, Donald Trump with 95 electoral votes, Donald Trump with Florida, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, South Carolina, Kamala Harris with Massachusetts, Maryland, and Vermont, Connecticut, Rhode Island.
Yep, and then here's the Pennsylvania vote coming in. Right now, she's up in Pennsylvania, but it's gonna be it's 3% of the vote counted. So that's gonna be that's gonna be interesting. Thanks. This is from My Dog Stepped on a Bee, which was glorious. I remember that. My dog stepped on a bee. Thanks for everything you do. Nate, I really enjoy your channel. You're fair and balanced 100%. Haven't heard changes about the Canadian border. Thoughts? Haven't heard changes about the Canadian border. Thoughts? I don't know about the Canadian border. What's going on with the Canadian border? I don't know. You heard anything about the Canadian border?
Nope.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't know.
Last time I checked, it was in the same place it was before.
Because I know I know they have some border disputes, but Nate, you look in.
There's like that one island off the coast of Maine that's disputed, and I think it's about it.
Listen, I'm looking to be honest with you, whoever wins, I'm cool with. I'm cool with whoever wins. Do I have a preference? I have a preference of who I want to win. But I'm not freaking out because I believe in America. I believe our country is way stronger than any one person. One thing, there's a shocker that's going on in Texas. So Texas is in now, even though she's up because it's early and you have a couple of blue counties. But look at the Senate race in Texas. It's looking a little interesting. Ted Cruz, the Senate race in Texas, looks like Ted Cruz is down 61 to 37%, but it's 5% of the precincts reporting. It's very early in Texas, but will we have a blue senator?
That'd be very sad.
Now listen, I'm going to say it. I'm not a big Ted Cruz fan now.
He's not my favorite person.
It's like
he's not my favorite person, but
like Donald Trump called his wife ugly and his father assassinated JFK, and he goes and kisses his butt like we got to have some morals. But Ted, I think Ted's going to pull it out though. They always try to go after poor Ted, but he's going to pull it out. And right now, Republicans have a 42. They've locked up 42 Senate votes. Democrats have 32. So it looks like the Republicans are going to take the Senate. Back to the presidential race. Yes. And Pennsylvania, Kansas.
Well, if the Republicans get the Senate, then there's hope. Because then they can't get through like the worst excesses of the administration. So if the Republicans get the Senate, but Kamala Harris takes the presidency, then maybe it's not so bad.
I would rather it the other way around, though, but it is. Hold on, here it is. The amount of illegal crossings into upstate New York is literally so easy to cross. It's a joke. No wall, nothing, blah, blah, blah. Yes, but but just so everybody also understands too, New York has been busing migrants from New York City to Canada.
I did not know that.
Yeah. So that's been like a huge thing. Here, I'm gonna pull up the article.
How are they doing that? How are they getting them across the border without a passport?
Just like they came across our border without a passport.
Well, yeah, but you said they're busing them over, so they're not checking the buses.
I think a lot of those border crossings don't need it, but I don't think a lot of those border crossings are unmanned, so you can just drive across. Here is the article from Newsweek. Migrants ordered.
They offer tickets to the Canadian border. Oh, that's a slightly different proposition.
No, but they've been sending them. They've been sending them. And when you read through the article, they've paid to send them, and they were complaining up in Canada. Damn, all these ads. So it's very interesting. But it's always interesting when you like those liberal cities, we want migrants. Migrants come, and now they're busting them back. So it's insanity. the hypocrites. So let me go back to this. I wanted to show you. Let's go back to NBC and see what they're saying.
This Loudoun County, suburban Washington, D.C., Northern Virginia, where it seems that Kamala Harris is underperforming. And as you well know, the suburbs in the battleground states are key to her victory.
Yeah, listen, this is the witching hour. This is when it is very early. We have exit polls. And by the way, if exit polls were correct, I would be governor and John Kerry would have been president and Hillary Clinton would have been president. So I think we've got to take all of that with a big giant grain of salt and wait for the actual numbers to come in. Because as we all know, these come in from different places. Typically rural places come in before urban locations. So I think she's going to be fine in the suburbs. I think, and I don't think the exit polls will actually reflect accurately what will happen with independent voters. There are a whole lot of women that call themselves independents that don't vote for Donald Trump.
At what point in all this do you begin to let out a sigh of relief here?
If she wins Pennsylvania.
I think depending on what happens in Georgia and North Carolina, if by any chance she wins those two states, then I can breathe again. If she does not, then obviously Pennsylvania becomes even bigger. And
Pennsylvania is where this thing's going to go, man.
May be the closest margin in this race. I think it may be literally maybe 500 to 2,000 votes separating the two candidates. I think it's that close in Nevada.
Well, we're waiting polls to close there in less than an hour. Nevada and Arizona, those big Western battlegrounds, but we do.
Well, before we go there, let me take you back to the map so everybody sees what we got. So what you see darkened are the states that are counting votes. So we're getting numbers in for. Maine is still too close to call. And in Maine, we got Donald Trump winning by five votes with almost no precincts reporting, 0% of the precincts reporting. So Maine is too early. New Hampshire, which has been out for a while, Harris has a 9-point lead, but it's still too close to call because they haven't called that state yet. So we'll see what happens in New Hampshire.
Donald Trump has taken the lead in the count in Texas.
Here is Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, 5% of precincts reporting, but we're in an urban area, so that really doesn't really mean anything. Let's go to Texas. You said Texas. And Texas, Donald Trump has taken the lead in Texas as some more of these counties have come in. He is up 49.4 to 49.3. The Senate race is the race that I'm interested in too in Texas. Let's see how that's going. All red. It's still popping. And you see how this is red? Williamson County?
Williamson County is north of Travis. So it's surprisingly that it's red, to be honest.
So look, so it's 50-48 Cruz for the, but look how it comes out for the presidential race. When you go to the presidential race, come on. It's red.
Interesting.
It's actually flipped. Yeah, so people are splitting their votes against Cruz.
If Williamson County is voting Republican, that's really good for the Republicans.
But if one Republican,
that's Austin. I mean, Austin is Travis County, but that's the next county north is Williamson.
Yeah. Let's look at North Carolina, see what North Carolina's happening. So she's up in North Carolina. They still haven't called it yet because you have a lot of vote to go out there. You're only 8% in, so yeah, it's a long night here in this particular state. So I don't think. But PA is where it's at. PA is where it's at, baby. She's pulled a bigger lead, but again, it's just so early. 5% of the vote report. We're just looking at nothing here. Michigan's another battleground state that's up right now. Harris is up 73, but only 2% of the precincts reporting, so we ain't really got to worry about that until later. Is there any other and Georgia is the last battleground state we had to worry about. Trump is pulling away with it with 1.1 million votes. He's up 56 to 46, but we still have, let's see how Fulton County, 53% of the vote. This is actually good numbers for Trump. If Fulton County is 53% of the vote in, and he's still winning. So that sounds good for Trump.
How's Miami-Dade County looking?
The Cab, they're red. I'll go to Miami-Dade County right now. DeKalb County, which is another big county, so that hasn't come in yet. There's Douglas County too, which is big. Clayton County, 70% of that. She's winning Clayton, and I'm sure to see the Douglas County. Where's Douglas? Douglas should be Cobb County. Trump is winning Cobb. All right. It looks like Trump is going to pull out Georgia. Let me go to, you said go to Florida, right? Florida.
Yeah, I want to see Miami-Dade, see what it's reporting.
Miami-Dade is Trump by 11.
Yeah.
So Miami-Dade just totally flipped red. It used to be, for those of you who don't know, this used to be a Democratic stronghold, like strong.
Big time.
Totally flipped.
The fact that Miami-Dade is red is blowing my mind. It still blows my mind.
Yeah, it's just I can't even believe it. But this let me see. Projected winner South Carolina, Trump. So in 15 minutes, we have 4 polls that are going to close. We got Alabama, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania. 15 minutes ago, those are the polls that just closed. New Jersey closed too, but is New Jersey too close to call? Let's see New Jersey. It's in New Jersey. New Jersey is too close to call, but Kamala is supposed to win that. So we will see. It's a nail biter. Yeah, it's a nail biter, but that's what everybody predicts. It's a nail biter. Let's go back to see what they're saying on NBC.
Frankly, 4 days. So I guess this perhaps will be an indication of that. Josh Stein, the winner of the governor's race in North Carolina. Just a brief word about this controversial lieutenant.
This is a swing county. Trump won it in 2016. Biden was able to flip it. Tonight, Trump is on top, but only about 20% of the vote is in. A lot of the western part of the state, as we know, is going to be more rural. Some of that coal mining country, it's going to resemble West Virginia. We have some of the vote in a county like over here, Wise County. This is a good Trump barometer. He's at 78%. He was at 80% in 2020, but 41% of the vote is out. He's underperforming slightly. I guess the thing that sticks out to me, which it's too early to know if it's a red flag, but Loudoun County, again, this is a place where Democrats want to run up those votes in Virginia. Not that Virginia is in danger for Democrats because they were able to run up the score in 2020, but Trump in 2016 got close. He got within 5 points. A number of this already going to worry them a little bit, but I know you guys know much more about that area than I.
You watched this already.
Honored to have a resident of the Commonwealth.
Yeah, no.
Indeed.
One southern uncounted.
Let me move up because
So,
they just
I've been
underperforming.
No, that she's and we could because she's.
According to our exit poll nationally,
talking about Reading, Pennsylvania, trying to make sure
maybe 500 to.
Here we go. I'm
She does not. You know, independent voters or they can be president. And Hillary
I'm trying to find. They called the governor's race. So I'm trying to find where that happened at. Oh, maybe I missed it. Yeah, I saw they called the governor's race in North Carolina. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's right at
by fewer than 12,000 votes 4 years
Here
ago.
it is. Sorry
The other
about
thing
that,
that I think
people.
has accrued to Trump's favor in Georgia is the resumption of unity among Georgia Republicans. Remember, there was a huge fallout with Brian Kemp, the popular Republican governor there after 2020. Trump and Kemp made amends, although they rarely appeared together on the campaign trail.
no.
The two singing from the same hymnal in the race's closing weeks, along with a lot of these other Trump candidates, could be helpful to Trump in that state.
All right, Garrett, we have a call to make. This is North
Here's
Carolina.
the call,
The
North
governor's
Carolina.
race there. Josh Stein, the Democrat, takes the race there. He faced off against the Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, a very controversial candidate. And the polls had well, we talked about ticket splitting, where
not that surprised.
the presidency might be different than the vote down
Yeah,
ballot.
but now,
Perhaps
this would be now this is concerning for Trump, obviously, because the governor was polling at like 20 points up. So the governor, this guy, if the blue candidate is up 20 points, then you're going to have massive vote splitting to get Trump in there, because he's up by he's up 20 points. So I think that's what people are probably doing. They're probably rejecting Robinson and splitting the vote. But that's
I think it's quite possible.
Vote to split. That's a lot of vote to split.
this will be an indication of that. Josh Stein, the winner of the governor's race in North Carolina. Just a brief word about this controversial lieutenant governor candidate. You both are jumping to tell me who wants to take.
Let me just say one
We got
small
9 minutes to go here.
One small thing, which is this, because Kristen will get into, I think, how controversial this Republican gubernatorial candidate was.
That to me.
But just remember the ticket splitting piece. This is a state that has ticket split president, governor before. That's it, right? So this, I think,
They have a
people look at
Democratic
this-
governor right now.
That's
Roy
exactly
Cooper.
right. So if somebody's looking at this going, well, the Democratic governor won in North Carolina, doesn't that mean maybe that Vice President Harris is a lock? It does not. And just to throw that out there, this is a state that where Republicans know how to check a Republican for president and a Democrat for governor.
But this was a campaign on Mark Robinson's behalf. It was beset by problems.
beset by problems because he was determined that he posted some highly controversial comments on an adult website. And so the backlash was massive. This result was expected. The question is, that was, by the way, one of the controversies. I'm giving you the biggest one. The question is, will he drag down support for former President Trump? We don't know the answer, but we do know that in 2020, President Biden was not able to win this state because there was, in part, it's believed, a controversial Democratic candidate for Senate. And that did sink his chances. Now, just to zoom out a little bit, a Democrat hasn't won the state of North Carolina since 2008, when Barack Obama did it. Trump added 3 campaign stops in these closing days of the race.
Spent the whole
Tells you-
weekend there,
That's
3
right.
days
That's
straight
right.
in North
Tells you
Carolina.
How important this state is to his path.
Also a sense that it might have been slipping away and trying to shore up.
Absolutely.
Well, North Carolina was very, very tight in 2022. Trump won it, but it was right up there in terms of narrow margins.
Which is absolutely, and it's a good reminder that even if the electoral vote count ultimately has a pretty wide gap, these margins can be very tight, and those electoral votes, listen, they all go to the winner, right? So that's what matters here in a state like North Carolina.
Well, we already talked to Garrett Haake, who was in West Palm at Trump headquarters. Let's go over to Peter Alexander. He's at the Harris headquarters in Washington.
Hey, Savannah, you just heard from Garrett a moment ago talking about how Donald Trump's team seems to be satisfied that he is doing a bit better with those Black and Latino voters right now. Similarly, the Harris campaign feels good that she is outperforming with white voters over Joe Biden's performance with them in some of our early exit poll indications in parts of the country right now. One thing they're keeping an eye on. Another thing I'm hearing from senior officials within the campaign as they get ready to start the program here is that they are seeing really good enthusiasm among those youngest voters, those college students in particular right now. They're talking about long lines. You know what? Let me do this. To start in the Star Spangled Banner, I'll give it back to you with respect to our country, then we'll come back in a moment.
All right, Peter, that is Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C. We've got Tom Yamas over at the big board.
Yeah, we're talking Georgia, right? Because it is so close. A reminder here, we're talking about Democrats feeling a little hopeful in North Carolina, Republicans feeling a little better about Georgia. If they swap, right, if Democrats win North Carolina and Republicans win Georgia, they're both 16 electoral votes. We're back to square one where we were in 2020. Let's talk about Georgia tonight, because what we're seeing is both camps are overperforming. So it's going to be a nail biter. Remember, in 2020, it came down to about 12,000 votes, a little under that. Let's start in Atlanta, the metro region. Cobb County, we have 57% of the vote in. And let's see how Biden did, 56%. This is actually, Cobb County tells the story of the Atlanta metro region. Newt Gingrich represented Cobb County. And look how Democrats have been able to run up the score. From Romney in 2012, Clinton flips it, and look how they're growing the margins. And tonight, that's exactly what Kamala Harris is doing. She's growing the margins in Cobb County. Let's go around. Let's see what we have in Fulton. Fulton, 53%. Let's see how that compares to Biden, 72. She's holding her own around the Atlanta metro region. Let's see over here. Gwinnett, we only have about 1% in, not really worth a discussion there. Clayton County, 70% in, slightly overperforming Biden. That's pretty good. We'll keep moving. Henry County, 1% in. This is one of those swing counties we can talk about. 1% in. I don't know how much we're going to be able to say there. Rockdale County, again, those Atlanta suburbs, 77% of the vote in. She's overperforming there. Okay, that's Harris. That's the Democrats. Let's go to these rural regions. Rayburn, 95% in. Trump at 78 in 2020. He's at 78 right now. You can see he's holding his marks. Union County, a little bit lower, but again, he's around the 80% mark where he should be, and overperforming in White County. Again, those are the rural counties.
No, this is a good question right here, Kurt. My stepdad will be for $5. You think there will be violence, riots, no matter who wins? With all the metal fences already up in DC, paranoid, fear-mongering, lamestream media. What do you think? You think we're gonna have another if Trump loses or if Kamala wins, we're gonna have riots in the streets again?
I think if Trump wins, there will be.
Let's go to Georgia's Black Belt, where they have counties with lots of African-American voters. Here in Doherty, this is about 70% African-American.
If Trump loses or wins?
If Trump wins.
Actually, I think either way. If Trump wins, we're going to be laughing either way. Because I'll tell you this. Whoever loses is going to say the election was stolen. Obviously.
Sure.
It's an obvious thing. So I think you're going to have a bad thing wherever. This was Dark Elf says if Kamala wins, we go to war. With who?
American here, slightly overperforming Biden. So again, guys, what I'm trying to say here is that right now, it's very similar to what we saw in 2020. Trump seems to be hitting his marks where he was in the rural counties, in those African-American counties and around the Atlanta region. Democrats are hitting those marks. It's going to be very close. It's one of the reasons why when we click on Georgia right here, it is literally just too close to call, guys.
All right, Tom, we got a lot ahead here. We're going to take a break and then another state closing its polls. Which candidate will it bring closer to those crucial?
All right, so let's take a quick look at our map to see what's going on. So we have the live map up, and let's see if anything has changed. So we got DC, Maryland, Massachusetts, and Vermont. They all went for Harris. We had all these polls close. Jersey, I'm surprised Jersey still hasn't been called. Yeah, so let me see. Let's see how Georgia is looking from the vote count. Trump is up by 300,000 votes in Georgia. So that's looking great for Trump. Looks like he may pull out Georgia. North Carolina, the other swing. Harris is up, but it's still just 12% of the vote. So that is looking bad. Let's look at what's going on in Texas. It's gotten a lot tighter in Texas. So it's about 200,000 votes separating them. And don't forget, you still have to get the counties down here with the Houston, so you have a lot of Democratic votes out there. But sure, this should be a safe Trump state. Let me see. Let me peep into the Senate map on Texas, see what's going on. It's wild. I would never thought a blue Democrat would be up. Let's look at the Florida. Florida, they said Rick Scott, he won easy. It's done. It's easily won re-election. West Virginia. Let's see, West Virginia. They haven't called it yet, but it looks like they're going to send a Republican to the Senate. And yeah, so obviously the blue states sending blue people, red states sending our people, and these other ones are just too close to call. Michigan is too close to call for the Senate map too, but their senator seems to be up. So what's your prediction for this election? I never even asked you. What do you predict for this election?
I'm nervous. I'm very nervous.
Yeah.
I'm incredibly nervous.
But why though? It's like I see everybody. It's like why is everybody so nervous? It's like we do it through this every 4 years. All this anxiety to wake up tomorrow and be like, all right, I got to deal with it. I think everybody's kind of building up that anxiety for what reason? Do you really think it's going to be that bad?
Yes.
If Kamala wins?
Yes.
Ooh. Let me see. This is Nate. Nate, the lawyer. If Trump loses, you think they'll put him in jail or try to? No, but if he loses, all bets are off. If he wins, I think they don't have any issue. The map automatically refreshes. So I hope they don't put him in jail. But I'm assuming the New York, because don't forget he's still got to be sentenced on the New York thing. So if he wins, I'm assuming that's going to go away, and all the federal stuff goes away. So I don't really think Trump has anything to worry about. But the good thing is that this will be the last election.
Harris is a completely empty suit. She just speaks in nothing but talking points, and when she's pressed, she resorts to just truisms and cookie cutter fortune cookie sayings. She has no depth to her.
Yes, see that's the thing. I think a lot of people are voting against Trump versus for Harris, if that makes sense. I've been saying it all night. Like I can't find reasons to vote for Harris except for abortion. If abortion's your thing, if you're a one issue voter, abortion's your issue. But that's any Democrat, anybody in that thing. So it's like, why vote for her particularly versus just anybody who's running on the Democratic thing? So people saying refresh. I'm refreshing again. Refresh. But the map automatically refreshes. See, so it's still good. Thank you, Andy, for becoming a member. Map is still good. So we refreshed the map a couple of times, and it still looks the same. But Trump, I think he's got 99 votes now. So we will see. Let's go back. Let's see what Philip DeFranco's doing. I'm putting up Philly D.
It's not. We're all together. I try and I'll be honest. Like I have concerns if it does not go the way that I want it to go. I will always root for this country. I will always root for most of the people that disagree with me, because not all. Some people are fucking insane. But I try to believe that everyone, they just want to live like a happy, fulfilled life. Most everyone wants to live a happy, fulfilled life and spend time with their family and do things that make them happy and not inflict pain on others. But, I don't know. I like to think back to a time where it's like a lot of the people had the same goals and just different beliefs in how to do it. And that's not a number of the issues that we are currently looking at with this election.
Phil is coping hard. I think he's seeing the number, because the numbers aren't looking good. He's coping.
Well, I hope he's right.
Right now, whether you're in North Carolina or Pennsylvania or
I feel like I'm coping. We're both coping.
On the ground. I've talked to the team that's running the ground game in all of these states. They have never seen this kind.
All right, let's go to the battlegrounds. Georgia's race for president too close to call at this hour. 53% of the vote in, just too close to make a prediction there. Pennsylvania too early to call. They're just getting started in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And North Carolina also too early to call. We do have more vote there, but we're just not in a position yet to call those races. However, Tom, as I go to you, these are some of the races. Georgia and North Carolina, these are fast counters. And we may be able to make a call by the middle of the night or in the early hours this morning, and that would be quite telling.
Yeah, our decision desk guidance is that Georgia and North Carolina both improving the way they tabulate votes. We should have a projected winner some point tonight. Those will be the two first battlegrounds that we hope to project and we hope to call at some point earlier tonight. But we'll have to wait and see. We're ready for anything. We could be surprised by anything. I want to talk about Virginia for a little bit, and a caveat here, as Chuck Todd reminded us. Northern Virginia, the suburbs, they do sort of report late. That vote is still coming in, but we still see some troubling signs for Kamala Harris, at least in some of these counties. So Biden was at 61%,
Virginia.
95% of
Flip
the vote is in.
Virginia. I remember when it was reliably red. It wasn't that long ago.
So not a lot of votes going to come in. She's at 56%.
Do you remember when Virginia was reliably red?
61% was where Biden was. As we keep going around, my team flagged another county. Fairfax County, she's doing fine. Prince William, though.
Just so everybody knows, they just called Arkansas. Arkansas is going to Trump, so he just picked up Arkansas, but that's not everybody's,
Underperforming here as well. 80% of the vote is in. Biden was at 62. She's at 58. Again, these are suburban women, highly educated, college degrees, sort of your establishment Democrats. These and a growing area of Virginia as well. A lot of people move here for the jobs, to work in government as well. Again, it's still very early. We're still waiting for all the votes to be called in Virginia. An area we watch too is Chesterfield. This is just south of Richmond. African Americans who originally lived in Richmond moved out to places like Chesterfield and Henrico as well. It's one of those swing counties. Biden won in 2020. Trump won it in 2016. So we're keeping an eye on it. And you see, this is where Biden was in 2020. This is where Kamala Harris is tonight, 49.4. But there's only 35% of the vote in. So still a lot of vote to be counted there. So we're going to stay and watch that. As we move further west, we have some counties out here, rural counties. This is County. This is Trump country near West Virginia. You can see 94% in. He was at 80.4 in 2020. He's at 81.6. Again, how does he win states like Virginia? They're going to run up the votes in the suburban areas, the Democrats. He runs up the votes in the rural areas. So that's going to be good there for the Republicans if they want to hold those marks. Virginia Beach, this is another area we're going to be watching. Again, an area that sometimes tends to swing. Trump with 48% in 2016. Biden was able to flip it 30% in. Again, still early, but Trump is ahead there. So we're watching Virginia, guys, and we'll see what happens. We're still waiting for some of the vote to come in here, but some signs that, maybe trouble Democrats, maybe they trouble Republicans as well. We're going to have to wait. Back to you guys.
All right, we shall wait. We do have a key projection right now.
Okay,
the state of Delaware, the home state of the sitting president, Joe Biden, will go for Kamala Harris as expected. Here's how the vote shook out, just 48% in, but this is an easy projection with the margins as they are expected to be. So here's where we fill out our map at 8:30 on the East Coast. Delaware being added to the tally for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump leading as some of these big states in the South, which are expected to go his way, are starting to report in. Speaking of the South, we've got NBC News correspondent Allison Barber. She's in the key county of Gwinnett County, Georgia. First vote starting to come in there. And what are you hearing? We've got both campaigns really laser focused on this area.
Yeah, they care a lot about this county, Savannah. Let me just show you, because we've just started to see precinct captains coming in with their memory cards, with the votes that happened in person on Election Day. You see this line that goes out the door around. What you're looking at are all of the precinct captains from Gwinnett County. Ultimately, what they're doing is they're coming in here. They have with them little bags that are secured with the official election seal on the top of the envelope and memory cards, and at least 2 from each precinct that have the total of votes for today. So they come in here, they check in with these folks, and then they ultimately take their memory cards to the different election workers that are sitting around here, and they open up, they look at those envelopes, make sure they're sealed properly, make sure it has everything necessary by Georgia law inside of it, and then they send them back into this room here. Where
I don't care about the details in Georgia law. Let's check out Tim Pool. Let's see what's going on at Tim Pool's channel.
Everybody's as their money is coming in about who's spending on which candidate.
But all the different betting markets, like
all
across
the markets. No, I don't know.
Has the inauguration map changed at all since the last time you guys looked at that one? Because that's the one that actually
the inauguration bet.
Oh yeah.
So let me pull the betting odds. I believe we have the latest from RCP, but it's updated daily. So yeah, it's not up to date right now. Polymarket says 59. So this data is no good. This data is no good. It's changing too rapidly right now. For sure. But we have Polymarket inauguration. Trump is currently at 66% likelihood to be inaugurated.
I like this.
It's kind of wild. Other is at 2.6. People starting to get a little sure. It's looking like it's pretty good for Trump so far.
They realize that Jill Stein
an analytic was a mistake. They were like, oh, maybe not Jill.
Nevada leaning towards Trump, and the New York Times needle is big. Wisconsin just shifted a little bit more towards the Democrats on the needle. I don't know if it means anything, but they're projecting 279 as of right now for Donald Trump to win. Harris with a 1% popular vote margin.
I want to win everything. The popular vote.
We need it.
We need.
Oh, big news! Arizona just skewed heavily Republican, and it looks like Arizona and Georgia are going Republican. But I will say this too: the polling at the last minute showed Arizona wasn't even a swing state anymore. They basically took it off the map and they said it's Republican.
Really?
So yes,
that.
Yeah, I mean, I think most of us would agree that worst case scenario is going to be a close election. There needs to be the popular vote. It needs to be the Electoral College. It needs to be.
It needs to be decisive.
It needs to be undeniable.
That's what we were just saying. That I think right before you got in, that the worst case, they said best case. I don't know who was saying this. Trump wins big. Next best is he wins small. Ben Shapiro. Third is that Kamala was big. Worst case scenario, she wins by a small margin, because then people would be like, what are you talking about?
Or he wins by a real small margin too, because they're not going to be real happy about it.
Well, for the sake of our small businesses in our cities.
She will. She won't be able to
They're boarding up across the country. Did you see those videos today? I forgot which state it was, but they're
What do they call it? The plywood index. So it's looking good for Donald Trump if the plywood index is, if everyone's
can you bet on that?
plywood up.
Oh, big plywood.
Up.
People are going deep on lumber.
Is that
mills
why
right
wood
now.
prices are up? All the protests?
Wow, maybe.
Did you guys
That's
talk
not
about
unrelated?
Did you guys talk about whether you really think we're going to know tonight or not? Do you really think it's going to take a week?
I just voted in Maryland by mail, and I had to have it postmarked by today. But as long as it gets there by November 15th, it'll be counted. That's what they told me.
Yeah, see,
New York's November 12th. It's a similar thing. I went to college in Maryland and I had to vote by mail for the 2020 election, and I had to have it arrive by November 5th. I don't know why they changed it this year, like so quietly.
And it's being challenged by the Supreme Court. I think it's a circuit court in the Sixth Circuit, maybe. So they're saying it has to be in by the 5th. And but then we're going to see if that even becomes put to the courts. If they get challenged, if that actually goes through. I think it's the righteous thing to do personally.
Have we talked? Sorry, real quick. Have we talked about the Amish?
No, give it to me.
I want to hear all about
just turning out in droves.
Let me tell you, I want to ask Lisa's thought, because you live by many of these Amish, as do we. And there was this video that went viral where an Amish guy was asked, what's happening? Are they turning out, and who are they turning out for? And the guy said, well, our freedom has been affected. We were more free under Trump and less so under Kamala. And I found that to be a rather simple answer. But there was a story where apparently Democrat, federal regulators went into organic farms.
Amos's farms. I spoke to him on the phone. I was going to try to I was trying to get Amos on to come on actually and do a show on the culture war with Thomas Massey, right? Because he's on that raw milk.
So people understand what I do. I don't just we've looked at TYT earlier. We looked at Philo DeFranco. We looked at David Pacman. We're looking at Tim Pool. We're about to look at some other right-wing conservatives. I like to look at the entire political spectrum just to kind of see how how things are being absorbed on both sides. Obviously, you see the Trump people are very happy. The Democratic side is a little bit more nervous. So it gives us a good perspective. So that's why I'm watching Tim Pool. Yes, he is biased. Yes, I'm watching very biased people, but I like to see how things are going on both sides.
Campaign,
Me too.
And he obviously, it was hard to even get him on the phone because they don't believe in the technology, and he couldn't do the video. And he was like, maybe I'll send my lawyer. Anyway, but what happened was they came in and they seized his farm and put everything.
How much we distrust them, how much we see their lying. I do not know how to send that message any better than to reelect Donald Trump and to say, you know what?
Because it means they were irrelevant.
They were irrelevant. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
So was the question raised?
So just people understand, I turned it to the Daily Wire. So
if she loses, would they make her president for the last 3 months?
If she wins, would they make her president?
Well, why would?
Oh, I thought they said if he loses.
Yeah, I thought it was.
No, you're correct.
Yeah. So I had a thought on that it would be in our interest that she were president for 3 months. Then they can never say again, the first black woman president. They would have lost that idiotic, pointless. If there's something I loathe, it is tribalism. I remember when a beautiful human being, Joe Lieberman, was named vice presidential candidate under Al Gore. I mean, and I knew Lieberman personally. He was talk about an honorable man in politics, everyone recognized that. I didn't vote for him. My relatives did. And one of my relatives, who's a very, very bright and wonderful human being, said, Dennis, we finally think about it. A Jew vice president of the United States, and you're voting for the Republicans? And I didn't bother arguing, but I realized I don't think that way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe I need to look like my leaders. I don't believe I need to be the same ethnic group or religious group. There is no part.
You know, I agree with, this is Dennis Prager, obviously from Prager. I agree with him on this point, where when I'm voting for president, I don't say I'm voting for a black woman or I'm voting for a white guy. I think, whose policies best represent who I am, right? Whose policies can I look for and say, okay, and that's why, in this election, if I just line up all the policies and say, where do both these people stand on both sides? Immigration, I'm with Trump. I think his immigration stance is better, even though I know he killed the border bill and all that stuff. I just think his stance on immigration makes more sense to me. It just obviously makes more sense to me. Crime, I'm with Trump on crime. I think his position makes more sense to me. Abortion, I'm with Harris. I think her position makes more sense to me. But if you line up every individual issue, the Second Amendment, I'm with Trump. So that's why. So, I don't think Trump, I personally don't like Trump, but if I'm voting for someone based on the issues, I got to vote to the guy who I know is going to put the majority of things that I want in place. Now, obviously, it's going to be 1 or 2, 3. Now, you have those single issue voters, a lot of women for the abortion issue. You can't just change that. But I think if you line up 90% of the issues, I think most people would be in favor of Trump's policies than Harris's policies. And matter of fact, to be honest with you, I don't really know what Harris's policies are too much. I just know they shift based on who she's talking to. So, oops, let me finish playing Prager.
Part of me that understands why that is a beautiful idea.
But Dennis, don't you think that Valium-addicted, brain-dead, young women of mixed ethnicity deserve to see a president who looks like them?
It's been too long, really.
Isn't it to get certain insinuations out of your? We'll trust what we make more. We'll hit.
Let me change this to.
I remember that speech.
Now you know what? Now he was just talking about. I'm interested in the results from New York results. We're going to look at that in a second, but I just changed it from conservative Dennis Prager, and I just changed it to CBS. And obviously, you hear him talking about identity politics. We're not for identity politics. Listen to what we're about to walk into with this. So I'm going to play this right here so you can hear what we want to walk into.
For her to not campaign on gender, about and having to answer. Feeling that she clearly did not crack at that time. And
sorry, let me go back a little bit more.
So that's right. And she's and if you want to just look at women under 30, Harris, it's 63-35. So she's doing very well. Of course, Biden was 67-32. So his margin was bigger with women under 30 than hers was as well.
you know what has been so fascinating to watch in this campaign is how Kamala Harris herself has avoided using gender as something to campaign on.
What are you talking about? That's her whole campaign.
And I can't
Focus
help
on
but
women
think
and gender.
about the difference between this campaign and Hillary Clinton's campaign. I was there on election night in 2016 when she was at the Javits Center here in New York, and it had that symbolic glass ceiling that she clearly did not crack at that time. And here we are with Kamala Harris intentionally almost avoiding questions about and having to answer questions about her gender, that she has not asked voters to see her gender or her race or her ethnicity, for that matter, as a reason that she should get this job. It has been a very clear strategy for her to not campaign on gender.
And Nora, there were cracks in the glass ceiling, just didn't get shattered.
Some cracks, exactly.
Boyle, a key Democrat in Philadelphia, says Democrats have to feel good. He's seen on the ground very strong turnout among Puerto Ricans in the North Philadelphia precincts. historically low turnout in those precincts. That congressman, who's one of the main organizers for the Harris campaign on the ground, says very high turnout. But all of this is coming as the Trump campaign is preparing to potentially contest this election. Former White House Chief Strategist Steve Bannon tells me in recent minutes they are preparing a legal and political effort to help Trump fight this in Congress, should he appear to be defeated. But right now, a lot of optimism in the Trump campaign, but it is very early.
It is very early.
Why are they talking about losing? It's like they already got a strategy for, if I lose, I'm going to go fight. Like, this is we're just getting started here. Let's go back to our election map, because I want to check out, see how the map has been updated. I have refreshed the map because everybody keeps saying, refresh the map, refresh the map. Let's look at what it's saying. All right, so Vermont, Massachusetts, what do we have? So people keep saying, let's look at New York. New York hasn't come in yet. There's no votes in New York, so we can't look at New York. And I definitely want to get into New York. I want to get into the Bronx, because we got all these people from the Bronx keep telling me about the Bronx, but there's no results in the Bronx County yet. I'm telling you, if that doesn't light up blue, we're going to have to have an issue. Let's see what's going on in Georgia. Georgia, Trump has even opened up a bigger lead in Georgia, so I think Georgia's done. I don't know why they're not counting Georgia, but Georgia looks like it's done. So I would put that in the red column. But these pollsters, they're being cautious. Let's see North Carolina. North Carolina, Trump has now taken a lead in North Carolina. So Trump is up in North Carolina, and he's up by almost 6. That's about less than 100,000 votes. So less than 100,000 votes. He's up 53-46 split. So he's looking good in North Carolina. So it looks like Trump, if Trump wins Georgia and North Carolina, I think it's game over. I think it's game over. And let's look at the all-important Pennsylvania. She's up big in Pennsylvania, but there's a lot of vote to be counted out there in Pennsylvania. A lot of vote to be counted. So we'll see what happens in Pennsylvania, but there's a lot of vote to be counted. And Jersey is a blowout win for Harris. So she's going to be winning. So things are looking right now. Things are looking pretty impressive for Trump. Coming in before we get to the mountain side and the West Coast, he's got 105-27. So New York is actually going to break for her, and whether she can break any of these other ones, because you got Michigan, Illinois, which Illinois should be pro-Harris. There it is, but only 11% reporting. That's never been close. It's always been pro-Harris. So I'm assuming that's going to be blue too. So we'll see. But right now, Trump and the betting odds. Let me see the betting odds. Now, the reason why I can't show this because YouTube has this issue, so I don't like to show the betting odds, the betting site on YouTube. But right now, Trump is at almost a 70%, 68% chance of winning. So he's at 68%. 68%. So that's what we're looking at. We're like 68% for Trump victory as night goes on. So do you guys want to let's see how TYT is coping with this, because I think TYT is, as you saw, Philip DeFranco, he's not looking good. But let's see what TYT is doing, because they weren't looking good for a second. Here we go.
Big difference. So definitely appreciate them a lot. So John, let's dive into numbers more. So tell us what you got first, and I want to go to North.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I want to talk about as we're waiting for some of the state stuff to come in is there has been exit polling data, some nationally, some individual state, about what issues people were, considered the most important in this election. And some of the breakdowns aren't super surprising. Like 30% said the economy as a general category was the most important to them. But what I found interesting, and we can get into some of the others, immigration's at like 11% in some of these, abortions at like 20%, but much more for women than for men, which is messed up the more you think about it. But what I found most interesting was that 30% for the economy did not make it the highest issue. In both Pennsylvania and nationally, democracy was higher by 3 or 4 percentage points. And obviously the Democrats, particularly Harris in the last couple of weeks, she had moved away from talking about that topic quite a bit until recently. Had seemed to bet big on it, believing that January 6th, would be like this line that people wouldn't want to cross and go back to the sky. We don't know, necessarily how those people are going to vote. I mean, you could be like a big fan of Elon Musk and think that Harris is going to end elections or something. That's a thing you could think, I guess, and say democracy is your top issue and still vote for Trump. It seems like that would be good news for Harris, that's the number one issue.
Yeah, so that does seem to be good news, and I'll take it now. But right now, I'm getting a vibe that is not good. That is not good.
Yeah,
So
it's not
let's keep going here. See if
You're
we
the
can
Harris camp. It's
fish
not
for
looking
more
good.
either positive or negative news. But please pull up North Carolina, John. Anna.
So, John, I don't know if you have the data for what you just referenced up and ready to go, but I thought that the data there was really interesting because, you know, one of the issues that clearly has motivated women to show up to the polls and vote is the topic of reproductive rights. And I was surprised that the data indicated that a much smaller percentage, I believe it was about 11%, said that the abortion issue, the abortion
11%.
issue was the priority.
Yeah. And again, look, it does matter where you're talking about. So for instance, in Georgia, the economy was the top issue at 40%. So sometimes it does matter, but yes, abortion was not the number one issue. It could be a motivating issue for a subcategory, for a specific demographic, and it could have an outsized effect on them potentially.
Oh my God! If the women voters that the Democrats were relying on don't show up in the droves that they were
relying,
expecting, right?
they were.
I'm not in the
they needed
Democratic
them.
Party's business of blaming their voters. So don't take it that way. What I'm saying is, if it doesn't materialize in the way that they were all hoping and expecting, they are going to be utterly crestfallen.
They're done.
They're not going to be able to believe it if Kamala Harris if that issue doesn't animate people enough to get Kamala Harris a victory. It was same for the Trump guys. They've always believed 200% that he was going to win. If he loses, they'll never believe it, etc. But let's see where we are. So let's go to North Carolina.
North Carolina right now has only 1 out of 4 votes in, and Trump is up 54 to 45.1 at this point. I can dive in, I will in the next few minutes, into some of the areas compared to how Biden was doing. It's hard to say with only a quarter of the vote in, where he's going to go. The polls were very close.
So,
but I can also add though, Trump did spend like the last 3 days he made appearances in North Carolina. So it is clearly a state that they were worried about. They put resources in the last week into it.
Yeah, so guys, at 25%, you really can't read too much into it. But like if those numbers were to end that way, then Trump's going to win the election because that's such a big win in North Carolina. That means he'll have won the other states as well, is my guess. But right, it's not going to end that way. And it doesn't mean that, oh, I know for sure Kamala Harris is going to do better. I'm just saying it's only 25% of the vote that's in. And what's frustrating these days in covering elections, which didn't used to exist as much, and we've been around forever. We're the longest running show in internet history. So we started 22 years ago. I'll have to figure out later how many presidential elections we've done this in. So in terms of the percentages coming in, if at 25%, you're not overly worried. But once you get over 50%, oh, and I was going to say, what's different than when we used to cover them back in the day is that everybody would vote day of back in the day.
Yeah.
So now I don't know if that 54 or 45 is day of votes more, which would then make sense because Trump is supposed to win day of votes, or if they're mail-in votes. If some of those or all of those are mail-in votes, oh, then Kamala Harris will have no chance of winning North Carolina. But if they are day of votes, then it's then his lead there is misleading. So just that's what you got to know. And we talked before about how North Carolina is not saying that what they're not doing is they're not dropping all of the early votes in immediately.
But
so
and Wake County, really fast, I would just say they are a state that is traditionally counted faster than some of these other swing states.
Wake County, which is where Durham, North Carolina, Raleigh, the Triangle, which is the bluest part of that state, really Durham, Raleigh, and Chapel Hill, 6% of Wake County is in now. That's not enough to say that this race can be called, and that's why this race isn't called. So you're going to see, I mean, it's only at 25%, as you said, but Wake County is a huge chunk of the blue vote in that state, and probably its suburbs are bigger than most of the rest of the state.
So I just want people to listen to see how subdued the Democrats are, because I think they feel like they're going into a disaster. Let's look at New York. I'll pull up the New York Times election center. So New York Times has Trump at a 101 chance of winning. It's a toss-up, but they have it leaning toward Trump. Electoral College, they have Trump at projected 279 electoral votes. So the New York Times has Trump winning right now early on. They've called New Jersey. Harris has 71. So they've called New Jersey and a whole bunch of states for Harris. They've called Illinois for Harris, Illinois. And they haven't called Texas, but I think Texas is going. Texas looks pretty far gone. Let me zoom in here so you guys can see. Texas, he's up 600,000 votes in Texas. Missouri, I think Trump should easily win. Kansas, Trump should win. These are all ruby red states. This is where I think Trump is going to take Georgia because I think we're 66% of the vote, and he's up by 5. It's still close though. It's still close, but I don't think she's going to be able to take him. He's up big in North Carolina now. Big in North Carolina. So it's only 26% of the vote in. So we will see. This is why people are saying they're still scared. And Virginia, where half the votes are in Virginia, and Trump is winning. Now, if he flips Virginia, election over. He's won. So let's see. And 14% of the vote in, Harris is winning in Pennsylvania. So Virginia seems like it may be the surprise that we haven't noticed, but we'll see because Democrats weren't worried about Virginia. Michigan, 8% of the vote in. That's just too early to even talk about. Well, North Dakota, that's Trump country. All this is Trump country. All this Minnesota, that's going to go for Harris. So let's go back to TYT and see how they are coping with what looks like it's going to be a loss.
Versus day of dichotomy exists at the county level in the same way that it exists at the state level.
Oh, okay. So that's the question.
No, I'm just looking to see. I want to see when they call Pennsylvania at least.
Or is it only a partial?
Well, no. None of these counties are finished. I can give you an example. So, for instance, in Allegheny County.
Yeah, before you give that example, just to clarify to the audience. So if the entire county was in, then it wouldn't be a mirage.
Yes.
Right? But what John's saying is the entire county is not it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and bear in mind, Pennsylvania is definitely one of the states that people think might not even be called, especially if it's close today. Also, election workers are not allowed to start processing mail ballots until election day. But again, we don't know exactly what percentage of them have been processed. But to give you a comparison, so in Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh is, right now we have 37% of the vote in. Harris is at 70%. Biden got in 2020, 59.7%. So she's up by 10.3 points. To give another comparison, Lehigh County, no, we don't have those results in. That's too small. Let's go to Montgomery County. She's at 76%, and Biden got 62.3. So
that's very.
We can't say for sure, but the differences are different depending on the county, but she seems to be outperforming in all of them. What's interesting is that in Georgia, we'll dive into that at some point. It really depends on which county because Trump seems to be overperforming on average in rural counties by about 1 point, which doesn't seem huge. But remember, Georgia was super tight. He only needed 10,000 votes to be found after all.
11,000.
11,042. But and in some he's overperforming by more. Harris is underperforming by.
They're going to close. There was a late election poll. Iowa just had a very restrictive abortion ban passed, and this shock poll on the eve of the election had Kamala Harris carrying a red state. So it's just a very potent issue.
Not to overread into it, but it is an indicator, perhaps. And the pollster there, gold standard pollster, thought perhaps the abortion issue was motivating these older white women, right? A demographic
doing a lot in the background here.
Well, let's go to the election and we'll move right here.
I look at Maryland.
We get some more poll closings here. We can give a few more characterizations. In just 3 seconds, all of these states will see their polls closed. And we'll begin counting the votes. Here is state of Texas. We're just talking about Donald Trump will win in the state of Texas when all the votes are counted. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will also win in North Dakota tonight. South Dakota, same story. That will also go into the Donald Trump column this evening. We move to the state of Wyoming and 3 electoral votes at stake. Donald Trump, the projected winner in Wyoming. Here's the map. The road to 270 now getting interesting. 154 for Donald Trump, 30 for Kamala Harris.
All right, let's go to the uncalled races just from those 9 o'clock poll closings, including New York, Colorado, Minnesota. So we still await results there. But let's go to Michigan. That's the biggie at this hour. Polls closing in Michigan, and it is, wait for it, too early to call. We will be waiting for it perhaps into the wee hours tonight. Arizona also too early to call. 7 o'clock in the Mountain West, 9 o'clock on the East Coast. Polls just closed there. Let's go to Wisconsin, the other of the blue wall states, along with Michigan and Pennsylvania, too early to call. And speaking of Pennsylvania, too early to call. Starting to see more vote come in, but we could be waiting a bit for that. And same with North Carolina. They're counting more quickly, but it's still too early for us to make a projection. And in Georgia, it's not too early. It's just too close.
New York.
We are starting to see the vote come in. We've got 66% counted right now. And yet, despite the margin that you see there, we project not only what the margin is right now, but where we expect the vote to come in, whether it's coming from a Republican stronghold or a Democratic stronghold. So when you see that disparity and then you see us say it's too close to call, there's a method to that madness, Tom, and you've got Georgia up there.
And I'm going to explain the method to the madness, right? The difference right now, 220,000 votes, Trump on top with 66% of the vote in. But Republicans, it can't even get close to celebrating just yet. These sort of UFO objects we have circling Georgia right now, this is the remaining vote. And the bigger that bubble, that means the more vote that is out. And the more vote that is out right now is in the Atlanta metro region. Remember, I told you guys earlier that about 50% of the vote is going to come from this area right here. The election is essentially won or lost in the Atlanta metro region because the margins are so close. Every vote matters, but because the margins are so close, Trump runs up that rural vote. The Democrats run up the urban vote. They run up the suburban counties around Atlanta as well. Let's take a look. Let's see how Atlanta and the surrounding counties are looking, the ring counties. Cobb County, 77% of the vote is in. Harris slightly overperforming where Biden was in 2020. Let's go over to Fulton County. This is where Atlanta is, a huge county for Democrats here. She's about where Biden was, 72% of the vote in. She can catch up and bring that up. Gwinnett County, again, these are the counties that Clinton flipped in 2016, and they just got bluer and bluer. And you can see what's happening here. 16% of the vote is in, but she's at 60. Biden was at 58. Let's keep going around here. Douglas County, 84% in. Here we go. Harris overperforming in that county. We'll come a little further out. Rockdale County will kind of move a little out the suburbs, the exurbs, if you will. 69%. Look at where Harris is tonight. 74%. She's running up that vote in the Atlanta metro region. If she can keep that momentum going, she could possibly take the state of Georgia. But again, we got to wait and see. I want to see how Trump is doing in some of his rural counties. 78%, 95% of the vote is in. So 78% in 2020. He's at 78 right now. Let me go to a neighboring Towns County right here, 8180, and then in Union, 8180. He seems to be hitting his marks too. I want to hit some sort of swing counties, if you will. Dooley is one of these. Trump won it in 2016, but if we go back, Obama had it in 2012. Tonight, Trump is up. He's building on his margins from 2020. That's a good sign for him. Let me see if Peach County is in. Peach County is another one that no vote is in. This is one of those swing counties, not a whole lot of voters, but it usually sort of picks the winner. We like to watch it as we go around.
40 votes.
Muskogee, this is 72%. This is one of the ones we're watching to see if Trump could make inroads with black voters here. Harris seems to be comfortable. She seems to be at the same watermark where Biden was in 2020. So guys, still very close in Georgia. As we said, too close to call. It was about 12,000 votes that separated this in 2020. Trump won this state by about 5 percentage points in 2016. The state is definitely changing. And the reason why it's changing, it's in this Atlanta metro region.
Yeah. Go for North Carolina. I'd love to see some North Carolina numbers. I mean, these numbers are coming in as we speak.
Yeah,
let's hit North Carolina. Again, we're going to look at all the state. I'm going to be looking at Mecklenburg County. This is where Democrats have to drive up the vote. Only 6% is in, but we can see how she's performing here. 6% is in. I'm not going to really draw too much from there, but she's overperforming Biden. We go to the research triangle here. Wake County, 76% of the vote is in. We compare her to Biden, 62 to 63. She's doing better. I know a lot of the vote is in. Over here in Orange County, this is UNC Chapel Hill, the research triangle. You have medical research jobs, high-tech research jobs, affluent suburbs, highly educated Democratic voters. 86% of the vote is in. Let's see how she compares to Biden. Slightly overperforming Biden, not by much, but look, any little increment makes a difference when you're talking about a 10,000 vote difference at the end of the day. Right now, the difference is about 41,000 in that county. Trump is on top right now. He's going to run up the rural vote. We can check out some of his counties over here in Western North Carolina, Graham County. These are some of the counties that were affected by Hurricane Helene and all that devastating flooding. 95% and 81%. In 2020, he was at 79, so kind of overperforming. The big unknown was how many people were going to actually vote in here. And one of the great researchers, Dr. Chris Cooper of North Carolina, political scientist, pointed out to us. He said, listen, this is Trump's area that was affected by those floods. You can have 9 MAGA hats in your house. But if you no longer have a house, trying to get your vote, trying to get your voting location is going to be difficult. They were so concerned about this area that election officials actually changed the rules so you could actually vote in other counties if you couldn't vote in your own county. It looks like turnout's okay. We heard that from Sam Brock.
Let me change this to a Democratic operative. His name is Brian. He's one of the biggest Democratic operatives on here. So let's see if he's enthusiastic about what's going on. This guy has almost 100,000 people watching him. So let's see what he's saying. Let me switch it to him. Yeah, I'm not at this level. Look at this, 100,000, 95,000 people watching his thing live. So let's see. You don't got too many super chats coming in now. So many people watching. All right. So he's just hard looking at the screen. That's maybe I got to do that. Maybe I'm just gonna hard look at the screen. Does that make this more entertaining? Right now, everything's pointing to your boy Trump. Everything's pointing to Trump. What are some of the legal challenges Trump moguls face with mass deportations? Like, don't they have a right to a hearing? Yes, you do have a right to a hearing.
For those who are worried, do not worry. There's nothing to worry about right now.
Right to hearing.
The fact is
But I
that
don't
we
think
don't
there'll be
have
mass
enough
deportation.
numbers to make any
Because you have to go through
accurate judgment one way or the other on how things are looking.
The
We are still waiting on results from Georgia to be able to make any sense of an accurate prediction. We're waiting on results from North Carolina,
He's looking
out of Pennsylvania. So do not worry about
Jumping
it
at
right now. We do not have enough
194.
votes to be able to panic.
Trump is
so
80 votes away. No, 70 something, 76 votes away. 76 votes away. So he needs 76 electoral votes. Where's he going to get them? 76.
Fayette County is interesting because right now we've got 94% of the vote in. Trump won it 52.7 to 45.9 in 2020. Right now he's only garnering 51% of the vote. So he is missing his mark by 1.7%. Kamala Harris is overperforming Joe Biden by 2.3%.
He's praying. They're praying.
So that is a good result thus far in Fayette County, which is a bastion of Republican support, where Donald Trump needed to hit his numbers and needed to overperform Democrats, and he isn't doing that to the extent that he needs to.
Do we look at some
good news out of Georgia, where we have a high number of votes already returned, 4,800 votes still remaining, but some good news out of Georgia in that small county right there.
Look at MSNBC.
Basically got all the vote in Union County now. You could see Trump, that's about a 25.5-point margin. Compare that to 4 years ago, Trump won it by 24. So no, Trump did not lose ground. In fact, he gained back a little bit here in Union County. That is what his campaign wants to see. They did not want any more slippage. You can go next door from Union County and you see
honestly,
another
it feels
trend
like
that I
we're
think
living in
starting to
South
see
Park
pretty
episode.
clearly in North Carolina, and I'll show you that
true.
now. This is Anson County. Again, just about complete. This is a rural county.
It's creepy,
with a large
Cloaca. You're
black
right. Sometimes it
population.
does.
And one of the concerns for Democrats was they believed the turnout in recent elections among African Americans in these rural counties has been lower than they need. You know, when Barack Obama ran and won the state in 2008, he did very well.
He just needs Pennsylvania.
Would Democrats improve in these counties tonight?
Oh, you know what? Because so many of you have asked me to look in, I got Maryland, New York, because those are all states that were definitely going to go blue. But we had all these people in here talking about they were, what was it? from the Bronx, and they're voting Democrats. They're voting for Trump. So New York, they have too close to call, but New York, I mean, this is definitely called for Harris. Harris is definitely going to win this state. Let's look at the New York City area, the Bronx. What's the Bronx look like? Yeah, it's not even close. So you guys are probably part of the 28,000 people, but Bronx got 1 million people in there, and she's up 78%. We look at the island of Manhattan, this New York County, she's up 86%. And Kings County, which is Brooklyn, she's up 77%, and she's up 67% in Queens. So she is running it up. And in Staten Island, Trump is up 66%, but Staten Island is the stronghold down there. So yeah, so it's New York. For those of you who talk about New York, and New York is done. So we're supposed to be going to Maryland too, right? Let's go to Maryland. Maryland. Where's Maryland? Maryland. Oops, gotta go get out of New York. Let's look at Maryland, see what Maryland is talking about. Maryland. Maryland, they don't have any results, but they've called it though. This is the only place that has results. So, and they don't even have any precincts called it. So, but they've called Maryland early. So Maryland is called. So yeah, Maryland results. There's nothing here. Might just be a fluke. Just drop in to say howdy and keep rocking. Thank you, Ian, bro. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go over to the New York Times model. Let's see what the New York Times model is still saying. It's actually adjusted its Trump forecast. So it's saying Trump is now going to win 282 electoral votes to Kamala Harris's 256. And so everything is moving toward Trump as of right now. Yep. So it's leaning more and more toward Trump. He just lost one, but it's leaning more and more toward Trump every second. If Trump gets all the votes to win before the rest of the states are counted, is it over? If he gets to 270, it's done. Yeah, it wouldn't matter what happens in California and stuff if you gets 270 votes. So, but they still count the votes, obviously. But it's over for us. It's like it's done. Or do they count? Yeah, they're going to count. Even if he won already, they're still going to count every single vote. They don't just stop and say he's won. They count every single vote. So, all right, let's see what's going on. So. Seems like the Dems are freaking out a little bit because. So let's see what MSNBC is saying.
It was 37. They're a little bit above 2020 level here. And I think if you're above 2020, that is, of course, an all-time record for turnout. That indicates, I don't think there's an indication there. That's one county, but we're seeing it elsewhere of a big turnout issue. There are two blue counties in the mountains. The big one is Buncombe. That's where Asheville is now. We have about half here with the same day to come. If this were to hold, Democrats would be very happy with what's happening in Buncombe County because they depend on this to run up big margins here. But again, still to come is that election day vote that we think is more Republican. So is this vote going to come down for Democrats? Let's see as that comes in. They want to be hitting a number north of what Biden did. The other county that's just about complete, and it is a blue county. It's where Appalachian State University is. I can show you that. Watauga County, just about all in right now. And again, Biden won this thing by a little over 8 points. It's at about 7 right now. Democrats, this is not a huge county, but Democrats in counties like this, there's a big academic institution. There's a pretty good concentration of students, of college degrees, a lot of these ingredients for Democratic success. They want to be driving up the numbers in those places. Another place like that is Orange County. University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill is here. This is basically on par for Democrats, even a touch above what they did in 2020. That's what they want to see. One other place I could just flag here, this is Carrabas County. This, of all the counties, all the 100 in North Carolina, this is the one that swung the most to Democrats in the last election. Again, right outside Charlotte. It's growing. It's diversifying. It's pretty quickly diversifying. So again, you can see Democrats want to make further progress. Trump won this thing by almost 20 in 2016. And again, look at that. It came down to single digits in 2020. This is another test tonight. This is a place where Democrats want to really keep that momentum going early, but that's when we're going to keep an eye on there. But again, again, you can see those trends. Trump in the big suburban test outside Charlotte, I'd say he probably passes that test in Union County. And the Democrats so far in these rural counties with large black populations not getting what they hope for there. Still to come, though. We want to see how Wake finishes. We want to see Mecklenburg, the triad. You got Greensboro. Again, we don't have a ton here. Greensboro, Forsyth County, where Winston-Salem is. So still.
I'm going to switch it over because I want to see about Pennsylvania, and they are talking about Pennsylvania on CBS. So let's see what they're saying about Pennsylvania, because
Pennsylvania's a little bit farther behind, Nora. We have 16% of the vote in. We don't have a lot of the map colored yet because of that 16%. So we're still waiting for more data from the various counties to have a stronger coloration and presentation for you. And we can't, because of that, we can't give you an outstanding vote or a needs analysis quite yet with only 16% in.
And that's why we see people saying as some of the polling places in Pennsylvania have remained.
All right, just so everybody understands, too, I'm going back to the prediction for the New York Times. So this is the New York Times. This is their live election tracker prediction model. It has a prediction model, too. He's got 177 electoral votes now. Harris is 99. But if you look at the Electoral College count, they have Trump at 285. He was at 279. Actually, he was at 260, 270. Now he's at 285. So they believe Trump will win. New York, this is the New York Times. Their projection says Trump will win. And it will be essentially 285 votes, electoral votes. So Cruz is winning in Texas for his seat, so it looks like he is going to win his seat back for the Senate. Let me go to the Senate map just to see Texas. They haven't called it for him yet, though, and that's because most of the big vote totals is in Democratic county, so they're still trying to figure out where the vote is at. So, all right, so that's why they haven't called it for Cruz as of yet. There's still a lot of vote out. New York has been called, and this is for the Senate. So. Things are looking interesting. Let's see how NBC, the Today Show, is talking about what's going on. It looks like Trump is running it up.
Of course, reliably read for Donald Trump, and at this early hour, he is far out in front, but we await those key battleground states. And I think we've got Tom over there talking the great state of Ohio, a former battleground.
Semi-battleground, right? We got exit poll data out of Ohio as well. 17 electoral votes, about 55% of the vote is in. Trump is on top by about 266,000 votes. I want you to remember that number. Write it down if you can. I know it's kind of a big number, 266,000. The reason why I want to highlight that difference, because when we punch up Ohio here, so that's the spread, 287. It just changed. That's how fast voting data is coming in. Again, I love going to this. The remaining vote that's there. Again, here's the issue. The remaining votes in the Democratic counties like Franklin, which is Columbus, Cuyahoga, Cleveland. Look at the numbers here. In Cuyahoga, look how many votes are still out. 377,000. She's on top by 71%. Let's see how she did compared to Biden 4 years ago. 66%. So she's overperforming in Cuyahoga, and there's still a lot of that vote that's out. Let's go down to Franklin County. It holds the capital of Ohio, Columbus, 68%. Overperforming there with about 60% of the vote that's in.
Ohio.
And then again, it's 266,000 remaining. So just those two counties, we're talking about more than 500,000 votes. And that's way bigger than the spread for the entire state.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, when you talk about some of her overperforming in those areas, the reason we expect Ohio likely goes red, but let's talk about the Senate race there. Yeah, because we have the control of Senate hanging in the balance right now, and it hangs on this Senate race.
Yeah.
Bernie Moreno, the car dealer, versus Sherrod Brown, the incumbent. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so look at this, neck and neck. The difference here, only 74,000. So what does that mean? That means the Republican in this race is underperforming Trump. There could be a split ticket issue here. Again, way too early, 56% of the vote in. But look, the difference here is 74,000. Remember that number I was telling you to remember? It was over 200,000. So that means that Trump is overperforming right now. Bernie Moreno is underperforming the Republican candidate. The incumbent is still down. But again, remember what I told you. There's a lot of that vote that's out in Cleveland, in Columbus. I'm going to look in one more spot here. Let's get back to the president's race in Hamilton County, which is Cincinnati. She's at 62%. Biden was at 57. Again, look, this could be some of the early vote that's come in. It could be some of that blue mirage. Again, we're prefacing this is all early, but I'm going to get back over to you guys because there's a projection.
Yeah, Tom, we got a projection in the state of Rhode Island. NBC News projects that Kamala Harris will win in Rhode Island when all the votes are counted. 4 electoral votes for her. Here's where the breakdown is. 31,000 vote difference, 74% of the vote in. But again, Kamala Harris, the projected winner there. Let's pull up the map. The road to 270. That brings Harris now to 34 electoral votes. Donald Trump still well out in front with 168. Remember, 270 is the prize that we're working our way toward. We'll take a break here. It's 9:30 in the East. The vote counting coming in. Our decision desk standing by to make more projections just ahead.
All right. Well, let this go. So, yeah, this is not surprised, huh? Not surprised. Oh, I wonder what happened on civil. He must have got tired and left. I was here with my partner. Oracle doesn't make sure he didn't call. I didn't miss anything. All right. Nope, I didn't miss anything. Log into your account. Perfect. All right. So let's see what my friends on the right are saying, because it looks like they're about to have an amazing night, my friends on the right. So let's see what they are saying. We're going to move from Kornacki and see. Should we go Tim Pool? I'll see what Tim Pool. I was going to go Daily Wire, but I'll go Tim Pool. He has a more entertaining show. Come on, Tim. Where you at? You're supposed to be live. Here we go. All right. Here we go. 147,000. Jordan Peterson's on. I got it. You guys see it. There it is.
Single women between the ages of 18 and 34. It's like there's a big problem there, and it's a real mystery. It can't just be passed over because they're
Michigan and Wisconsin are too close to call right now.
Everyone else is doing, and it's enough to consistently swing the election.
Tim, we were talking about this last night on your show. This idea that people like Chelsea Handler and others keep talking about how they do drugs and have sex with themselves all day, and they're so genuinely happy. And and my argument was that they actually are happy. I don't think that they're lying. I think that they don't know that there's an entire realm of human emotion that happens in marriage, and then when you have children, that they're not even aware of. They live
in trivial emotion.
Yeah,
and the fact that we're obsessed with happiness, even on the psychological side, is an indication of how trivial our culture is. I mean, one of the things that you see quite consistently in psychological research is that couples without children are happier than couples with children. It's like, well, you shouldn't have children. It's like, no, you shouldn't use happiness measurements as your index of outcome. Of course, you're less happy because your 3-year-old is fragile. And if you have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old, it's like, well, you're juggling catastrophes all the time. Well, seriously, you don't have time to be happy. It's like, but happiness is a fleeting hedonic emotion, and it's not an indicator of participation in a process that's going to stabilize your life and the life of your family across decades.
And enrich your life.
It's the permanent adolescence.
Yeah, that's right.
Of the coming generations. They are there. I look at wolves and I look at dogs and the story of how dogs came to be domesticated. They say that dogs are effectively just permanent adolescent wolves. I see that's what's happening to humanity right now with the current trend, telling people not to grow up, play video games, stay home, stay single, live in your own internal world. But I believe that is spiritual suicide.
That's the Peter Pan story, right? And Peter Pan has Tinkerbell, the porn fairy. Serious. I mean, he's king of the Lost Boys, right? Well,
let's go to. They have some races that are coming in, so I'm gonna let them. We're gonna listen to them play it out.
Welcome back on this election night. The road to 270. You can see Donald Trump out front with 168 to 34 for Kamala Harris. Let's show you how we can characterize some of the states right now. These are states that haven't been called. Virginia, our characterization on that is it's too early to call. More than half the vote in there as well. Let's look at Ohio. We're speaking that I'm willing to go 17 electoral votes, not considered to be a battleground nonetheless. We look at it, that's too early to call right now. Also, Colorado, too early to call. Kamala Harris leading now with over 100,000 votes. In Iowa, Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, that is too early to call as well. Let's go over to Tom Yamas right now, who can give us a little bit breakdown on the path to 270. Clearly, at this point, they're both wide open.
Yeah, still very early so far. No big surprises. If you're watching at home, you can find your state here. We've already given some. We've projected some states for former President Trump, some for the vice president, and still so many, the bulk of states right there in the middle, and still so many people still voting along the West Coast in places like Hawaii and Alaska as well. Let's remind you and walk you through the paths that each candidate hopes to take to get to the White House. Let's start with Vice President Kamala Harris. We'll click her in here, get to 2024. This is the predetermined map of how the states voted in 2020, and then the 7 battlegrounds that will be decided tonight. So her easiest path is Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. She holds that blue wall. If she can do that, she gets to 270 tonight, and she loses Pennsylvania, loses Michigan, loses Wisconsin. She has other paths, but she does have a Sunbelt path where if she can flip North Carolina, hold Georgia, hold Arizona, and get Nevada, hold it once again, she gets her as well. That path, though, would give Democrats heart palpitations. As far as former President Trump, his easiest route, just think of the east side. He holds Pennsylvania. He flips Pennsylvania. He holds North Carolina. He flips Georgia back. He gets to 270. But if he can't win Pennsylvania, he has to win somewhere else in the blue wall. He has to break through the blue wall. That's the main difference between his path and the vice president's path. There's a path for her, even though she doesn't win any of these 3 big Midwest states. But for him, he has to win one of them. If he wins Michigan and he flips North Carolina, holds Georgia, he can win any of these 2 out west, either Nevada or Arizona, put him over the top. But if he can only win Wisconsin, I'm going to take Nevada away. He has to win Arizona to get to 272. So you can see it's going to be a long night for us. But every state sort of leads to a domino effect, if you will. And that's one of the reasons why we were watching Ohio, because if he were not to win a state like Ohio, which he won the last 2 presidential elections, his whole map changes. Guys, back to you.
Well, right now, so far tonight, we haven't had any big shockers. But let's talk about Pennsylvania. There's a reason that the campaigns spent more money there, spent more time there. It may well, at the end of this night, or perhaps it will be Saturday morning, like in 2020, it will all come down to Pennsylvania.
It very well could come down to Pennsylvania. 19 electoral votes. It is the biggest battleground prize out there. And part of why we're watching states like Ohio so closely, like North Carolina as well, particularly in the suburbs, is to test how those counties, in those collar counties in Pennsylvania might go. Remember, President Biden won Pennsylvania not because he won the Philadelphia County area, but because he was able to really drive up the vote among white working class voters in those collar counties. One more point just to mention as we watch all of these returns come in. When President Biden was at the top of the ticket, a state like North Carolina was out of reach for Democrats. The fact that we're talking about it right now, the fact that there's been so much play in North Carolina, that former President Trump spent so much time there in recent days, underscores the fact that they have tried to open up more paths, and we'll have to see if that was effective.
I want to ask a little bit about Michigan. We haven't really talked much about the Gaza war in Gaza and how that might affect the vote, in Detroit and in parts of Michigan. Are we getting any read there at all?
Well, it's going to be something that matters, right? Because we saw that uncommitted vote. We know there's an Arab American population in largely Wayne County. It's only about 2% of the population, but it could be potentially significant here. You saw Vice President Harris, as she was on the campaign trail just in the last few days here, begin her rally speech, one of them in Michigan, by referencing, of course, Israel, Gaza, what was happening. She doesn't typically start off her campaign speeches, her stump speech that way.
But she's been tackled at times.
That's right. She has again and again, she has faced down protesters who heckle. She typically says something along the lines of, "You have a right to be heard."
Well, let me show you guys. So they've updated the Trump chances of winning. So he's at 67% right now. Let me pull this up. So right now, New York Times gives Trump a 67% chance of winning. So more votes come in, the better it looks for Trump, as it looks like. So he is filling up. He is running up the margins right now. We'll see. It's still close, but oof. There we go. That's let me
There
pull
you
this.
see the vote difference, 845,000. 33% in. Here's the map to show us where we are on that road to 270. That puts Donald Trump out front with 168. Harris with 62 now.
Let's continue this conversation about Michigan, about young voters, because this issue that you raised, Gaza, Israel, this is a very potent issue with young voters, with the many students. And we see Kamala Harris struggling with that. We've seen ads by third-party groups in Michigan trying to bring up that kind of dissent that is going on. It's very interesting. In the primary, there was a uncommitted vote, sort of a protest vote against President Biden. 100,000 people voted uncommitted in the primary. The margin in 2020 was 154,000. So this is a constituency that very much matters.
Absolutely. And with young voters right now, we just had Hallie, you brought this up on the data wall a little bit ago. Trump is leading young voters. And again, that gender gap is playing out right here. It's large with voters under 30. Of men, 59% going for Trump, 39% going for Harris. Women, 54% Harris, 44% Trump. He's continuing to close those margins. The other thing that's interesting about Michigan, of course, there's a 52,000 person campus, University of Michigan. Back in 2016, Trump only won by about 11,000 votes. On that campus, I actually anecdotally heard students energizing other students by saying, if only a fifth more of this campus were to have come out, it could have made a difference. So what does that look like right now? Who does that mean did better on those campuses if we start to see those margins be eat away at?
And you'll recall back in 2016, sorry, Hallie, you'll recall in 2016, Hillary Clinton, when she did the postmortem of her campaign, the criticism was she didn't spend enough time in Michigan. And so what we've seen from the Harris campaign is she has been there. And Trump has certainly been there as well. He closed out his campaign there. And so the Democrats have tried to learn from the mistakes of the past. Trump has been very focused on that area as well because he knows he's got to.
Well, just to demonstrate how complicated politics is, Harris is on defense to a certain extent over her stance with Gaza and Israel, the Biden administration stance in Michigan, but then also losing some of the Jewish vote, for example, in Pennsylvania and Florida. We've heard about that anecdotally as well. It's about the bottom of the hour. We can do some race checks here. You mentioned Michigan. Well, let's put it up there. Let's see what we've got in terms of results, and the votes are being counted in Michigan, one of those key Midwest battlegrounds. It is too early to call. That's just about a little over 10% of the vote, but now you've got an eye on what we've got there. Arizona polls just closed a half hour ago. Way too early to call there. It may well be days before we're able to call that one. Wisconsin, another in the industrial Midwest, too early to call. Just starting to get the votes counted. Pennsylvania, stop me if you've heard it before. It may all come down to Pennsylvania, and it is too early to call, but we're about 30% of the vote there. North Carolina, also too early to call at this hour. And staying down south in the Sunbelt state of Georgia, which President Biden carried 4 years ago, and former President Trump badly wants to get back into that red column. That is too close to call at this hour. So here is the road to 270. That is the magic number that a candidate needs to win the White House, and that is where we are in the early going at this hour.
I always wonder what it looks like from the other side, from the candidates, when they're doing the same thing we are, essentially pulling up these numbers, trying to weed through them.
The reason why the vote total is off because some, like if you look, we'll go through some of them right now. Ooh, so they've Trump's margins have just went up more. So Trump has almost at a 70% chance of winning a New York Times, and 287 electoral votes they're projecting for Trump. The reason why, so in this, for instance, this has Trump with 178 electoral votes, but that's because their system has said, okay, these are the votes. But if we go to 538, for instance, let's share this. 538 only has them at 162. And it only has Kamala at 62. So it really all depends. And this is, even when I refresh the page, that's me refreshing the page. It's still, so this is 538. So 538 and ABC is a little slower than it is than the New York Times. So that's what we're looking at right now. So So you're going to have some that are off. Like, for instance, New York. So in this other map that you're looking at now, New York's not even called in that map. Well, New York just got called, I should say. So
trying to figure out where you can be optimistic, when you don't have the pressure of people looking at you.
You want a fun fact? Fun fact alert?
We love it.
The last election was decided in 4 states by approximately 79, 80,000 voters. You could fit those voters into Cowboy Stadium. Wow. That's
You
what
did
we're
your
talking
homework,
about.
girl. Let me
We're
tell
talking
you
about
that.
budget. And believe
That
me,
is a good. That's
my
a good
husband's
nugget.
going to be very mad at me that I
You
didn't
brought
say
up the
Eagles
Cowboys.
Stadium, but it
Exactly.
wasn't the right number for the stadium. I tried.
You stick with any stadium you want.
Yeah, you got next polls?
He's sad about the link. Yeah, I do. And this is a more broad look at the issues that voters say are important to them. As we're talking about some of these issues in these key battleground states, nationally, we saw something really interesting here, right? We saw consistently in public polling over the course of months, it's economy, inflation, cost of living that voters said over and over again was the most important issue to them. But look at this electorate. From our exit polls that we're seeing now, and again, this could shift a little bit. These numbers could still change a bit as more waves of information come in. But look at what's number one. 34% of voters say the state of democracy is the most important issue to them. Put a little asterisk next to that. We're going to talk about that more in just a second. Second here, 31% of voters say the economy is the most important issue to them. That is typically what we would see in other elections. It's what we've seen in the past. I would also note that just because a candidate leads on the top issue doesn't mean that they would win the election. Abortion is.
But I do want to say one thing, though. The state of democracy goes both ways. Like, that question, inherently, it makes you think that those people for the state of democracy would be pro-Harris. But it's possible those people for the state of democracy would be pro-Trump, right? Because, for instance, again, if I'm talking from the Trump perspective, I'd be saying stuff like, look at his... look at the way they're putting him in jail and all the prosecutions and all this other stuff. That's threatening democracy. So I'm not sure if that is as big. What something like the economy, I think most people, it's a different animal. It's not. I think it's clear that the economy isn't as good as it was under the Trump year. So I think that's simple. And abortion, obviously, that's going to go against Trump. So the state of democracy is one of those ones I don't think it's an obvious. Everyone in that is, because it's so nebulous. It's not really anything concrete.
Right there at 14%, immigration trailing at 11%. And why do I bring that up? That was key to former President Trump's close. When you look at the vote breaks for this, which just means who people supported when they said this was their.
But the problem is that all these things kind of run into each other. Like, for instance, immigration goes into the economy. Ask the people in New York, right? When they had all those immigrants come to New York and they couldn't pay for them, that affected the economy like crazy. They had to cut all those services. So so some of these things line up together. It says, Nate, there is no way the Secretary of City states are staying Democrat. I'm telling you, people have had it. Oh no, I know. I hear from my friends up there in New York all the time. Like, but there's just too many.
Top issue on
for the D's. Let me fast forward this.
Process being sort of a fly on the wall to watch all this happen. Walk with me here for a second. So these are the tabulations that came out. These receipts, guys, were so long. They were strewn across this entire table. I watched as the board went through line item by line item to authenticate it for the unofficial results. There's basically a caravan of cars that comes in. They're all holding from each of the 80 precincts these thick orange cases that have.
Let me do this. Let me flip this to TYT. Let's see how TYT is coping, because right now, 70% for go back a little bit. Sorry. Here we go. I think he's reading super chats. Oops, sorry. Let me put this up for you guys to see.
Now, we're also tracking Senate races, some congressional races tonight, and ballot measures as well. Some of the ballot measures are very important, including abortion, and then there's marijuana on a bunch of ballots, money out of politics, higher minimum wage, etc. So no, that's not correct. Harris has not won South Dakota. So that's just a slip up there.
They wish. They wish.
So I didn't see the numbers, but I can tell you she didn't win South Dakota. Okay, so all right,
It's
Michael.
close. It's close.
No, it's not, and it won't be. Okay, Michael, what do you got for us?
Hi guys, how are you? Good to be on again with all of you from here. Yeah, the Florida amendments are what made me think earlier that Florida might be in play and be called later in the evening. That was my only bold prediction tonight, a bold prediction that has since gone down. There are two ballot measures we're watching, 3 and 4 in Florida. Amendment 3 is the whether or not to legalize recreational marijuana. And Amendment 4 is whether or not to create a constitutional right to abortion within the state constitution of Florida. And there was a real fight as to whether or not that would get onto the ballot. And the thought was from the Republican-controlled, state house there with the Governor Ron DeSantis and a hold on both houses of the state in Tallahassee that there would be difficulty getting that on the ballot. It was on the ballot, and the thought was that many Democrats would come out because of abortion. It would increase turnout and it would increase ticket splitting in that regard even. And so what you did see tonight is that it appears that Donald Trump, the Associated Press, has called it for him in Florida. These two amendments, the legalization of marijuana right now with about 90% reporting, yes is 55% or about 56%, no is 44%, which should make you rejoice if you want marijuana legalized. Well, because there is Republican control of both houses there, they changed it to mean to you needing to have 60% for a ballot measure to pass. So even though a plurality of voters by over, it looks like over 1 million voters in Florida want to legalize recreational marijuana, it didn't reach 60%, and they don't think that it will, and they have called that for no. So marijuana will not be legalized in Florida.
Ooh.
I guess if any state shouldn't have legalized marijuana. And then Florida Amendment 4 is still in play right now with 89% reporting. It's 57% yes, 43% no. But again, it has to make that threshold of 60% in order for that to happen. It's not quite there yet, and it's something we're going to be tracking tonight. And Florida has overperformed for Trump, certainly, and it's overperformed here in these ballot measures that had pulled.
All right, so there is some, it looks like, again, I don't want to get people's hopes up before, but it looks like Trump might flip Virginia. Virginia's looking flippy. So Trump is up by 2 percentage points in Virginia. Let me blow this up so you guys can see. These little bubbles are where all the votes are out. So you can see all, the percentage. So the bigger the bubble, the more votes out. And Trump looks like they have it likely D, but it looks like they should be calling this for Trump soon because he's up. So Virginia may be going Trump. Wow. So he's up in Virginia right now, but they still have it too close to call. Pennsylvania, there's a lot of this is the problem with Pennsylvania. The big vote out, 60% is in this alley where Pittsburgh is at. You have a lot of all these big bubbles where those votes are out at. Those are all in blue places. So we'll see how it works out. But right now, Harris is up by looks like 5 points in with 32% of the votes. So still a lot of vote to go. So still has a lot to go there. Let's see what's going on in Georgia. 77% of the vote in. Trump looks to be winning handedly with a 5-point lead. But again, it's the dots. And right now, all the dots, 50% of the vote is right here where these blue dots are at. Where these blue dots are at right here in the middle by Atlanta, 50% of the vote. Half the vote is there. So we'll see how it all turns out. But it looks like they are running it up. And DeKalb, she's running it up. Where is Fulton? Fulton County, that's where they really need 84% of voting, but that's where they really need to run up is in Fulton County. So that's what it looks like. And just so we can all see, Trump is projected to almost 70% chance of victory and 286 electoral votes. So it looks like we're headed to a Trump victory, but we will see. Back to TYT. Let's see how they're coping with what's going on. Let me fast forward this to see.
We have in the progressive populist movement, and
now you can tell how sad
schedule. It's crazy.
Come on, I want to see this thing. I like how they have them looking all happy, but then the other side looking all sad and Higher behind them.
Luther, William Hammond, Mimi Garcia, Gio, Jeff, Wesley Gill, and Rog. Thank you for gifting a membership. We appreciate it, guys. Join button's right below the video.
Yeah, just call for Harris. I'm not
Support,
seeing that, but
one program that
if I
you
do,
know, to
I'll
be
let you
honest,
know.
no matter what happens, and we fight for positive change in the world. Another conservative wrote in about, hey, why can't we do anything positive together? Trust me, brother, I think we can. In fact, let's go to Dan Holloway, who is one of the hosts of Drinking Bros. Dan, welcome back to the Young Turks. How are you, brother?
Great. How are you guys doing?
Good, good. So, Dan, you're generally a conservative. So, how are you feeling about tonight's results so far?
You know, it's too early to even have an opinion on it. In my opinion, oddly enough, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have seen a couple of places where there's some divide between certain candidates and the top level ticket. You see that every now and again when there's a super unpopular person like Mark Robinson in North Carolina. That's not surprising at all. That guy's kind of a clown, obviously. I mean, I don't think anybody really likes that dude. So I'm not surprised to see that. There were some early returns on Cruz in Texas. I'm not sure how popular he really is here, but it seems like it's kind of leveling out now. He's about 6 points up. So, yeah, I mean, everything looks, nothing surprising has happened yet, so far as I'm concerned. What about you guys? What do you think?
Yeah, not yet. And Rick Scott won kind of easily in Florida. We probably thought he was going to win, but it was a little bit easier than we thought. Ted Cruz is winning in Texas. We thought he was probably going to win, but maybe a percentage point higher than we expected. So nothing interesting
Yeah,
there.
I mean, I thought maybe 2 to 4 points. Right now, he's about 2 points ahead of what I thought. So we'll see. It's still 40% left out there. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, he's underperforming Trump. Dan, Ted Cruz is an interesting one. So let's stay on that for a second. Because in the old days when I would have conversations or debate Republicans or conservatives, they just go all the way down the line. No, Ted Cruz is great. Mitch McConnell's great. They're all wonderful human beings and they mean well and they don't care about their donors, unlike the Democrats. And I always found it comical, right? So what's your take on a guy like Ted Cruz?
I've got a couple. One, rooting for a politician is like thinking the stripper likes you, or rooting for a politician is like rooting for the umpire. You know what I mean? Like, come on, get out of here with that stuff. At the end of the day, it's really about what you deliver to the people, not about your charisma or any of that other stuff. I mean, certainly that plays a role in getting you elected. Not that he has any. He kind of looks like a mortician to me, frankly. But
all right, so I'm going to now switch us to, so these are the extreme of the extreme left wing. This is as left wing as it goes. So it's the line. I know a couple of these people. These are friends of mine, and let's see how they are handling the election.
Can you hear me?
I sure can.
Okay, great. I'm in Delaware right now. We just saw Sarah McBride do her acceptance speech as she is the projected winner to be the first trans woman, openly trans person to ever serve in the U.S. Congress. So very historic time. As you can see, there's an election party going on. But yeah, history has just been made. So I just wanted to call in and let you know how are things going.
Well, Promise decided to leave because she wasn't excited about that announcement. Just kidding.
Dr. Ben is here too.
Oh, we can bring in Dr. Ben. How is it going? Have you not been watching? It's going horribly.
It's not going horribly. It's still
Did you see how fast they called Florida?
They called Florida almost right off the bat. Texas has been called. You have zero path to 319. Let me tell you that.
No, we weren't counting on Florida. We weren't counting on Texas. The swing states are still up in the air. Also, you have the fact that Pennsylvania is doing really, really well. So don't let we call this the red mirage. All right, and that's what. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. It's still a lot of time, still a lot of hours in the night. It's going to be a long night though. Like North Carolina is a little close. Let's not say a little, but it's actually very, very close. So we'll see how that goes. But don't get discouraged. It's still too early.
I'm discouraged. I am discouraged. I'm managing my expectations. And I told you when we argued about it forever ago, Jon Stewart is not going to run. He's not going to be drafted. Donald Trump will be the nominee. I didn't call Harris being the other nominee, but holy crap, it is going. The fact that it is this close already means the fact that Florida was won so fast that there is that the constitutional abortion amendment did not even slow it down to be called for, means that tonight, even if she wins, and for that I will be grateful, but tonight is also a loss in a lot of ways.
Yeah, we did another win that we did is, or at least so far,
hard
Emma
on this
Curtis, who is running for
Open.
Urban District County Council for Fayette County in Lexington, Kentucky. He's currently winning.
So I just want to make it very clear. It seems like the lefties are really feeling the pain. Let's see David Pacman. David Pacman, he's someone who I watch all the time. I watch left and right commentators like crazy. David Pacman is he's actually one of the good ones. One of the best.
2020, we see him.
David,
All right, so much of what we've already seen.
Joe Rogan.
Here's a wacky little interlude. Here are some of the people associated with Alex Jones.
That's Viva.
Using language. Okay, listen.
All right, so David Pacman is going after Viva. Let's hear it. For you who don't know, Viva is the one who brought me on the YouTube. He showed me the ropes.
Wow.
That guy, Viva Fareed. Oh, right. But that guy, when I was practicing law and I saw one of his videos and he's been to my house, this guy is a salt of the earth. Great guy. Republican maniac. He loves Trump. He's a Trump-loving right conservative maniac. But that man has the heart of gold. And one thing it also shows you is that politics is be damned. Viva is a really, really, really good guy. But he's about to see some crazy shit that David's going to make fun of him about. But Viva's a really good guy. Here we go. Let's hear what David says.
Viva, looking at this, you were on this morning. You were predicting a victory. So is General Flynn.
This is Viva Frey. Dear God.
Looking now, don't want to count our chickens yet, but it's looking good, Viva.
Well, I'm following the markets as much as I'm watching the news because the markets were predicting Ohio before the news was. So you know that the markets are more predictive, more accurate than the news itself. But fingers crossed, despite the fact that Pennsylvania and what's the other state there, Arizona are saying we might not know for days. You might not need to know certain things for days, but it might be clear enough as what's coming in tonight. It looks good, Alex, and I don't want to get ahead of I don't want to get ahead of the ball. And I don't want to count the chickens before they're hatched, but it's looking very good, and the markets are reflecting that.
So listen, the conspiracy people are convinced that Trump is going to win this thing. Is Trump going to win this thing? Well, I don't know. It's certainly conceivable that he will.
Now,
North Carolina.
Now, I will say something about David. He's being a little disingenuous here. The guy, they just said that essentially it's a prediction, right? We don't really know. It's early, but we're happy what we're seeing. So I think what he said was fair. I think David's being a little too hard on him, but I understand the left is having a rough night here. So we have to understand it. Somebody was going to have a rough night. It's going to be the left or the right wing. And I was going to have to console one side, but it seems like the left is going to be the one that's being consoled. Trump's chances of winning went up from 68. Well, it went from 68 to 69, but we have a new projection out for the election. So the new projections that are out is Trump has now a 71% chance of victory and 287 electoral points, college votes. So Trump New York Times is saying 71%. It looks like Trump is going to take it. Virginia is still too close to call, which is a shocker. New Hampshire is still too close to call, which is a shocker. Maine is still they haven't called Maine, which is still too close to call. Michigan, obviously, it's still a lot of vote out. Georgia, Trump has increased his lead in Georgia. And in North Carolina, the lead has shrunk a little bit, but you're still at about 100,000 votes and still got more than half the vote to come in. So we're going to be here for a while. Virginia, Trump's lead is tightening a little bit, but I still think he's going to pull this one out. So we will see. We'll see. But right now, if everything just holds up, Trump is going to be the next president. If everything just holds up. Michigan's looking good for Harris. So is Wisconsin. This is a shocker. Iowa's too close to call, and she's up in Iowa. So that may be our surprise of the night, Iowa. But I doubt it. Even though, because don't forget they had that poll, that last second poll that showed that she was going to win Iowa. So we'll see what happens there. That press the button. Thank you. I appreciate it. So yeah, so right now, if you are a Republican, a conservative, things are looking really, really, really good for you right now. Let's go back to David. Let's see how David's coping with this.
Has gone to Donald Trump. What was a possible moment where maybe Harris could take it seems to have evaporated. North Carolina.
So some have called North Carolina.
Donald
North
Trump.
Carolina's just been called for Trump.
Now, I see people, political amateurs, who are coming through here and saying, look, it's over. Trump's got twice her electoral votes. You have to remember that Harris is going to get 74 electoral votes from the West Coast when it comes in. Hawaii, New Mexico, and Colorado are another 19. Minnesota is going to go blue. So there is this West Coast blue thing that happens. You need to work the system, understand all of the stuff that's outstanding here. Okay, understand all of the stuff that's outstanding. That all being said, another possible path to victory for Kamala Harris has been eliminated. There was a path to victory that included the possibility of North Carolina. That's not going to happen because North Carolina has indeed been called for scrumps. Now, Georgia is very close to being out of reach. Very close.
Georgia looks like
and in fact, I would expect Georgia to be called for Trump soon as well. So I think it must be the case. It must be the case. Someone who's watching, text me if I'm wrong or right on this. If Harris is going to win, it's going to be a smaller margin than Biden had in 2020, almost certainly, right? I mean, even if Harris gets Iowa, it has to be a smaller margin. Am I right about that? Which, go back to my appearance on the Sean Mike Kelly show, my prediction was Harris wins, but by a smaller margin than Biden won. People saying, oh, she needs Pennsylvania now. She always needed Pennsylvania.
She always needed Pennsylvania.
Probably needed Pennsylvania all along.
That's so true.
Dropping.
Britt, Nate.
Okay.
Do I need to understand?
Pennsylvania 36. Another 3% of the vote. Let me see where we're at. With 36%.
Those are fighting words.
The lead is now 84. Trump making up another 10K. If you've been with us for the last hour and a half, Kamala Harris's lead in Pennsylvania has experienced shrinkage from 333,000 votes to 84,000 votes. Actually, hold on. Now it's 26.
Now it's closer. It's closer.
Oh my goodness.
It's
there go another 30,000 votes.
Yeah, it's almost
37%. Harris's lead is only 51.
Let me show you. It's looking like Philadelphia, Pennsylvania is flipping, is going Trump. That late vote can't look like it's coming in. Let me go back to the presidential map so you guys can see what I'm seeing. Here is Pennsylvania, 41% of the vote in. Remember, Harris was up big. She is just up by 0.9 percentage points. So it is tight in Pennsylvania. Just so we all know, if she loses Pennsylvania, she loses the election. Pennsylvania is it. If she loses Pennsylvania, she loses the election. And now it's just down to a 0.3% margin. So if she loses Pennsylvania, she loses. There's no hope. Pennsylvania, especially after losing North Carolina. But North Carolina, they still have too close to call about 100,000 votes. So let's see if somebody's going to call that. He's saying they called it already, but I haven't seen anyone call it. So I'm just going to keep my skepticism for that. But
Donald Trump's performing tonight.
We have some more.
This really is an indictment of the Democratic Party for the last 3 years. Because you want to talk about Nevada, you talk about the voter registration advantage. Republicans, basically, for the first 3 years of this presidential cycle, just destroyed the Democrats on voter registration. All across the country in the battleground states, Republican registration advantage. The last 3 months, Democrats have done well. 3 years versus 3 months.
There we go.
So far, the 3 years is paying some dividends for Trump.
All right, there's the countdown. We are waiting for another batch of closings, and this will bring us to battleground Nevada.
So Montana, you
our
thought
last
Trump
battleground
sure.
state.
Nevada's going to be the issue.
The last to close the polls. NBC News can make a projection now on the state of Utah. NBC projects that Donald Trump will win in Utah and take those 7 electoral votes. And we go further into the west, into Montana. 4 electoral votes. Donald Trump, the projected winner in Montana tonight. Here's the map, the road to 270. Donald Trump now with 201. Harris with 81. That's the road to 270.
He's almost there.
Well, let's put Nevada up on the map here. It is, as you might expect, too early to call. And if you remember, in 2020, we didn't get a result in Nevada until Saturday, so we could be waiting a while. In fact,
we remember.
Oh, we remember. You can send your mail bell.
Exactly.
Don't even bring
Don't
it up.
even
They
bring
said
it.
that everyone's triggered here. Okay, Pennsylvania, too close to call. Got to say that was a Saturday call as well in 2020. Michigan, too close to call there. Let's see how much vote we've gotten, though, at this hour. Just 16%, so there's a lot of vote to be counted there. We'll move over to the state just nearby, Wisconsin, the other industrial Midwest battleground, 35% in. They are making some progress, but too close to call. Georgia, too close to call, but we are getting to a much higher number. We can get down into the counties in just a bit with Tom Yamas. He's right over there, North Carolina as well, starting to count more votes, too close to call. And finally, out west, the great battleground state of Arizona, too close to call. That's another one that may take several days before we get results. So let's go to Tom. And I mean, Pennsylvania, we cannot talk about it enough. It may all hinge on Pennsylvania, just as it did in 2020.
Yeah, and earlier I was talking about Eastern PA, guys, not to talk about Western PA. Go Steelers fans. Let's start in Pittsburgh and Allegheny County here. 66% of the vote, and let's compare it to 2020. Slightly overperforming. That's good news for Harris because that's what she needs to do there if she wants to win the state of Pennsylvania. And look at this, Butler County. You'll remember that's where that first assassination attempt took place, just miles from Pittsburgh. Look what a different place this is. Trump is on top. 71% of the vote is in. He got 65 in 2020, 65%. He's now at 64. He's essentially performing where he needs to be. I also want to see how the vote is in these Western communities, Western PA communities, because fracking was a big issue here. Vice President Harris had to change her position on that. Washington County, right here on the border, Trump with 60% of the vote. Let's see how he did compared to 2020. It's about the same.
Everybody keeps saying PA flip, PA flip. I'm looking at the live vote totals. It's about to flip, though. Yeah, it's close, but she's up by 0.1%. So it's about to flip. It's about to flip, but it hasn't flipped officially yet. Maybe about before I get back to this, but it hasn't flipped yet. But it's going to flip.
Westmoreland right next to here. It butts up against Allegheny County. 47% of the vote is in. He's at 65. So he's kind of where his marks were in 2020. Remember, he has to do a little bit better. Erie is the one that we're going to be watching. This is the big swing county. We only have 1% in. The reason why we're watching this is because Erie almost always picks the winner of the election here. We only have 1% in Erie County, but we'll be watching that. Let's move east now because I know we have a lot of people from the Philadelphia area on the anchor desk tonight. See what's happening over there. Let's start in Chester County. Okay, so I'm going to give a quick whip around here. 2020, remember. So Harris has to drive up the vote in the suburbs just like Biden did and try to turn out that vote in Philadelphia County. So Chester's one of those ring counties. Let's move over to Delaware County here. She's overperforming there. Only a quarter of the votes in. Let's get to Philadelphia County here. 79%. She's going to want to increase those numbers. Again, we're still waiting on a lot of the vote. It's still very early. Remember, some of these counties are going to report late.
All right, so Google's showing it, but I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. New York Times. This is the updated map. It still shows Harris by 0.3 percentage points, and I just refreshed this page. I'm going to 538. 538. I'm looking at Pennsylvania. How does 538 have Pennsylvania? It has Harris still up by 2,000 votes in Pennsylvania. So I'm looking at the maps. All of them are saying that. Maybe Google's saying something different. And here is NBC News. They have Harris up by 0.6. Let me go to MSNBC. Yeah, they have Harris up by 0.6. So it's tight. I just don't see where it's 270 to win has it. Okay. So, but I just think it's just too tight. Maybe, but it's tight right now. I'm not saying he's not going to take it, but
overperforming there. This is where Governor Shapiro is. You may remember that. She closed out her final ad sitting right next to Governor Shapiro, making sure the people of Pennsylvania saw that. And then I want to park on Bucks for a while, and then I want you guys to talk a little bit about Bucks. 24% in, but this is the county, the ring county around Philadelphia, one of those collar counties that Republicans thought they could make some inroads here. More working class than some of those neighboring suburb areas, counties. They say Southern Bucks might be a little bit more Trump country. That may have changed this election. We're going to have to wait and see. But you can see here the numbers aren't as high as they were with 24% in, 56% of the vote. Trump's going to have to try to run up the vote a little bit here if he wants to do better. I'm going to look at one more area before I send it to you guys. This is the swing here. Northampton almost always picks the winner in Pennsylvania. This is Easton. This is Bethlehem. That's that whole Lehigh Valley area there. Wow. Biden was at 49. Harris was right there. Look, guys, it's tough to draw any kind of information on who's on top or who's lower right now. Still too close to call. Trump's on top at only about 17,000 votes. You remember the spread in 2020 was about 80,000 votes. So a lot of votes still out here. One thing I do want to mention, there was an exit poll out of Pennsylvania on Latino voters, and they broke for Trump in a major way. That could possibly be a deciding effect here in Pennsylvania because you're talking.
So even with the whole Puerto Rican thing, Latino voters broke for Trump.
About 600,000 Latinos that are registered to vote. Guys, back to you.
Can we talk a minute about the amount of money that has been spent in some of these races? Pennsylvania, I'm looking here, Pennsylvania, Biden, Harris, plus the DNC, $131.7 million.
Yeah, 300.
So just so we can all see like what the different maps are saying, because all the maps are like kind of going crazy. So first I'll start at 538, which we've been looking at all night. They have, let me pull out of this one. So they have right now, let me see if they have Trump flipping Pennsylvania. So yeah, so now Trump has flipped Pennsylvania. He is up in Pennsylvania by 0.8 percentage points. So they said he's flipped Pennsylvania. He's got 278 electoral votes as of right now. And they haven't called North Carolina. So this is 238 to 538. Haven't called North Carolina, Georgia, Virginia. All these states are still open. They haven't even called Ohio. Let's go to New York. To New York Times. New York Times gives Trump. They have just adjusted Trump's chances of winning from. Remember, we started at 60. Now we're at 75% chances of winning. Harris has lost more electoral votes, and Trump is at 291, looking like they're predicting he's going to get 291 electoral votes. So that's looking great. They have not called this one. New York Times has not called North Carolina. As you can see, they still have it too close to call, but Trump is up. They still haven't called Virginia, which Virginia is still too close to call. Georgia, 84%. Looks like I predicted, I think Trump is going to win that. And Pennsylvania, Trump has flipped it. So now he's up 0.7 in Pennsylvania. He's also cut into the lead in Michigan in a big way, and he cut into the lead in Wisconsin. So it's looking very, very tight. And so I'm just going to be honest with you guys. If she loses Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, it's done. So this is what they haven't called, like this one hasn't called Colorado, this one hasn't called New Mexico. So it's all kind of just here. The next one, let's look at. This is 270 to win. The next one, share this one. They have Trump at 220 with their live results. They have called North Carolina for Trump, which looks like that's a safe bet. They've called Virginia for Harris, which again, these two were tight, so they've felt comfortable enough to make those calls. Georgia's still open. They've called Illinois. And Pennsylvania is still tight, too close to call. So they actually called Colorado in this one. So Harris has 108, but Trump has 220. Trump is looking like he may get to 300 tonight. So this is looking crazy. Then if Trump wins, do Dems say it because white people are racist, sexist towards Kamala? I don't know. I don't know why. Because like I keep saying, though, the problem with Kamala is that she was. When she ran as a Democrat, they didn't pick, like the Democrats didn't pick her. And she was kind of forced in there. And I think the problem is that you got to convince your own people to come out, but you got to convince the people who don't like you to come out to vote for you too, or who are on the fence. And I think that's the problem here. I think Kamala didn't do enough to say, this is why I want you to vote for me. It was more, this is why you don't vote for that guy. And I think that's always a recipe for disaster, because you're going to get the loyalists that vote, right? But you're not going to get the people who are this. So I think I honestly think 270 to win as we're watching now. I think they called Virginia too early, because I think Virginia is very, very tight. Let me go back to this. Let me go back to look at the live vote count for Virginia. This is what Virginia looks like live. And there's 3,000 votes with 67% of the thing. And Trump is up in Virginia. So I don't know why they're calling Virginia, but it looks like, but they've 270 has called it for Harris, even though Trump is still Trump is up. So maybe the outstanding vote there is there's more vote for Harris out there, but we'll see. Let's see what they're saying on NBC, because we were watching Pat
level there tonight.
Well, I think there's certainly a level of anxiety, at least according to some of the Harris allies with whom I've been speaking to over the course of the last hour or so. One ally telling me,
Trump is ahead in Pennsylvania.
The Democrat winning his effort to become the state's governor, that we were able to project a while back, but obviously not the same for Kamala Harris, at least not yet. That indicates that there's clearly some split ticket voters there. Some folks who will be voting for Josh Stein as governor, but then Donald Trump as president. Otherwise, we would have a projection already in that state right now. They say that is an indicator that gives some anxiety right now going forward that North Carolina may not be a state that they're able to win. If that happens, and these are all ifs, it's all very early here, that does again shrink their path to victory to 270. They really are relying heavily on those blue wall states right now. And one of those key states obviously is Pennsylvania, the biggest prize of them all with 19 electoral votes. I spent many of the last several days up there, and I was in the urban centers where the Harris campaign put a lot of its energy, including in Philadelphia, and particularly in places like Philadelphia, where they were sending buses up there to knock on doors to help swell the number. They're really relying on big numbers in places like Philadelphia and the collar counties that surround it. They need to run up the numbers among some of those suburban women in particular, the suburbs more broadly right now, and in Philadelphia. So that's where a lot of them are hanging their hat, at least according to the allies I'm speaking to right now. We're going to keep a close eye on that as this night progresses.
All right, Peter Alexander, thanks very much. I think we have a call now in the Texas Senate race.
Ted Cruz is going to win.
News projects that Ted Cruz will retain his seat again in Texas. Democrats have taken some big swings in recent years in Texas, but unable to land a haymaker.
Wasn't even close.
Colin Allred will come up short tonight in his bid to unseat Ted Cruz.
Let's go to Chuck on this, because I mean, Texas is the white whale for Democrats. Chuck Schumer, the Democratic campaign committee threw money in Texas at late in the game, thinking maybe there was something going on there. Texas has a very restrictive abortion ban, as we know.
The Democratic Party went way late into both of those two races.
Yes.
They were sent a signal to donors for a year and a half. We're not going to bother with Texas and Florida. They're too expensive to do. And they had too many incumbents to defend in Ohio and Pennsylvania and all of that. Then Allred just kept hanging around. So they thought maybe late money, but this is, you don't just flip a, notice we haven't seen any big flips tonight in general. You don't just flip a state in 3 weeks.
That's true.
You don't just show up in 3 weeks and think magically things are going to happen. Not with how embedded, not with how nationalized our conversation is, not with how polarized we are. And this is a case where at some point the Democratic Party, if they're serious about Texas, they're going to spend 4 years there. You can't just do it in 4 weeks. And it's the same story we just talked about in Florida. And this is the difference. Again, I go back. The Republican Party for the last 4 years has been much more aggressive. You heard Garrett talk about it, and the Trump campaign is flexing its muscles because it worked. They had massive voter registration campaigns for the last 3 years. And it has padded them. It's what Texas, look, Republicans got stronger in Texas. I mean, that Latino vote in Texas,
yes.
when you've got over 60% Latino men moving in Texas towards the Republicans, that's realignment. That is realignment that's happening.
And I think we have another Senate call to make now in the, I believe, in the state of Maryland. NBC News projects that in Maryland, Angela also Brooks will win. And there's against Larry Hogan, former governor.
Now, one thing I do appreciate is NBC is explaining to you why the Democrats are losing. And they're not saying it's racism. They're not saying it's sexism. They're not saying any of the isms. They're like, the problem is that Democrats didn't put in the work. And the work is they tried to go on Texas for 3 weeks, spend a whole bunch of money, and think that was going to make a difference. It didn't. They lost ground. They lost ground. And the Republicans have been going into those places. Let's get the vote out. Let's get the people vote. Let's get people motivated to vote. And immigration being such an issue, you would think that would favor the Democrats, but it seems like it's moved more Latinos away from the Democrats. Calling Trump, and I think this is the lesson that Democrats have to learn. And I think this is what lost them this election, because I'm assuming they're going to lose this election. The thing that lost them this election is that they run the same playbook, and Trump has blown that playbook away because it just bounces off of him. Trump is essentially has a rubber suit on. And he's a racist that bounces off of him. He's a sexist that bounces off of him. He's this that bounces off him. And that all bounces off of him. And the Democrats are trying to keep convincing people that he are these things. But as you can see, the majority of the country does not believe it. And I think that's the problem. I think they have to take that playbook they have and throw it away and say, we need to do something different. We need to run on a different message. Now, the reason why Trump is going to win, the reason why I believe Trump is going to win is because single issue voters, Democrats were putting all of their baskets on that single issue voter, abortion, right? We're in Florida. Put abortion for the constitutional amendment. Put abortion on the ballot. You'll go and hoping those single issue voters say abortion means Democrat. It didn't happen. Marijuana means Democrat. It didn't happen. That killed them. But it was because Republicans for 3 years, as Chuck Todd said, went into those places, into Miami-Dade, into deep blue, the places in Texas where it's deep blue, and let's register these people to vote. Let's get them to vote. Let's get them into the conversation. And so they've lost the ground game. So Democrats, by the time Democrats got there, they had already lost the ground game. And in Pennsylvania, I'm telling you guys, I'm just going to tell you guys, Pennsylvania's going to go for Trump. And the reason why is the Democrats were praying that those comments about Puerto Rico flip and had those Puerto Rican voters and those Hispanic voters at the very end flip. But they didn't. Because you know what? Trump didn't say it. It was some idiot that said it. And so what? And it mattered more to Democrats. And they played on it so much instead of going to the issue. So what I'm saying here is that the Democratic Party failed. Their loss tonight is a failure, but not a failure because there are racists out there. No, it's a failure on them being able to get their message out. And think about it. And I know this is going to make some of you mad. And I know. But to show you how bad the Democrats are at messaging, the economy. The economy, they should be messaging different on. And I'll tell you how. Trump, when he was president, he had the lowest Black unemployment, lowest Latino unemployment, lowest female unemployment, most jobs ever created. You name it, he did it. But you know who beat all those records? Biden. But you didn't hear Biden campaign mention none of that, right? Lowest Black unemployment rate in the history of the country, under Biden. Lowest women's unemployment rate, under Biden. Lowest Hispanic unemployment rate ever, Biden. Most jobs ever created, Biden. You don't know about any of that. The reason to know why? Because Democrats don't know how to sell their good stuff. Trump would have sold it. Trump sells it. Trump is a salesman. He sells it. Biden, he can barely talk. Blah, 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 blah. And Harris is not out there selling it. She has to sell it. And that's the problem. I just don't think she was able to sell it. And now it's coming. The chickens are coming home to roost. So yes, Harris is going to lose.
It was a total misread sort of by the coastal strategists when it comes to how to target working class voters of color. And I think we're starting to see sort of a working class coalition start to drift to the right. Before.
You know why? Because just by screaming the guy is racist doesn't work anymore. screaming he's racist doesn't work. It worked in the past, right? It worked in the past. It doesn't work now. And that's why they're losing black and minority voters.
Donald Trump had working class whites.
Doesn't work.
Now he's adding working class Hispanics and working class
blacks.
Not necessarily seeing evidence of working class African Americans, but adding working class Hispanics. That becomes a very durable majority.
Well, another way of saying that is the education gap.
Well, it's the
Whether
same
you're
thing.
College educated or
Correct.
non-college educated.
It doesn't matter your ethnicity.
You know what? Like this person said, Nate, they are just coming back from COVID. Facts, true. Right? You can make that argument. But my argument would be, if I'm on a campaign, it's easier to say the greatest jobs ever created under the Biden administration. That's all I'm saying. As long as if I'm having you explain it, bounce back jobs from COVID, that's you explaining it. But the fact of the matter is, I would sell it. See, I'm talking about the Democrats that are bad at selling their accomplishments. And because the only thing they want to sell, Harris is the perfect example of a candidate who economy she didn't sell. She couldn't sell the border. She sold none of her. I don't think there's most people in this chat can name most of her policies or any of her policies, mind you. But I think that's the issue. They could have run a different campaign instead of running on, hey, the economy is doing good. Hey, this. They ran on he's a racist. He's going to destroy the country. He's essentially a scare vote. They tried to scare you to vote against him. Not vote for me because I'm the better candidate and have the better ideas, because be scared of him. And that's why that thing about democracy, that's why that thing mattered. That's what the news, everybody focuses on that, end of democracy. But no, that's not it. It's about my pocketbook.
Ethnicity. It matters your education.
Right.
What is it, Donald?
Correct. It doesn't matter your ethnicity. Well, it's the same.
I want you to listen to what he said. This is NBC saying this. NBC. Check it out.
College educated or non-college educated.
It doesn't matter your ethnicity. It matters your education.
What is it, Donald Trump, or is it the Republican Party?
Or is it the Democratic Party? Okay, meaning like I don't,
it's not about your ethnicity. It's not about your ethnicity. That's what they've missed. And they locked themselves into this cabal with ethnicity, and now it's slamming them in the face.
Democrat. It is. First of all, Latino voters.
Oh, she did better in the debate, but what does that got you now? Right? A debate is one snapshot at a time. We're talking about years and years and years of banging it. That's the problem. That's what you're not saying. Yes, the debate is great. She did better in that debate, but we're talking about years and years of messaging. And Trump has that. And instead of them going into the messaging again, you got a message. Failures versus victories. And that's, like I keep saying, she never told people why they should vote for her. It was all against, don't vote for him. All right. But that's not a message that's going to get you elected. All right. So a big update for those of you the betting markets have essentially closed on the election. So you can't even vote for the election because they essentially got Trump winning. Trump is at an 80% chance of victory right now. 80%. So yeah, so he's gone. This is essentially over. 80% chance of victory, 296 electoral votes, and that's the New York Times is essentially they may just call it for Trump, but yeah, this is a disaster.
Florida and Texas. So closer with Latino voters.
Education gap.
Well, it's the
Whether
same
you're
thing.
College educated or
Correct.
non-college educated.
It doesn't matter your ethnicity. It matters your education.
What is it, Donald Trump, or is it the Republican Party?
Or is it the Democratic
I know we
Party?
heard this before.
Okay, meaning like I don't, it's the Democrat.
This is a monumental moment because the mainstream media has just realized identity politics doesn't work anymore. Matter of fact, it's losing us, the people, for the identity. This is crazy.
First of all, Latino voters in many ways are driven by the same issues. And there's one issue in particular, actually, that Republicans align closer with Latino voters, or Latino voters align more closely with the Conservative Party, and that's school choice. And that has been, and you can't help but wonder, both Florida and Texas have been very aggressive about expanding school choice. Where have Republicans made the greatest gains among Hispanic voters? Florida and Texas. So education, the economy, those issues, bread and butter issues, and that is how they talk to them. I'm not saying Democrats weren't, but for the sort of the cultural issues don't play as well with Hispanic voters as they may with college-educated whites or even African Americans.
And we saw the Trump campaign hammer some of those issues in ads over and over again. Take a break right here. Coming up next, things are heating up. The votes are rolling in. We've got the latest on the ballot.
Yeah, I think this is over, people. I think this is over.
He was at 68 in 2020. He's now up to 70. The other part where they do well in the other part of the state, in Green Bay, it's called the Bow. So yes, it's the Bow counties and the Wow. Bow Wow. I know that's pretty funny, but maybe it's not that funny.
Trump is
Anyways,
winning
Brown is Green Bay.
It'll pass.
Trump is 52%. He's up big time here. But again, only 33% of the vote is in. And there are a lot of Democratic votes in Green Bay as well. We're going to come down here to the O and Bow Outagamie, 54-57. Again, he's overperforming there. And then finally in Winnebago, 36%. I want to show two more counties you guys may have heard of. You may not have. Racine, these are suburbs of Milwaukee, getting closer to Chicago. These were counties that Trump flipped from Obama, and then he held them 4 years later. 15% in. Trump was at 51-68. That's a strong number for him. We go to Kenosha, which has been in the headlines, especially after the George Floyd protests. 50% in 2020, 73% in. He's overperforming there. So if you're looking at Wisconsin right now, I mean, the Republicans, some sort of positivity here that they're looking at. Sauk County is one of these counties that we watch that usually picks the winner of Wisconsin. Sauk is one, and Dorr is the other one. You've probably heard of Dorr if you've been following the political headlines lately. Our data at a Dorr is a little skewed right now, so we're going to wait till the numbers get corrected there for right now. But Sauk County, we can look at 48% is in. Biden won this in 2020. Trump won it in 2016, 47-50. You can see Trump's overperforming there. But again,
Trump is overperforming everywhere. This is insane stuff. Back to the New York Times election map. Look at these numbers coming out of Pennsylvania now. Trump is up huge in Pennsylvania. He was down, but now he's up huge. We still got half the vote left, so still got a lot coming in. Let's see where that vote is at. A lot of vote in Philadelphia left to be counted. A lot of red spots. A lot of big blue votes. So you got a lot of vote left, but he's up. He's definitely moved up in the world in Pennsylvania. Wow. And he's got an 82% chance of victory now. They moved him up to 82. So yeah, this is it's essentially going to be a miracle for Harris to win. She's going to have a miracle. And is there anything? No, everything looks Trump. Even she's flipped Virginia back. So Virginia, she's up in Virginia. Still too close to call, they said, in North Carolina. And Georgia looks like it's going to be Trump. I don't know why they keep playing, why they don't just call Georgia. Wisconsin, Trump is up in Wisconsin, and he is tight in Michigan. So it looks like, it looks like it's over. Harris is winning in New Mexico, Arizona. It's extremely tight, but these essentially don't matter. If he takes Pennsylvania or Wisconsin, it's over. It's over. If he takes Pennsylvania, it's over. But Pennsylvania, he doesn't need all these. He just needs two of those, the blue wall, and it's done. So I think Trump is essentially president. I think he's won. I think it's already won. He's already won. But we'll see. But it looks like he's already won. No, she's got to be like, oh my God.
She did not get it right. It looks like the pollsters got it right in this election because I'm looking at these blue walls. If you look at Berks County, Harris is underperforming. You look at Lancaster County, she's overperforming. It's going to be razor close. I don't think there's any question. Now, what we're going to have to figure out is, do we have a country where an election can be close and people can accept the results? That's the question that I'm beginning to worry about, that if these are all really close and they go the way of Donald Trump, I don't think there'll be any problem.
Well, Mark, we live in a 50-50 world. I mean, we do. I mean,
we really do.
And it's not going to stop after, Wednesday or beyond.
No, and one of the things I'll tell you I'm looking at right now is Philadelphia itself, because while Kamala Harris has her margin, the numbers aren't there. She's about 2 points behind right now of where Joe Biden was, but there was a 471,000 vote difference to offset the rural areas. Right now, with 50% of the vote in, the last time I looked, she's on pace for maybe 390,000, maybe 400 or so thousand. That's if the current margins hold, and that's a projection. She needs to be above 450. Yeah. And if we're down there in that right, because right now it's about 190,000 vote difference with 50% in.
It's early, but I mean, it seems like what we're gleaning from exit polls and other data is that the Trump campaign is overperforming, doing very well with Hispanic voters and young men. That Joe Rogan army appears to be real in a lot of these places. Is that what you're seeing, Mark?
No, absolutely. I think they're very excited by that. And they also see that they're overperforming in rural areas. I think they're trying to cut their losses in the urban areas and in some of the suburbs. It's not always working, but I think in some of these key battleground states, it's panning out right now.
Claire, what are you hearing from the Democratic side?
Well, first of all, I think there's a lot of people on the Democratic side that are paying a lot of attention to what's happening with Sherrod Brown and John Tester right now.
How about that? Yeah.
Because the fact that it's been called for Trump in Montana and it hasn't been called for the Senate race gives you an indication. Same thing in Ohio. And I think everybody needs to remember what Lester just said is true. It's a 50-50 country. Let's assume for purposes of this conversation that in fact they take the Senate. And let's assume for purposes that Trump wins the presidency. They're not going to have more than 51 votes in the Senate, maybe 52. And you have a couple of the Trump stuff, like Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski. You could actually have a situation where the Senate is frozen in either administration. Depending on how it goes. So now's a time that I think that regardless of how this turns out, I think the leader of this country needs to realize it's time to quit dividing and try to unite and figure out if we can't find ways to work together.
We have a divided Senate. I mean, already the status quo is, essentially tied with Democrats having control with the tie-breaking vote of Vice President Harris. We haven't even talked about the House, possibly because it will be weeks before we know. But Democrats are hoping to take back control of the House. They only need to net out 4 seats, so those races will go. But once again, I mean, you just look at a country, to Lester's point, that is very divided, and this is what the polls are in right now. So far, that is what the results are bearing out.
And I will say, we're sitting here, it's 10:30 Eastern time. This is kind of a little bit of a strange moment. We have some data in, but not all. We have a lot of exit poll data in, but not a ton of vote count yet. We still have our ways to go. We haven't called a single key battleground state yet. So this is an interesting moment in the evening, and I think it bears having this conversation, because when you look at the strategies from each of these campaigns, the vice president did something very specific. She looked to once she got into the race not too long ago, she looked to cast Donald Trump as a danger to democracy, but she also looked to make the positive case for herself and why she should get another 4 years. Her campaign spent so much time in places like Wisconsin. Think about that Ripon visit, the birthplace of the Republican Party, bringing out Liz Cheney, former congresswoman on the Republican side. I think everybody knows who the Cheney family is, trying to reach out to this tiny slice of people who aren't quite totally in their tribal corners.
No, also too, I'll say this. All that left star power, Beyonce, Taylor Swift, they sell records, but they don't get out the vote. They don't get out the vote because Democrats have some major star power, and they just couldn't get. You suppose this is how it felt when the Romans crowned Octavian emperor. Well, but I don't know. I don't know if he didn't get. He got 4 years though. Did he get 4 years? No, but I don't think whoever. The Democrats, matter of fact, that's what we should do. We should look at some of the Dems, see how the Dems are feeling. Let's look at David Packman, because I think the realization is coming in right now.
5 subscriptions, 25 subscriptions via Twitch, putting us at 414. No matter what happens, we're going to be here. no matter what happens. The book is coming out, and I will be visiting, hopefully, your city so we can meet and talk about the path forward. We are pressing
This is
forward
left
no
wing
matter the results.
David.
But still a number of scenarios where Kamala Harris could win in a.
So he's got this. So he's trying to get people to still stay focused on her winning. He's saying that she can win if she wins Pennsylvania, Michigan. So he's got her winning all three of these. Trump taking all of that, which he's already taken. And what is that? Arizona and Nevada. So he has Trump. He has Harris winning barely. So we'll see. But yeah.
A number of different.
He said there's still hope. He's still at hope. But if he loses Pennsylvania, it's over.
She must now win Pennsylvania.
Yeah, if
Pennsylvania is I think a must win for Kamala Harris.
It is
because
a must win.
Now, given that North Carolina is gone, given that Georgia is gone.
Yeah, Georgia's gone too.
Even if Harris wins Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona, and Nevada, it would not be enough. Everything now depends on Pennsylvania. And here's the asymmetrical scenario in which we find ourselves.
Everything is in Pennsylvania, but we said we knew that at the beginning of the night.
Pennsylvania. Trump does not. Because if she gets Pennsylvania,
Trump
gets, for example, Wisconsin and Arizona,
he still wins. Yeah.
He wins. Or if Trump, Nevada and Arizona wouldn't be enough. So I think the point is where we are right now, she has maybe one or two fewer paths than Trump. One or two fewer paths than Trump.
She's got to catch him.
But both still have paths to victory here.
She's got to catch Trump.
Now let's get updates critically. We were going to be looking at Arizona. I'm going to need more sheets of paper. That's the problem we're having here. We've been paying attention to Pennsylvania and
now look at his map, people. The whole Pennsylvania, red. Michigan, leading red. Wisconsin, leading red. Minnesota, leading red. She needs to win all four of those. And she needs to win Arizona and Nevada. So she needs to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. She needs to hit a straight flush to win, essentially. She has to, I don't know if you guys play poker. She's trying to hit a straight flush. She needs to hit Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Nevada. She got to run the table. If she runs the table, she wins. I don't know if she's going to run the table. The only way she runs the table. Here is the most updated map we have. Share this map. Here it is. Share this tab. Here we go. So they've called Georgia, North Carolina. So everything Trump needed to win in the South, he's got the total South. Virginia, they've called for Harris. So really, you got Pennsylvania. Yeah, really, it's a tough. She's got to pull it inside straight to win.
At least to peel away some of the votes there. Again, this is where Joe Biden was from. People wondered if he got the friends and family discount there with voters. She's underperforming tonight, 51% right now. Biden was at 53. In a state where it could be determined by 40,000 votes, 80,000 votes, every little bit matters. If they're looking at the map right now and you're a Republican, you're probably feeling a little bit better. But again, I just want to say it's still so early in the night and there's still a lot of vote out. Philadelphia County, just because this was brought up on the set earlier, 62% of the vote is in. Biden was at 81. She's at 77.
Wow.
A lot of the vote is still out. But again, she wants to be in the same high water marks where Biden is, guys.
Yeah, Mark Lauder was just here,
They probably
Vice
did.
President Pence, that you're obviously a longtime Republican operative. You think there's not enough vote for her to make up that margin?
Well, there's still a lot out there. I'm just saying all of these things start to add up. It's like death by 1,000 cuts. And so if you drop 40,000 votes in this state, maybe 6,000 or county, this 6,000 in another, next thing you know, you run out of options. I'll leave it to the brilliant minds and the decision desk.
All right, just as for an update, people, New York Times has Trump at 86% chance of, he's almost at 90%. So they essentially, this is, she needs to get a she's drawn to a straight flush to win. If not, she's done. Andrew Lickman, Alan, Alec. He predicted Harris. Oh, sorry. I forgot.
2 hours ago. So it was more of a callback to something that I forgot we didn't say on the air because we're chit-chatting constantly. But the seniors piece of it is interesting because think about who actually gets out and votes, right? Who is more likely to get out there and vote? It is seniors. So there's some fascinating dynamics at play. And as we're all talking about, 10:40, we're only on our first cup of coffee.
I think one of the dynamics at play as we watch these results come in that's so fascinating. You think about how close, what a tough slog Pennsylvania is as we watch this come in. And you think about that decision that she made to have Walz as her running mate, as opposed to Governor Josh Shapiro. So as we watch this come in, and even on the day that she made that announcement, a lot of people questioned, what would Pennsylvania look like with Shapiro on the ticket? And
Governor
you have
Shapiro,
to think folks are thinking
well,
about
I mean,
that.
if she loses Pennsylvania, you can guarantee that story is already being written. I mean, Senator McCaskill, Josh Shapiro has, even in pretty red counties, is a very popular governor.
He is, but so is Tim Walz in the Midwest. And I think what her decision was, one of judgment, where she looked at somebody who had a resume just like hers, and she looked at someone who was much different.
We're gonna wait
He
till
wasn't Ivy
California
League.
closes.
He wasn't all smooth. He was relatable and a coach and somebody who really kind of oozed Midwestern relatability. And I think she thought was an add plus as opposed to just a mirror of who she was. And, I don't know if it was the right call or not. I think they're both terrific people. Either way, they're going to be around. Shapiro's not going anywhere. You may see him on a ballot in the future.
Yeah, I'm just going to call it out. You sound like you see the end here.
I don't. I do think that, obviously we're disappointed about North Carolina and Georgia because there was a real feeling that there was such a good ground game compared to what the Trump
And to be clear, we haven't called those.
No, we haven't. But I'm looking internally at the numbers, and they're not as hopeful as I would like them to be. I still think we have a path, obviously, in the blue wall states. And I don't think anybody knows how Nevada is going to turn out. And I think that is another one. We could have 4 states that determine the presidency that are all decided by less than a half a point.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for that.
That's so 2024, Senator.
How's that?
Let's go to NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber now in Gwinnett County, Georgia. Ellison, how are things going there?
Hey, Lester, so we're starting to get initial numbers from the early voting in this county. Initially, they were a little delayed in uploading some of those to the public because they said they were having difficulties with their software of getting a clear image. They were going line by line with a Republican watcher, a Democrat watcher, and other election officials getting those votes up. But now they have those reported, and based on the percent of early votes that are out, Harris is leading in the early votes that they have tabulated in this county so far, but still they haven't counted any of the precincts that reported today. That process still happening here. So you see these people coming in, they're all people who have come from the different precincts in this county. There are 156 precincts in Gwinnett County. What they're dropping off right now.
We're gonna see how the left is coping. Here is QIT.
Fair enough. That seems about right for Trump and the Republicans to kind of come through here and make a clean sweep.
So, Farron, look, I know what the
They are
problem
not
is.
looking
And
good.
so I was very uncertain about this election. It turns out I was right to be uncertain. I think that everybody was full of crap. There's no landslide in either direction. Everybody was in their delusional bubble. I know the problem for Democrats in Florida isn't that they haven't spent enough money, to be honest, or time. The problem is they're the establishment, and people hate the establishment. But it's never going to get through their thick heads. But I'll save that for a little bit later in the show. But Florida is worse. It went from super close to now red to deep red. So something extra happened in Florida. So what is it that drove Florida to be so much more red than the other states in terms of the trends?
It's the influx of new people. We have had a lot of people that have come into the state, not just 1 million new Republican Party registrants, but also hundreds of thousands of Republicans from other areas, which all happened post-COVID, because they really seem to like the idea that Ron DeSantis let people die instead of protecting them during the height of the pandemic. They said, yes, that looks like fun, so they came down here. And it worked well for the Republicans. I guess Ron DeSantis's big gamble with our lives paid off for them. Didn't work too well for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of Floridians who died of COVID. But all of this massive shift all took place post-COVID. So we're talking within the last 2 to 3 years, this big shift happened in Florida. And we saw it with the 2022 election results down here, and we saw it again today.
Yeah. I'd be saying the same thing about the right,
want to pay taxes. So Republicans with money who moved to Florida because of the tax favorability.
It's not looking good for the Democrats.
I hear you, Farron, and we're going to go to Arizona and Georgia and Nevada next. But it's really millions of people. I get that Ben Shapiro and a couple other dudes moved there, and I'm being glib and understating it. I get that some people moved out, but really, it's those mass movements. It's like, do you sense a cultural shift at all?
I'm already in one of the deepest red areas of Florida. So, what I see every day is a lot different than I think what, anybody in a blue state would ever see. So I haven't noticed any shift because we were already super, super right wing where I am. And driving through the rest of Florida, it feels kind of similar. I guess I would say I don't think I've seen a cultural shift. But I mean, if you look at the numbers, our population's increased by over 900,000 people in the last 2 or 3 years. That's not an opinion. That's what happened. Okay, so we do have these people that have had this massive influx into the state here, and that is driving part of this shift. As for, you mentioned that the Democrats are the establishment. Sure, they run on that a little bit down here, but at the same time, the state of Alabama has had a Democrat as governor more recently than the state of Florida has. And everybody knows how deep red Alabama is. So this is entrenched, and people down here seem to be okay with it. That's just the way of life. They don't attribute any of the issues that they have, whether it's economic issues, whether it's the natural disasters we face on a monthly basis. They don't attribute any of that to the Republican Party that has had an ironclad hold on this state since 1998. So because they're not blaming the party that has had consolidated power for almost 30 years, the Republicans tell them the Democrats are your problem. They're the ones who have done all this, and the people say that sounds about right. Let's keep doing what we're doing.
You see, the problem that there was a shift. They were voting Democrat and they stopped, and now they're voting Republican, even more so now. And I think it's easier. It's hard not to look within and say, what am I doing that hasn't that's not getting us to where we need to be? And I'm just, I feel like I sound like a broken record, but it's always the same thing. And generally, it's what you're running on. You're running on the fact that he is a bigot, he is a racist, he is this, he is that, right? Demonize. And then when you demonize, you hope everyone else just tries to ignore all the good things. While Trump does both. He demonizes, but then he also says, this is what I'm going to do. 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 This is what I'm going to do, right? Build the wall and stuff like that, right? So, and he's not even saying build the wall. But just in that Trump's presidency and saying, hey, before COVID, things were actually going pretty well. If COVID didn't happen, what would have been the result? And I think that's kind of what's underneath. So I think the Democrats got to kind of look within, and they have to start thinking, how can we now message this thing better? Because just calling him a racist isn't working anymore. Matter of fact, the people who we're saying he's most racist toward, which are Hispanics, are overwhelmingly voting for him. So there's something wrong with how we're trying to portray this. This dude is full of crap. Asked Jeff Bezos why he moved to Florida. COVID wasn't it. No, because taxes are low. The reason why I moved to Texas, because taxes were low and it was a better situation for me and my family. So let me switch it to NBC because they're about to make some.
It's a 50-50 race. And so this is going to go down to the wire in all of these battlegrounds.
Close race means a long time. We can put it that way, right? I mean, I think that's generally the vibe. We'll see how it goes. I think everybody's looking towards Pennsylvania, just in chatting with
All right, well, let's check back into the presidential race, and we'll take a look at the road to 270.
9 minutes. And then we get the big West Coast.
It is 10:51 in the East, and here is where we stand right now on the road to 270 electoral votes. Those will be the keys to get into the White House in the next year. Right now, we want to go to Peter Alexander at Harris headquarters to really gauge the temperature in the room. Peter?
Now, listen to how quiet it's going to be in this room.
Well, we're outside and it's a loud one here, but I can tell you if you get into the crowd here, it's particularly quiet in terms of their sense of optimism right now. That's how one Harris ally just described it to me a short time ago. I ran into a longtime Democratic source, a person who was close to the Harris campaign, and I asked them what they make of the results they've seen so far. They said, honestly, this is not looking so good for us, but then they quickly put on a smile and said, but you know what? We just got to keep smiling for the night. That may give you a better understanding of where they feel like things may be going right now. It remains early, a lot of votes still to count. But I'll tell you what I just heard from a Democratic lawmaker right now who just wrote me in part, quote, it's pretty concerning. I just keep reminding myself that 8 years ago, all the trends in the first few hours showed Hillary winning, and then she didn't. But obviously, this is not the return we were looking for. It gives you a little sense of the way that some of those people supporting Kamala Harris are feeling this evening right now. Again, a lot of numbers, a lot of data still to be counted right now. But as Claire McCaskill said a short time ago, some of the early results we're seeing in some of those places, North Carolina, Georgia, are not looking as positive as the Harris campaign had been hoping. It doesn't mean that they still don't have a path, but it does certainly increasingly mean that they'd have to succeed in holding on to that blue wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And frankly, speaking to some people in some of those states that are involved with the Harris campaign, they said that's where they are seeing some concern that that's going to be a tightrope that they have to still try to walk tonight. Buster?
And Peter, we were just talking here. There's a sense that the polls were, in fact, right. Are they getting that sense that the polls are really reflecting what we're watching?
Well, I mean, nationally, this is basically an evenly divided country, right? So the idea that our last poll showed at 49-49 is sort of a overall popular vote, that may be pretty close to where this thing ends up. But remember, for the Democrats to win the Electoral College, they generally have to have a better advantage as it relates to the popular vote. So if the country's evenly divided in terms of a popular vote, that may not be enough for the Democrats. Still a long way to go. Obviously, nobody here is leaving. They're still waiting to hear from the vice president. They recognize this may be not just a matter of hours, but days right now, and they're still hopeful that people are waiting in line, including on those college campuses. They point to campuses in Pennsylvania in particular, some of the campuses out west in Nevada. They're still circling on the map as a place they think that they're have the ability to perform well in right now. But, you know, frankly, that's the candidate assessment for the people I'm talking to, so I pass it on to you.
Yeah, and as we said, none of the battleground states have been called as of yet, so we continue to watch.
But they're as close as they can be. Let's go to battleground Wisconsin. Shaquille Brewster in Milwaukee for us. Hi, Shaq.
We got 6 minutes left before polls
Hi there,
close.
Savannah. And you know, one thing that we're hearing is that just heard from the Milwaukee elections clerk, and they're saying that they are processing these absentee ballots. All of the early vote, all of the mail-in vote is counted here in this warehouse. And this update is despite the fact that there was a little hiccup that we saw earlier today. I'll show you what happened. It was on these tabulators that we see. And if you look closely at that red sticker there, they say that that flap was not locked. The tabulator was sealed, but the actual flap there that opens up, it was not completely locked. So what they did is they got a bipartisan group together. They went through to all of the 13 tabulators, high-speed tabulators in this entire facility, and they went through and emptied them out and restarted the count of some 30,000 ballots. Now, despite that, they say that they're moving along fairly well. When you look around here, you see at each of these stations, the election workers, the election clerks are counting those ballots. And, you know, when you talk to operatives in the state,
I'm going to switch it real quick to Democratic operative Brian Taylor Cohen. He's got over 94,000 people watching him, and he's just looking at the screen. Why can't I just do this? Why can't I should just put on a suit and just look at the screen. Why am I talking? Why am I not even talking? He's not even talking. But he's shocked. This is MSNBC's guy. Yeah, he's got a shock face on. He's not liking what he's saying.
Let's go back to the presidential race here. Actually, let's go to see if there's any other updates in the Senate. Let's check in on Dan Osborne.
Here we go.
His lead is shrinking as we approach the halfway mark, but he is still leading Deb Fischer, the incumbent Republican senator, by 3.5 points here in Nebraska. Then looking over to Missouri, Josh Hawley, that race has been called. So Josh Hawley has defeated Lucas Kuntz.
But one thing I do want to say too, how crazy is it that all these Democrats for Senate and for governor are winning by like 15, 20 percentage points, and Trump is also winning the state too? That shows you how unlikable the candidate is, right? If your candidate's so bad, it's like, we'll vote for Trump and we'll vote for the Democrat, but we won't vote for Harris. It shows you she just was so unpopular. And I think that switcheroo at the end, it hurt. It hurt more than it helped.
Who ran an excellent campaign and as good a campaign as one could possibly run in the state of Missouri. Josh Hawley has defeated Lucas Kuntz. That one hurts.
They all hurt.
Lucas is a good friend of mine, or has become a good friend of mine. So this race again has been called for Josh Hawley over Lucas Kuntz in the U.S. Senate. Again, a reach for Democrats and a reaching offensive opportunity, not one that was expected to go Democrats' way, but one that Democrats remained relatively competitive in, even just seeing the numbers right now. Lucas is running about 7 points, not even 7 points, 6.5 points.
Let me go to David Packman, because again he has the other guy has the politicians on. So I'm playing David Packman. Let's see what he's talking about.
In Minnesota, Trump was leading by 43,000. He's now winning by 75,000. So Trump is growing leads in most of these states, as of this moment. And we will see where that lands us ultimately in about a half hour. Let's now get to, we are 3 minutes from these critical projections on CNN. I want to say thanks to Jeffrey, Matthew, Edwin, Deborah, Veronica, Keith, and Pat, who just signed up on the website.
Look, he's looking at 300.
494 new members. Perry.
So just so everybody sees what I'm seeing. New York Times has just updated their election prediction. 87% chance of winning. So he's almost at 90%. And they projected he gets 310 electoral votes. So this is turned out to be Trump has gotten over 300. Again, this is what they are projecting. So let me go back.
You know, one of the scariest things for me. Listen,
hold on, I'm gonna rewind it so you guys can hear that.
$300 super chat and says this seems so familiar and is disheartening.
$300 super chat. These people are really coping.
One of the scariest things for me. It's like, listen, Trump's a doofus. If he wins, we're going to figure out what happens on foreign policy, what happens on economic policy, all this stuff. But The idea that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is going to be overseeing the FDA and the CDC, and that is absolutely terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. One of the scariest things to me, as someone who values science and empiricism, is that RFK is going to start dipping his hands into all of those agencies. Terrifying, terrifying, terrifying. Okay. David,
he's looking for some good
please
news.
go on two-way. You have built a great show. I have no idea what two-way is. Simply no clue what it is.
So
I wish I knew.
We're waiting.
but
We're
I
waiting
don't.
for it. Oh,
I
thank
don't
you guys. You
know
guys sent me
what
some
that
super
is.
chats. Thank you for
If
trying to
you
cover
are
all
about to
sides.
head
Thank
out,
you. Thank you.
I understand that and I respect that.
Are in
I
Milton.
really
I know
do.
we're watching. We're watching.
But I would love it if you stayed with us
smell
just a little
cold
bit longer.
in
Please do
here.
make sure that you
If
have
that was going
subscribed
the
to the
other way, they
YouTube
would be
channel
yelling,
if you
"Fuck
are
it,"
leaving.
but now
It
they're
has
saying-
been, no matter what happens, and we're going to see.
Yeah.
No matter what happens, it has been great being
David.
with all of you folks, and I
Of all
hope
the
that
great
you
work you did.
will
Oh,
stick
thank you so
around
much.
because
Thank
there
you
is
so
a
much,
lot to
Darrell. I
happen
appreciate
here.
it. I'm glad you
Let's
guys like
go to
this.
CNN. We
I
are
wasn't even gonna do
60
this now.
seconds away from the next
We are waiting for the
projections
next
and
projections.
closings.
Can matter, but it's the only big county you have left.
This is it. Let's go to the projections.
At stake this hour.
There we
We have
go.
a projection for you now. CNN can project that Kamala Harris will win the state of California with
No,
54 electoral
that's
votes.
a
Not
shock.
unexpected. Harris will win California. CNN is also projecting that Donald Trump will win the state of Idaho with its 4 electoral votes. So
When's
what does
Idaho?
that mean for the electoral? Too early to call. We have Washington State with 12 electoral votes and Oregon
Times called
with 8
Washington
electoral
State,
votes. Too early to go. Let's go to the electoral map right now. Donald Trump with 211 electoral votes at this hour. Kamala Harris cracks 100, now has 100.
I do want people to understand how insane this is. Trump could barely speak at his rally yesterday. He could barely speak. And he might win.
States now. Arizona, Donald Trump in the lead there, 49.6%. Kamala Harris right behind him with 49.5%. Donald Trump has a 2,356 vote lead with 51% of the estimated vote in from Arizona. Wisconsin.
All right, let's see. David. It's looking tough, David.
Donald Trump has a 28,576 vote lead with an estimated 59% of the
Up
estimated
in
vote in
Wisconsin.
from
He's
the
up,
Badger
it's up
state.
everywhere.
In the
Pennsylvania.
Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
It's up in
Donald Trump
Pennsylvania.
maintaining his
Up
lead.
in Michigan.
Up in
50.7%
Wisconsin. Of the vote.
Up in
Kamala Harris with 48.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 119,411 vote lead with 68% of the estimated vote in from Pennsylvania. In Georgia, Donald Trump still in the lead there. 51% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.2% of the vote.
Georgia's over.
Donald Trump
Georgia's
with a
done.
136,328 vote
I'm gonna
lead.
call Georgia.
That is with 88% of the estimated
Where are the
vote
votes
in
at?
from the state of Georgia. In North Carolina, another battleground where Donald Trump leads,
North
50.8% of the
Carolina should
vote.
be
Kamala
called,
Harris
too.
has 47.8% of the vote. Donald Trump has a 145,388 vote lead over Kamala Harris right now with an estimated 85% of the vote in from the Tar Heel state. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead. She has
flipped it down.
51.3% of the vote. Donald Trump has 46.9%. Kamala Harris is 74,838 votes ahead of Donald Trump. But that's less than a third of the vote counted there. 30% of the estimated vote in from the state of Michigan. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Kamala Harris in the lead there still, but narrowly so. 50.1% of the vote. Donald Trump has 48.
I do think we are getting a sort of more accurate and up-to-date information from Decision Desk HQ, which has already called a lot of these races. The one really curious thing is that we have a bunch of the vote counted from Minnesota, and yet Decision Desk HQ has 0 from Minnesota. I just don't understand it. Over on Washington Post, also a bunch of that Minnesota vote is in and has been counted, but for whatever reason, Decision Desk HQ has none of it. We now are into the 11 p.m. hour in the East. Trump leads the popular vote by 6 million, but we are now going to start getting that California vote in, and that is going to certainly bolster Kamala Harris's numbers. But what we really care about here are 6 key states. Those are Nevada, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, and Pennsylvania. These are the 6 states remaining that are going to determine who.
Soon, before we get out of here, we gotta do 2 things. First, we gotta look at some of the our conservative brethren, and see what they're saying. Praying for the future doesn't pit us against each other, and the fear mongering. It's always going to happen. It would happen with George W. Bush. It's always going to happen. Focus on the facts and leave the celebrities out of it. Yes, I would say that too. And I think this is an indictment on the celebrities, the Taylor Swifts, all those people. It's an indictment because it shows them they sing us a song, but they're not trusting the vote. I was like, ain't no way he teamed up with Pac-Man. No, I didn't team up with Pac-Man. We were just watching them cope. I regret to inform you that I am not a $3 super chat. I thank for all you do, please. If Trump lost, I would have expected 3. Like, oh my God, it's so horrible. Thanks for all you do. Please continue to represent all sides. The story highlighting where you have an opinion using thanks. Using sleight of hand to tell us facts. I try not to, but we'll see. Thanks. No coping for super chats. Oh my God, you guys are gonna have some good times with your fellow citizens. This is gonna be a little insane. This is gonna be, people are definitely going to feel something tomorrow. Let me show you guys this. This is Decision Desk HQ. I think they're using the betting markets, because the betting markets are showing like this, and they got their essentially. They've taken. You can't vote for Trump anymore to win. It's over. It's done. So if you look at it, popular vote, she's up. Trump is up by 6 million votes, but don't forget you still got California to go to count. So you have all these votes to count in California. Where else do you have? So that should California should take care of the Texas. So she should be even, about even. So we'll see who wins the popular vote. Pennsylvania, Trump is still up. Nice. Harris has swung, but right now in Maine, oh shoot, only 6% of the vote in, but Trump is winning in Maine. They've called New Hampshire. So right now, what do we have? We have, so right now, for Harris to win, this is what we need. Wisconsin, where she's losing. Michigan, Pennsylvania, she needs those 3 to even have a shot. She loses one of these 3 goes red, it's over for Harris. It's over. It's just done. There's no other way to say it. She needs 1, 2, and 3. Then she needs to win Arizona and Nevada, and that would get her to exactly 270. That's what she'll need to win, Nevada, and that'll get her exactly to 270. So that's what it's looking like. And right now, Trump's chances to win are 80. They got 81%, but he should be higher. And they're predicting 286 electoral votes. So, yeah, he's looking good. Let's look where the votes tally, where the vote is out. Most of the vote out is. You still got Montgomery County, Bucks County. So you have a lot of these Democratic strongholds that still have a lot of vote left to be counted. 45% in Philadelphia. So it's looking. So there's still time, and there's still places to vote where, but she needs them all. She needs everything. So, she now again has to pull. She has to get a straight flush. She has to get the royal flush. If she doesn't get it, she's gone. It's that tight. It's just that tight. Let's see what NBC News is saying.
This is not just young voters, but that's 57% of these first-time voters are under the age of 30. They are breaking for Trump. That is a major reversal from 2020. 53% for Trump right now, 46% for Harris.
Now, that's a big thing. Young voters are breaking for Trump. As a fellow YouTuber, I appreciate your grind. Thank you for all the hard work. Thank you so much, Pocket Watch Time. This is crazy. Listen to this stat. Because don't forget, young voters are the ones who broke Democrat And now they're breaking Republican.
They didn't do that in 2016, right? She was doing Arizona, she was doing Texas, and she
So
sort
the
of
night before was in Philly.
true, but they sort of didn't do the blue one. To their credit, I mean, she lived in Pennsylvania, but I'll tell you this: we'll see. There's probably a lot of people wondering who should be the running mate. Who should be on this Democratic ticket?
We had that discussion. So some people will, if she loses Pennsylvania, there'll be a lot
and if
of.
that's the only state, right? That'll be the hand race.
But because Josh Shapiro is a very popular Democratic governor who was on the short list for vice president. Let's bring Savannah Sellers into this. I mean, what are you reading out of the exit polls? Are you seeing any trend lines? I know you've got your brief. You really look at young voters and you've got your finger on the pulse there. What stands out?
Absolutely. I'll start with some numbers and then give you some anecdotal information. First, let's talk about first-time voters. This is not just young voters, but that's 57% of these first-time voters are under the age of 30. They are breaking for Trump. That is a major reversal from 2020. 53% for Trump right now, 46% for.
That's insane. Under 30, first-time voters breaking for Trump. But you know what that shows you? That's what they were talking about earlier. The Republicans went out into Florida, went out into Texas, went out into Georgia, and started getting out those votes. Let's get to the polls, get that first-time vote. And those first-time voters broke for Trump.
For Harris,
and they happen to be young
back in
voters.
2020, 64% went for Biden. Something that I've been tracking, and I've been even watching it tonight on apps like TikTok, on apps like Instagram, when you just talk about like who's popular, who do people like? The Harris campaign had such a robust internal social media play. They had this team of 20-somethings. They had very little oversight. They were allowed to kind of post what they wanted, react in real time to trends, to the news cycle.
We
The Trump
remember Brad
campaign-
Summer and the whole Brad.
They
scene from the
co-opted
Harris
that
campaign,
immediately,
right?
exactly, which, by the way, is a compliment to say Brad now. But for the former president, there wasn't so much going on internally. It was not as robust. He had this sort of grassroots organic catch-on TikTok. I heard so many young people say to me in a positive way also, he is a meme. His things travel far. It's objectively funny when you see this information. So many young people, therefore, on these apps were served content straight from and straight about the former president. And we are hearing so much right now. I'm hearing that in lines in Arizona. Gotti was mentioning that earlier. It's so much. It was because I heard him on a podcast. It was because of this thing I saw on TikTok. I also heard from a voter in almost every single swing state and multiple in several of them, including Pennsylvania, voters who were eligible in this age group to vote in 2020 who did not. And they came out tonight to vote for the former
I'd be
president.
so interested. He's winning the youth vote in these exit polls. I'd be fascinated to see what the gender breakdown is there too, because this poll with young men, and that was a concerted effort by the Trump campaign, and the Joe Rogan and the bro wave
I have
seems to be
two
real.
Gen Zers, okay? I have one who votes and one who's going to be voting next year. One in each gender, and I see it with their friends. You see it. It's real. This gap, this is not about Trump and Harris. There is a growing cultural gap, if you will, between young men and young women.
I have that number too,
really
if you
there.
want to. The gender gap on this: first-time men, Trump 62%, Harris 36%. First-time women, the gap is less here. Trump 46%, Harris 53%.
Yeah,
so that
I mean-
young men turnout is real.
Well, people who thought that young women would be voting in droves.
So you see that with the abortion on the table, young women essentially broke even for Trump, and men went 60% for Trump. So she lost. So she was in the tank so hard for women, young women, she lost them. Wow.
For Kamala Harris, especially because of reproductive rights. I mean, that exit poll does not suggest that.
Absolutely.
It doesn't, and this goes back to what Chuck has been saying, which is that the person who ultimately winds up winning this war of the sexes is the candidate who does a better job appealing to the weaker gender for them, whoever's weaker for them. And so we've seen Trump not only clearly energize, drive up young men of various different racial backdrops, but also chip away at Vice President Harris's lead. I mean, her lead among women continues to be, based on what we're seeing so far, less than his lead with men.
The gender gap is interesting, but also, as we've alluded to here on the table, the education gap is also becoming such an interesting storyline here, as Chuck talks about kind of a realignment in this moment and where we are. That's another thing to be watching for tonight. Again, it is 11:11 Eastern time, but there's still plenty of vote to come
I
in.
want to go to Tom right now. Tom, I'm looking at Wisconsin. Looks like 62% of the vote in there. You're picking up some things Sharon, with
Yeah, too close to call right now. Trump on top 50%. The difference is 39,000. Remember, the last two elections in Wisconsin, presidential elections, 20,000 votes was the difference between both candidates here. We want to go back to Madison, the capital of Wisconsin, Dane County. This is also the site of the University of Wisconsin as well. 92% of the vote in. Harris doing a little better than when we last checked in with her. But again, she's slightly underperforming Biden. She still has time to catch up. There's still 8% of the vote that's out. We can actually know exactly how much of the vote is out of. So maybe she picks up the margins there. We also want to talk about Milwaukee. This is the biggest population center in the entire state of Wisconsin. Right now, 54% of the vote is in. So a lot of that vote is still out. It's probably going to be a little bit later till we can call Milwaukee by itself. Biden was at 69. She's down about 2 to 3 points. Again, this would be concerning for Democrats. But look, there's still a lot of vote out in Milwaukee. Door County, if you've been following the presidential race at all, everyone's been talking about Door County in Wisconsin. It's this peninsula that shoots out into Lake Michigan. The last 6 statewide elections, presidential elections, I should say, they've picked a winner. This is a good sign for Kamala Harris. She's on top there, overperforming Biden just slightly. 95% of the vote is in. Again, Door, if we bring it out to past elections, it almost always picks the winner in the state of Wisconsin. So that's a good sign for her because it's a bellwether. I do want to check in some of these.
Let me move this over to some conservative commentators and see what they're saying.
Making their estimations. Right. And when they say that there is, say, a 64% chance or a 69%, that still means there's a 31% chance it goes the other way. And remember the betrayal of the needle for Hillary Clinton when it was 99% pro Hillary. Now it's obviously a little bit later in the election at this point.
That's right. Don't forget the betrayal of the needle against Hillary was always moving in one direction, from the top of the night to the bottom. And this needle has also always been moving and basically always been moving in one direction from the top of the night to now. And it is now pretty solidly in the likely Trump wins camp. Nate Cohn at the New York Times came out and said about 25, 30 minutes ago, for the first time tonight, we are declaring it is our opinion that it is likely that Trump wins.
If you look at those Senate races, by the way, currently, Dave McCormick is in fact leading Bob Casey by almost 100,000 votes. Again, Pennsylvania does not look like, if trend continues, Pennsylvania does not look like it's going to be particularly close. It looks like Trump is going to walk away with it by at least a couple of percentage points.
They're saying there aren't enough votes left in Philly to point it out.
In Michigan, Mike Rogers is currently leading Alyssa Slotkin in Michigan. By the way, Mike Rogers makes it 55. Mike Rogers makes it 55.
Huh? You know, I felt pretty good about Mike Rogers.
Yeah, Mike Rogers, he made a late breaking move. And I was a little skeptical of Mike Rogers because he spent so much of the time trailing. Right now, he's up about 50,000, 60,000 votes on Alyssa Slotkin in Michigan. In Wisconsin, Eric Hovde is currently up by about 26,000 votes or so on Tammy Baldwin with 65% of the vote in. Now, got to give a shout out to the worst candidate of the cycle, our girl Carrie Lake over in Arizona, who is just getting destroyed by Ruben Gallego in a state that Donald Trump is going to end up walking away with, which, you know.
Yeah, that's another thing. I don't know how she...
Again, moral of the story, gentlemen. Do not pick bad candidates for higher office. It turns out that when you pick good candidates, you do betters. And when you pick not great candidates, you do worse.
Yeah, Carrie Lake is getting destroyed. Let's check that. Well, first, there's a couple of things I wanted to show you guys before. So let me share this. So this is the New York. So we're back at the New York Times. They got Trump at 89% chance of winning, as you just heard. But now I'm going to go to the Pennsylvania map real quick, so we can see what's going on. As you can see, there's 76% of the vote in. Trump is up, but where are the votes at? So these little dots shows you what percentage of the vote that this part had. So this one, 95% of their vote is in, right? 95% of their vote is in. This is 93% of the vote. Where the vote seems to be out at is this. See this big blue bubble of madness over here? So if you go over to these counties, 53% of the votes still available. Still 75% of the votes is in. 72. So there's a lot. 48% of the vote in this county is still not coming in. So we have a lot of vote in all this blue. That's why they haven't called it. There's a lot of blue right here. And if they break again, so they're hoping these break for Harris. So this is where Harris is getting all her love from, where she believes that she can win. But I don't know. It doesn't. This is not looking good. Let's go over to Arizona, to the Senate map, because that was another thing that we just heard. So let's go to Senate map. Carrie Lake is losing. Yeah, big. And there's a lot of votes still coming in. So she is not doing well. So Carrie Lake looks like she's in trouble. Ruben Gallego, yeah, look at that. He's especially in these counties that have huge vote population. That's 59% of the votes still count. So Carrie Lake. So in this, it's interesting because you simply have the situation in a lot of these states where for president, like in North Carolina went for Trump, but in the gubernatorial race, it goes for the Democrat. So Carrie Lake, this is probably Arizona looks like it's going for Trump, but they're going to send a Democratic senator there. So it's a fascinating map. So so right now there's still hope for Kamala, even though Trump's lead is expanding. Michigan still looking. Trump is still up, but there's a lot of vote left, so I don't make any. This. If I was Democrats, I'd be very concerned about this. Trump is up 66% of the vote. Where are the votes at? Where's this vote that's still left? 90% of Madison County. So this is where she'd be looking to get most of her votes. She ran it up, but 90% of that vote is in. So there's a very small amount of votes there. Here is 54%. This is Milwaukee, which is big. So 54%. So there's a lot more vote there to be counted. So she can make that margin up. What about these Republican counties? But these Republican counties still have votes to count too. There's some with 30-something%, but these are smaller. All right. So she's still in Kenosha. Kenosha is a Democratic stronghold, but Trump has one Kenosha. So it looks like where Michigan is not looking good either. So right now, and they've just updated their projections for who's going to win. Likely Trump victory, 90%. So we're looking at 90% prediction for Trump victory. So this is where we're at. 90% Trump will win. Let's go back to the Daily Wire and see what's up.
Turning out big numbers. Look, to win the House and grow our majorities, we've got to win some tough seats in New York, some tough seats in California. And based on the early results, I think we've got a real shot at it. But, look, I think the odds are looking very good that come January, we have a Republican White House, a Republican House, and a Republican Senate.
Wow.
And if that's the case, we need to roll up our sleeves and get to work because we had a lot of work to do.
That's exactly right. Senator, I know that you didn't make time for much press tonight. We really appreciate you making time for us. You've got a big party to get back to and a lot of hands to shake, but congratulations.
That's right. Ted Cruz.
And cigars on us.
Here we go. Here we go.
Look, I love you guys.
Reporting out until roughly midnight, but that they have seen strong turnout from early vote and election day voting in other parts of the state. And finally, in Wisconsin, where they're keeping a close eye on that blue wall, that they do not expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. But the biggest takeaway perhaps from this memo is the sense that as the chips start falling, it appears that they are leaning heavily into the blue wall, which started and may be ending as their best path to victory here. In spite of some numbers that show they still have some ground to make up, there's still a lot of data out there. And that's where, at least according to her memo, which effectively said goodbye to the staff for the night, said we'll do it again late into the night and start again strong in the morning. That's where they are as this night heads toward midnight.
All right, Peter, thank you. Now, without further ado, let's go to the hosts of Pod Save America, Democrats John Lovett and Dan Pfeiffer, both White House veterans. And Dan, I know you to be a number cruncher, and I wonder what you're thinking about the numbers that you're seeing. You just heard what the Harris campaign is saying, but the vibe check is that this path is narrowing significantly and that it's blue wall or bust at this point for Kamala Harris.
You guys have heard
that seems right. And when you
Wow.
look at the numbers, it's very clear that Trump is overperforming
I
in
will zoom
rural,
next time.
in
Sorry.
rural counties, and Harris is overperforming in suburban counties.
Gotcha.
And what is going to maybe the deciding factor here is primarily going to be what is the turnout and the vote margins coming out of Milwaukee, Philadelphia, and Detroit. And if they are what we think they are, then she has a very clear, albeit narrow, but clear path to be the next president of the United States.
John, let me ask you about what we've been observing. Young voters, particularly male voters, who seem to be breaking for Trump and him, in fact, winning the youth vote, according to our exit polls. Does that surprise you? What's your take on that dynamic?
That would be surprising. I think that's another reason to drink.
But I do think that I
You're
think
drinking
it's
alone,
pretty
John.
early. I think that's fine. That's fine. I think it's pretty early to be drawing conclusions based on the exits and trying to figure out what happened with specific demographics. I think where we're at is this was always going to be close. It is close right now. I think there was some hope based on vibes that perhaps this wouldn't be as close based on some late polling and some late momentum and a terrible event at Madison Square Garden. Could we hope that maybe this night wouldn't be as long? And the answer is no. The polls largely were showing a very tight race, and that's what we're kind of living through.
Dan, do you think it will ultimately come down to Pennsylvania? I mean, that certainly has been what's been telegraphed for all of these months.
It is the essential state because if Georgia and North Carolina, she does not win, and there's still a lot of outstanding vote in Georgia. It's once again a narrow path. But if those do not end up in her column, there is no math without Pennsylvania. You can replace Wisconsin with Arizona. You can replace Michigan with Arizona and Wisconsin, but you need Pennsylvania. And so it will come down to Pennsylvania.
All right, Dan Pfeiffer, John Levitt, thanks for your time. We'll talk to you.
It's like we've been saying that. It's funny because I started off the stream was like, whoever wins Pennsylvania is going to be the president. And that's exactly what they're saying. So right now, before I get out of here and get to bed, because we've been doing this for a couple of hours and we've seen it all, but let's go to our final. Let's look at all the maps. I'm gonna put all the maps together so we can look at all of the maps before we get out of here. First, 538. I'm refreshing the page because even though they automatically refresh, people will refresh the page. So this was 538. 538 has Trump 214, 165. They haven't called Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, Pennsylvania. They essentially have all the toss-up states still tossed up, and Harris is at 165. So that's what they have. They give for Georgia, they give Trump a 51% chance to win. He has 51% chance of winning North Carolina, even though they've already been called by some other places. Pennsylvania, they give Trump 51%, and Wisconsin, they give him 51%. Michigan, they are saying the Dem is the person who's going to be likely to win. So that's what we're looking at for 538. Next, we are going to go to 270 for 270. What do you call it? The road to 270. They have Trump at 246. The other one had him at 214. They have him at 246. Let me zoom in so you guys can see more of this. They have it at 216. Harris at 177, where the other one had him at 165. They have called North Carolina and Georgia, but again, they have the blue wall states are still up in the air. And let's go to the New York Times. New York Times, they have dropped Trump's chances of winning from 90 to 89, but they've given him an extra, what's it called? Electoral college vote estimate. So he's at 302. And we are looking at the map. They still haven't called Georgia, even though 95% of the vote is in. They haven't called Virginia, which Harris is up. We are still tight in Pennsylvania, but Trump's lead has increased in Pennsylvania. He's almost 200,000 votes ahead. Her lead has increased. Oh, Trump has now taken the lead in Michigan. So Trump is now up in Michigan, 52 to 46%. And he's also leading in Wisconsin. So each one of the blue wall states, as of right now, Trump is leading. He's leading in Pennsylvania. He's leading in Michigan. She needs all three to win. So now she would need to make a comeback in each one of those three states to win. And she still needs Arizona and Nevada. So that's where we're at right now, people. That is where we are at. So at the end of the day, now my biggest fear is that you wake up tomorrow and something totally unexpected happens. Do we know? I don't know. You don't know what's going to happen. But right now, we're going to bed, and if Harris wins, it will be a miracle. It will be a miracle. If Harris wins, it will be a miracle. So no, let's look at the Senate before we go to the Senate and the House. What's the Senate look like? Senate. What's the Senate looking like in terms of votes? I gotta go to another one. Let's go to 538 because they have a good Senate map. Let's see what the Senate looks like on 538. Senate, Republicans are essentially, they've gained 1 seat. Democrats have lost 1 seat. And they're almost tied. But the tie-breaking vote, if it's 50-50, tie goes to the vice president. The vice president. So it looks like they're going to get control of the Senate. And it looks like Democrats, so they've gained 2 seats. The Republicans have gained 2 seats in the House right now. So we'll see at the end of the night. But they're looking like they're closing in. So it's possible, as we see now, that Republicans are gaining. So they're gaining in the House, they're gaining in the Senate, and they are on track to win the president. So we may have the trifecta. All right. They're going to find votes in the locker room. Well, I'm going to go sleep and wake up. Nate, it will be a serious cold day. And I will say it, Nate, glad you're doing the heavy lifting for us. Well, that's it. So right now, this is where I'm leaving you. I'm going to leave you here with the New York Times so you can see exactly what's up. So this is where we're at. This is the last thing you're going to see on this screen. Prayers. Here we go. So polls are closing, swing states, but none are called. All right, so here we go. Right now, we got Harris with 187, Trump at 230, and Trump leading in every single swing state. For president, he's leading. Matter of fact, he's leading in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. She needs all 3 to win. But she's losing in all of them. And Arizona, she is also losing, but narrowly. And in Nevada, they haven't got any votes out yet. So that's where we're at. That's where we're at. So I am going to bed, and I will see you guys later because this is about to get insane. Tomorrow we'll see, because hopefully by tomorrow we'll have a winner. So with that being said, Harris campaign went to bed, Trump campaign is going to bed, and I'm going to bed. So thanks again for watching. And for those of you that haven't, don't forget, like, subscribe, do all great YouTube stuff. Thanks again for watching. And did your predictions come true? I'm happy on one instance because my election map seems to have come true. Because right now, from everything I'm looking at, it seems like Trump is going to get about over the 271. And I predicted Trump will get 271. So I'm happy that the prediction, because it just seemed like it was the right thing to do. My only miss was North Carolina, because I said I thought North Carolina would go for Harris, but it went for Trump. But again, I still thought Trump was going to win, even though she would carry North Carolina. So that's it. So we got a very red looking map. So that's what we got. So with that being said, I'll see you guys on the next one. Peace.